Chapter 726, Reason for the Changes. When Diane arrived safely on land, Hee-Bi-An and the rest inquired about her physical condition, to which she answered, "I feel great." Hee-Bi-An told her about the concern Shashwan had, causing the excited Diane to fall silent suddenly. Hee-Bi-An did not bother her, for he knew that she was weighing the pros and cons in her mind. After waiting for a while, until the other flaming horns asked when they were leaving, he crouched over and whispered, Diane, why don't we go home?" There was no answer. Hee-Bi-An asked again, but there was no reply. Shashwan walked over to tell him, "She's asleep." Asleep? Diane's head had been lowered all this time, so he could not see her face. Upon closer inspection, he realized that her eyes were closed and breathing slowed. "She's probably very tired." Shashwan lifted the stone tub and walked up the hill. Diane had just recovered and merged two types of energies in her body. Since the merging was not complete, it was still difficult for her to control them. Swimming excitedly in the river also used up a lot of energy. She had fallen asleep from exhaustion, though initially mulling over her problems. They had no choice but to wait for her to wake before making plans for the future. She slept till the next morning. She was still in the stone tub. The weather was not cold this time of the year, and the mountain tribesmen were also built to withstand the cold anyway. They even added water into the tub. Hee-Bi-An did not know if she needed water, but the fish probably fared better with water around. That was why Hee-Bi-An poured in some clean water after Shashwan carried the tub up the hill, and she slept soundly through the night. After one night, the water in the tub was just a little murky, though much better than before. The rotten parts of her body had recovered tremendously, almost fully healed. When Diane woke, Hee-Bi-An and the rest were resting nearby. Now that her life was no longer in danger, they could finally relax and eventually fell asleep. She felt refreshed, like a weight had been lifted. That was also why she could swim well in the river yesterday. Thinking about the changes in her body, she planned to check out the lower part of her body, but something was off once again. Shashwan was walking down the hill, planning to check on the pterosaur, when he was stopped by Hee-Bi-An. Diane was sitting on his shoulder. The difference from yesterday was that Diane looked exactly like a regular human instead of being in a half-human half-fish state. Grand Elder. Something happened again. He huffed and puffed as he ran over, gesticulating wildly. Grand Elder, look, she changed again. They had already made the mental preparation to accept Diane in her half-fish state, but who would have known she'd wake up as a full human once again? At this point, the D tribesmen never looked for the chief or shaman, always just Grand Elder. Hee-Bi-An could not remember Shashwan's name, but knew that he must look for the flaming horn Grand Elder if he ever had a problem. He had rushed to Shashwan's house but was told that Shashwan was going down the hill, so he sprinted over. The pterosaur had to wait. Shashwan followed them back to where the D people stayed. He checked her conscious mind. All normal, similar to the day before, but the totemic power in her body had gradually been retracted. "Try activating your totemic power again," said Shashwan. Worried that she would turn back into a half-fish, she wore a fish skin skirt, revealing 2 feet at the end. Upon his suggestion, totemic power surged across her body as fish scale-like patterns appeared once more. Though she was in a long skirt, her bent knees were still obvious. The bend where her knees were turned rounder, while fish scale patterns appeared at her heel and green-gray lines appeared on the top of her feet, slowly darkening. Her 2 feet that were placed together changed in shape until they were the 2 fins at the end of a fishtail. Hee-Bi-An was shocked once again. They had thought this half-fish state would be permanent, but looks like it's not. They must not re-evaluate the situation completely. Perhaps this wasn't a bad thing to the tribe after all. "How do you feel?" Shashwan asked. "Same as yesterday, energetic as ever. I want to go swim." She flapped her tail, yearning to go swim in a wide body of water. "Can you retract your totemic power again?" That will be difficult. But compared to yesterday, I can control it a little bit now. But it'll be very slow," said Diane. To confirm that the changes in her body were caused by totemic power, Diane swam in the flaming river until she was tired, then returned to land. Shashwan did not need to bring a tub over now. He switched over to a vine-woven basket so they could carry Dian on their back up the mountain. She exhausted herself and slept through the night. On the next day, she was a full human once again. This happened a few days in a row until they understood the process. Activating her totemic power was easy, but retracting was difficult. However, her transformation was confirmed to be caused by totemic power. If she could master her totemic power like regular tribesmen, she might be able to switch between two states easily. He-Bian knew this too. He started thinking about the pros and cons of this to the tribe. These days, the flaming horns often saw a shadow within the flaming river shooting left and right like an underwater arrow. Occasionally, it would even bring a peculiar river beast from the bottom on land as a gift to the flaming horns. Grand Elder told them they were edible and they found them delicious. The beast's scales were used to make other goods. About 10 days later, Dian had healed completely and could slowly control her powers. Although she had not mastered it fully, it was only a matter of time. During this time, Shashwan also explained the dangers of having a merged fire seed to her. After her recovery and finding a solution to their tribe's problem, Dian and He-Bian did not plan to stay. They must leave as soon as possible because there had been schools of defish eyeing the tribesmen maliciously near their tribe. It was not safe to stay outside their tribe for long. The D Mountain tribe did not like outsiders interfering with their battles, so Shashwan did not offer to follow. He merely mentioned that he would bring his fleet downstream if he had the chance and wished to visit them near the river mouth. If we succeed, we will travel up the flaming river with handsome gifts for the Flaming Horn tribe. Dian thanked Shashwan and the rest sincerely as she stood on the wooden raft. All the gemstones and shells they brought were left with Flaming Horn too, and if they won, they would bring more marine treasures. If they truly solved their problem with the D-fish, and the tribesmen changed like Dian, they would likely arrive at Flaming Horn tribe very soon too. Based on Dian's swiftness in the waters, this was very likely. Chapter 727, Extinction or Transformation. The arrival of the D tribe had not affected the people at Flaming River Trading Point. Most people did not know about this group of people who came from the coast anyway. The D tribe did not like places with many changes, so they did not visit the trading point. After a few days of discussion, the Flaming Horns gradually turned their attention to other matters too. However, Shashwan remained pensive about the matter, thinking hard even a few days after their departure. Was there a root cause to their transformations, or did it only stem from their fire seed? Shashwan always thought the fire seed was related to a person's strength, but this incident made him realize it was way more mysterious than he thought. The changes in the fire seed influenced totemic powers, physical strength, and now a person's entire physical form. Even if this was an anomaly, he was sure the fire seed had something to do with this. If the fire seed could change a person's form, what about an animal? The pterosaur was swimming on the river surface, lifting its wings to catch the wind and steer like sails. Withered leaf birds that could fly perched on a tree branch by the river, standing in a row as they waited for the pterosaur to bring them fish when it was done playing. If it was not sealed in ice, the pterosaur would not have survived to this day. There were no dinosaurs in the forest and pterosaurs no longer ruled the skies. There were animals bearing characteristics of their ancient ancestors like crocodiles or other plants, but these were only a small portion of organisms. At least, on the surface. What if the gigantic beasts that once lived did not go completely extinct? Instead, they had switched their physical forms into another animal. If a human could turn into a half-fish, then a beast could also turn into another beast. The pterosaur was afraid of the fire seed, maybe because it had a fire seed-related trauma from before. Had a fire seed caused large-scale changes during its time? Was this why the pterosaur was terrified? Too much time had passed since then. These were just Shashwan's guesses. This living pterosaur could not speak and might not know much even if it could. A fire seed was a peculiar thing. There was also the other type of energy within Shashwan, the white ball of flames that brought him to the weird rock in this world. Where was it from? Shashwan sighed. It was a deep question indeed. He decided to stop thinking about it. Before the D tribe left, Shashwan inquired about their route from the coast to Flaming Horn. While He-Bayan could not remember many details, the entire group of tribesmen contributed a little information each. Although their combined information still was not much, it was enough to fill up the blank space on Shashwan's map about stream locations and other threats. With this approximate description, at least the Flaming Horns would not be as vulnerable if they ventured downstream again. Dian left with the giant shell because it might be of use during the journey. If she suddenly turned into half fish again and could not change back, she could stay inside. It would also be a space for her to rest in if she was tired from swimming. It was common to sleep in shells within their tribe, and He-Bayan did not want her sleeping directly on the wooden raft. It would be too uncomfortable. Before leaving, Dian gave 20 pearls as large as a fist kept in the shell to Shashwan. These pearls had been stored at the lowest compartment of the shell and covered in a layer of fish skin so they were not seen when the shell was opened. These pearls were specifically chosen for their healing properties towards common ailments. They had previously hoped these pearls would soothe her symptoms, but sadly it did not work. Dian was already recovered, so she no longer needed these pearls. That was why all 20 pearls carefully chosen by their shaman were given as a thank you gift to Shashwan. Each pearl was a different color, iridescent and colorful. They were beautiful, but Shashwan had no use for them, so he gave them to Guizi. Girls would like pretty things like that, he thought. On this day, Shashwan went up the mountain in search of Guizi with his second updated map in hand. She was busy in the medicine pantry with a shell bowl on the table. There was some white powder in the bowl, but Shashwan could distinguish the larger pieces. When he stepped into the house, he saw her place a black pearl into a stone mortar on the ground. This mortar was made of a rare hard stone that was used by generations of shamans to grind medicine since it did not affect the herb's properties. Guizi put the iridescent black pearl inside. The pearl was crushed with a bright crunch, so only powder remained. Shashwan was speechless. She even cried excitedly when she saw him. These pearls are much better medicine than the shells. That's great. Shashwan put the map in his hand on the table filled with animal scrolls. She was going to sort the scrolls later. Since she was busy concocting medicine, he did not stay for long. He saw Duo King outside, who had just returned from hunting and preparing to head to the trading point. I heard the Longboat tribe is preparing to go out to sea again. No, the information I received from Zhengluo was from a few days ago. I think they might have left already, said Duo Kang. They plan to pioneer a marine trade route. Shashwan looked far away in the direction of the Longboat tribe leaving for the sea. Tribes became less restricted in movement since the merging of fire seeds, their previously suppressed curiosity now allowed to be free. After their last voyage, the Longboat tribe had fully embraced their ambitions, so Shashwan was not surprised. The Longboats had already started to study the other side's language and writing on the last voyage. Not just the Longboat tribe, other major tribes had started to leak across to the other side too. The desert war has escalated, you say? Even better that they're fighting. It's good news for us. They won't notice us if they're busy fighting. Plus we're not going to pass through them anyway. This time, the Longboat tribe left with jade stones and silk from the Ming and Eight Limbs tribe. Their destination was not the forest but anywhere with more people, like a city. The Ming tribe's jade stones were of good quality and beneficial to human health. The slave masters would definitely like those. The spider silk clothes from Eight Limbs tribe were also very rare, and the slave masters loved rare things. Rare things were a status symbol there. The Longboat, Mang, Eight Limbs tribes and the rest all hoped to receive more metal wares in return. The core seeds were only found on the other side but not here. The metal wares were not in sufficient supply here, so they needed to trade for more. Speaking of metal wares, Shashwan did not head to the trading point with Duo Kang, instead arriving at a mountain far from the residential area. There were few animals here. They all avoided this spot on purpose. There were people keeping guard on the mountain more than the guards around the 1,000-grain gold. Traps were set within the surrounding forest. When they recognized Shashwan, their suspicious glances faded. Is everything going smoothly? Asked Shashwan. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened. 30 days ago, A batch of rocks was taken out by people from the forging place, but stones were replenished on the next day. "No one entered the place this past 30 days, explained the guard. "There was a man-made cave on the mountain with a core seed inside. The ore used to forge metal wares were transported out from this place, but not often. Only one trip was made every 30 to 50 days. Transporting ore out of the cave and then replenishing the cave with new rock." Shashwan came over because he remembered the crystals he placed inside. They had received a lot of crystals from the Zit tribe, so he instructed his tribesmen to carry them inside. The crystals seemed to turn to ore a lot slower than regular rock, so Shashwan had not instructed anyone to bring them back out yet. Based on his estimation, they should be ready now. Chapter 728. Crystal Heart. After the Flaming Horns moved here, they held discussions and determined that this cave was the best place to store the core seed. This place was not too close to the residential area to affect quality of life, but not too far away to trouble the guards and transporters. The core seed affected both biotic and abiotic substances, especially people with weaker bodies like anyone without awakened totems. Even stronger warriors must keep a certain distance away. The guards consumed herbs that strengthened their immune system every day, but still could not completely withstand its effects at close proximity. That was why the guards were all stationed a distance from the cave. The space between them and the cave was laced with many traps. Only people familiar with this area could cross safely. When Shashwan arrived at the entrance, he did not ask the guards to follow him inside. They did not want to either, unless absolutely necessary, because even standing at the entrance gave them an eerie, chilly feeling that made their bodies scream in alarm. This was intensely uncomfortable for sensitive flaming horn hunters, so if it wasn't for the fact that the core seed was an important source of material to make weapons, they would have stayed far away. The guard passed Shashwan wormskin clothing. Once he had put it on, he pushed the boulder at the entrance aside, walked in, then closed the entrance again. Light was instantly cut off while a faint breeze blew faintly through hidden ventilation gaps. He took out a water moon stone, instantly brightening the cave. It was brighter than usual. Shashwan learned at the desert that this was an effect the core seed had on the stone. There was the smell of death in this place, as if warning every life form to stay away. This was why most animals stayed far away. Opening up this cave required a lot of labor. The tunnel had to be wide and tall enough for them to transport rocks. Other tribes might need vehicles and way more people, but to the Flaming Horns, if the rocks weren't too large, they often carried one rock each. One tunnel led to the place where they stored the rocks. It was a round, empty space inside, dug by the Flaming Horns. Carefully chosen pieces of rock were all arranged neatly in rings circling the core seed at the center. The better its quality, the quicker the rock transformed, the better the final product after forging. Flaming Horns were already great at evaluating rock quality anyway. Even without metals and the core seed, they still had to choose rocks to be made into weapons and tools. Now, this skill was put to use to be transported here and then making better weapons. Humans must make progress like this to survive in this competitive world. After all, there were walkways between the rings for convenience. People would come to check on them periodically, inspecting them to see if they were ready to be moved to the forging room. With Shashwan's special vision, he could inspect these rocks without the help of the water moon stone. In the past, the quality of the rocks would show as different brightness within his special vision. However, the rocks here had already changed, so there were various patches on its surface. Only these special patches were the metal material they would extract to make green bronze products. Other ores could be present, perhaps even valuable, but the Flaming Horns did not need them. Perhaps the Flaming Horns would turn their attention to these other ores if their technology advanced enough in the future. Shashwan immediately walked over to the spot where the crystals were placed. They had sectioned off a part of the place to store the crystals given by the Zit tribe. This section stood out greatly against the rest of the stones. This was a sudden idea Shashwan had anyway. Initially, Zhengguo wanted to keep these with the rest of their crystals to be traded with the slave masters on the other side of the ocean later. Those people liked rare, beautiful rocks anyway. Shashwan was the one who requested for some of the larger pieces to be moved here while the smaller pieces kept as Zhengluo and Duo King said for trade or sanded into lenses. The lenses he made were given to Guizi for studying her herbs, a few made into telescopes for expeditions and watch posts. The bright parts of the crystals in his special vision had transformed. While they looked the same from the outside, they had changed on the inside. The core had become as bright as the moon within his special field of vision, much brighter than the other stones that were now as faint as stars. This was also why no one objected when he requested for more crystals subsequently given by the Zitribe at trades. The crystals had undergone extraordinary changes in the presence of the core seed. Not every type of rock was suitable to be placed here. For example, jade stones changed too slowly to be practical. A piece of jade changed very little even after several years, and the better the jade, the slower it changed, so they were no longer used. Shashwan had also picked crystals traded with other people to be placed here. Most of them looked similar to the Zitribe's crystals, but after some time, they realized only the Zitribe's crystals changed this much, this fast. Perhaps the Zitribe's crystals were not as ordinary as Shashwan thought. They must have their own quirks for the Zitribe to value them so much. It was common for stones to look similar but have drastically different qualities. Even Shashwan might not be able to detect differences with his special vision. Plus, characteristics concerning the core seed required time to show. Since rocks suitable to be put in the core seed's cave were hard to come by, the tribe did not object to Shashwan's decision. Compared to trading the crystals with slave masters, they would rather make something useful for themselves. The Flaming Horns had received even larger crystal boulders from the Zitribe, but since they still were not sure if these changed crystals were truly useful, they had not brought everything over. They would rather use the space to put more rocks for the moment, in case the changed crystals turned out to be useless. However, if they find that the object inside the crystal was valuable, more valuable than all these rocks, they will soon bring their entire crystal store here. Shashwan turned off his special vision and studied the crystals with the glow of the water moonstone. The Zitribe had mostly brought over colorless crystals, but there was now obviously something at the core. The center of these transparent colorless crystals was now filled with colorful patches, some yellow, red, gray, brown, etc. These irregular shapes filled the inside of the crystal, obscuring the object at the center from view. The heart of the crystal was initially tiny, but it grew with time. Shashwan had come because he speculated that it should have grown more by now. He wanted the object at the center and not the colorful patches of crystal surrounding the heart. This heart was the bright spot shown in his special vision. In his experience, the brighter the object in his field of special vision, the more valuable it would be. Since he was not sure what it was, he chose the smallest crystal slab. After picking it up, his arm sank with the unexpected weight. It's heavy, a lot heavier than before. It was not a small difference but a drastic mass change. Heavy enough to be noticed. Anyone transporting materials would never touch these crystals without Shashwan's permission, despite their curiosity, only reporting what they saw to him. This was why no one noticed how heavy they had become. Shashwan was more curious about them than ever. Putting the crystal slab in an animal skin sack, he left the cave, handed his wormskin clothing to the guard and brought this crystal to the forging room at the tribe. There were people busy forging weapons in the room. Everyone hoped that there would be a green bronze for each Flaming Horn warrior, but unfortunately they had limited blood since they wanted to ensure the health of their green face-fanged beasts. They didn't know if there was an eighth beast in the wild. After the mass destruction during the disaster, no one knew how the extent of wild animal deaths, nor did they know if this species lived on this side of the forest. Everyone knew that this matter required patience. During their free time, the people in the forging room would discuss new discoveries and experiences. The Flaming Horns had always been slower to progress in terms of forging technology, so they had to work on improving themselves. They would be too ashamed to talk to other tribes otherwise, or even worse, replaced by other tribes. Grand Elder, why are you here? A person chatting quickly came up to greet Shashwan. I brought something for you all. Shashwan took the crystal out of his sack, Chapter 729, Flying Stone. What's this? Everyone in the forging room crowded around immediately. Based on their experience, Shashwan would not show them an ordinary rock. This is from that place, isn't it? An older man pointed at the cave with the core seed. Everyone understood immediately. I heard there were changes, but I didn't know it changed this much. They rubbed their palms. They were not afraid of change, just very curious about all kinds of peculiar phenomena. Hold it first. Shashwan gave the slab of crystal to the older man. It's heavy. The man's expression changed, his brows knitted with thought. Impatient, everyone quickly passed the crystal around before he could react. It is heavy. Grand Elder, why is it so heavy? Regular rocks would change too, but never this much. This crystal is indeed very strange, commented another. Everyone in the room made similar comments, though the older man turned to Shashwan to ask, Grand Elder, what do you think? Crack it open, let's look at its core. Shashwan was very direct. Understood. Everyone perked up and brought over the required tools. Ever since they made green bronze, even their tools had been modernized. The outer layer of almost transparent crystal was neither thick nor too hard, so it was quickly hacked off using their bronze tools. What's this? They studied the crystal core curiously. The heart of the crystal still had colorful pieces of crystal stuck to it, which were the patches Shashwan previously saw, and much harder than the transparent layer. These colorful pieces are pretty. Let's knock those off and store them. Many of them came from the other side of the ocean and were aware that these were valuable. After hacking these pieces off carefully from the crystal heart, they were kept in a box. After another half hour, the crystal heart, about half an arm long and 1 palm wide, remained. Most of the outer layers had been hacked off and most of the heart was already exposed. It's black? Shashwan wondered what this black substance with a metallic shine was. Grand Elder, there's still a lot of crystal stuck to it that we can't knock off. Do you think we should just melt it? Usually, or would be melted to remove impurities so the metal remained. Alright, do that. This chunk was meant to be experimented on anyway. They could do whatever they wanted. Someone came looking for Shashwan, so he left first. He had sent a messenger who heard from another person that Shashwan was here. Since it was not urgent, he told Shashwan to only go up the mountain when he was done. By the time Shashwan returned to the forging room, they had already placed the black crystal heart in the cauldron. He looked around and asked, is this the set of tools you usually use? This set was used to melt ore during weapon making. Now they were melting an unknown substance. Everyone suddenly realized it after his question. They had put the crystal heart into the cauldron out of habit but had not thought about the consequences of putting an unknown substance inside. It should be fine, right? The thought came right before Shashwan yelled, move away. Shashwan had felt a chill before he yelled for them to move. There was no time to save the crystal heart in the cauldron. An explosion ensued, the roof torn off by the shockwaves and all the tools in the room blasted into a mess. Stone chips and dust flew. Alarmed, everyone guarding outside the room quickly ran over after the explosion. They did not know what had happened, but everyone inside was in charge of making weapons and important to the tribe. Plus the Grand Elder was inside too. Occasionally, little accidents would happen in the forging room as they continued to improve their forging techniques, plus the blacksmiths would experiment every now and then. However, the roof had just fallen in. This was no small accident, and they saw something flying out of the room. Regardless, they rushed into the forging room to check on everyone inside. Grand Elder, are you alright? Someone yelled from outside. I'm fine. Shashwan pushed a few bricks off himself and got up to pat the dust off himself. Then, he helped drag the rest of the blacksmiths from the ruins. Thank goodness for his warning, and him pulling a few nearby away from the cauldron, or it could have been disastrous. The lucky ones were only scratched, but the flying tools had hit a few people, resulting in broken bones and bruises. Shashwan scanned the room to find that none were fatal though. People with severe injuries were carried away on stretchers for Guizi to check for internal injuries. People in other parts of the tribes also heard the commotion and whistled to ask for more information. The people in charge of the area looked at Shashwan, who waved, implying not to spread the news. Understanding his implication, the guards whistled back. The rest of the tribe relaxed after receiving the reply and went on with their work. After the injured were carried away, he looked at the destroyed forging room and dug through the ruins. Unable to find the crystal core, he asked around, "When you heard the explosion, did you see anything else?" "Something black, this big." Shashwan gestured. They all shook their heads because they were focused on the people inside. A warrior said with a small voice, "I think I saw something flying out of the room." "Flying?" asked Shashwan. "Yes, it flew out through the roof. I don't know where it went though. It was fast and I thought I'd made a mistake." Shashwan knew it could be the black crystal heart, but they might not be able to find it easily. "Tell me if you see it anywhere." Shashwan then left to brief other patrol teams and guards to remain alert of anything suspicious falling from the sky. Shashwan looked over and saw the pterosaur crouched on a branch, looking worriedly at a point in the sky. Following its gaze, Shashwan saw something flying in the sky. It was tiny and hard to be seen even with light. "That's..." Shashwan headed towards the object. It was falling quickly from the sky too. Activating his special vision, it looked like a bright star. "That's it." Shashwan blew his wooden whistle. The object was projected to fall not in the tribe but opposite the river, likely the trading point. After blowing the whistle, he ran across the stone bridge, hoping the flaming horns in the trading point were prepared so it would not be taken by someone else first. Shashwan's whistle message was passed by the guards at the bridge. Due to the commotion at the trading point, they might not hear Shashwan's whistle but will understand from these guards' whistles. After hearing the whistle, Duo King and Shengluo came out to look up at the sky. The whistle could contain limited information after all. Shashwan merely told them to watch the sky. At this point, the object had fallen a lot, so people on the ground also saw the fiery light falling from the sky. "What's that?" gasped someone in the trading point. "Is that fire? Can fire do that? Must be something good. The flaming horns are rushing over." Duo King had personally led a few people towards where the object would land. This reaction was picked up by the crowd. While outsiders could not understand the whistles, some still looked up, and soon, the news spread like wildfire, so more and more people looked up. Curious onlookers followed them, but only to watch. This was after all flaming horn territory and they might not be able to beat the flaming horns to it. "Ye see?" Wu He and many others started to privately speculate. A falling ball of fire sparked imaginations, especially Wu He, who forgot about his injuries and disappeared in a flash to steal the object. Something falling from the sky must be valuable. The fireball approached the ground like a meteor, finally crashing in a spot near the trading point with a deafening boom. The bustling trading point fell silent immediately. What happened? The thing in the sky fell? That's scary. Absolutely terrifying. I wonder what it is. Why do strange things always happen with the flaming horns around? Many did not have the guts leave the trading point to check, instead huddling together in discussion. Some wanted to take the opportunity to steal the object but arrived to see that flaming horns had already surrounded it. Sensing their murderous auras and realizing that a few thieves had already been killed, these people woke from their impulsive intentions upon smelling blood and stayed away. Wu He and the rest in the air saw the crash site. The flaming horns had surrounded a crater with hot smoke billowing out of it. Such a pity. Why must it land in flaming horn territory? If this were somewhere else, Wu He and the rest would have taken it, but after experiencing the wrath of the flaming horns, they did not have the guts to act recklessly here. Chapter 730. That would be the best. When Shashwan arrived, many people were already there. The ones who did not leave the trading point stood on building roofs, craning their necks for a look, occasionally looking down, probably to give their friends a live update. After all, an object falling from the sky was a mysterious phenomenon that sparked imaginations. "Grand Elder is here!" yelled the flaming horns. Wu He and the rest hesitated to snatch the object only because they saw Shashwan approaching, finally making the decision to stay put after thinking about their past experience. When Shashwan arrived, he even looked up at Wu He, sending chills down their spines. Cha-Cha was off having fun in the forest, so there were currently no threats in the sky. Without Shashwan, They could have pushed it, but they still remember how Shashwan hit them. They all simultaneously flew higher to put a distance between themselves and him, even backing away from the crater. The guards who surrounded the crater tightly opened up to allow Shashwan in. He saw a couple of Tay tribesmen too, the ones who stayed at the trading point and were familiar with the area. They had come over to help block onlookers during the emergency. While they couldn't see the object either and were very curious, it was best to help their old friends at a moment like this. The soil where the crystal landed was compacted. A crater had formed after the flying soil and pebbles settled. Surrounding grass had turned a charred black as if there was a fire, covered with a layer of soil. Shashwan, what was that? Duo King studied the crater. It fell from the sky. It's obviously something valuable, said Shashwan. While he did not speak loudly, most with better hearing heard him because he did not lower his voice on purpose. Many outsiders strained their ears to hear his answer to Duo King's questions, while Shashwan's answer made them fall deep in thought. Shashwan scanned the area without a word. He hadn't brought any tools over since he was in a hurry, so he borrowed a dagger. The soil was not soft, so the crystal core hadn't been buried too deep. He soon dug it out. Perhaps due to the explosion and impact, its shape was different from when they first mined it out from the crystal slab. It was not as long and now more irregularly shaped. Other than its shape, it looked different too. The messy bits of crystals stuck to its surface were gone. A clear pattern on its black surface could now be seen, reflecting a metallic sheen. Since it wasn't large, once it cooled, Shashwan requested for a leather bag and placed this strange crystal core inside. Instead of bringing it back to the Flaming Horn headquarters, Shashwan walked to the Flaming River Castle within the trading area under the watchful eyes of the crowd. There was no point in hiding with so many witnesses here. Sneaking around would only attract more attention. Once he entered the castle, outsiders could no longer watch him. They erupted into conversation since they were not allowed inside. I think it must be something very rare. Didn't you see the Flaming Horn's Grand Elder personally coming to collect it? The older residents of the trading point all felt they were familiar enough with the place to make accurate guesses. Nonsense. Anything that falls from the sky is rare. It's too bad I've never seen anything fall from the sky in my life other than bird poop. Many traders sighed at their apparent misfortune. They lamented the fact that despite being well-traveled, they had never seen such treasure before. All they'd ever encountered were troubles. Why are the Flaming Horns so lucky? Unless they moved here because they knew this would be a good place to be? I'm not interested in anything other than what something from the sky looks like and what it can be used for. I don't know about that. We'll have to listen for more information. Someone saw it, I think. It's apparently a piece of rock. There were all kinds of speculation in the trading point, some willing to trade with the Flaming Horns for the thing that fell from the sky, offering higher prices, but it was a pity the Flaming Horns did not lack anything. What about robbing them? There were too many guards and they were on Flaming Horn turf. More and more tribes had recently started to side with Flaming Horn too, looking for opportunities to display their loyalty towards the Flaming Horns. If anyone decided to make a move, these people would heroically volunteer themselves even before the Flaming Horns react. There was a new tribe called Tay tribe that recently moved here too, who made it much more difficult for thieves. Ye see, what do you think? Asked Wu He when he returned sulkily. Although Yi Si had no divination abilities, his guesses seemed quite accurate. If Wu He had listened to him the last time, he would not have suffered this much. I only know of two things that came from the sky. The fire seed, which is according to the legends and of questionable truth. The other is the core seed, but those are controlled by the King City folk. Wu He continued. But the thing that the Flaming Horns took isn't a core seed or fire seed. That's strange indeed. Yi Si was still deep in thought. He only made accurate predictions about things he was familiar with. Since he had not encountered anything from the sky, his only solid confirmations were what Wu He said. It was not a fire seed or core seed. That's enough of thinking. I have a lot of bookkeeping to do. Since there were many people bad at math in the trading point, Yi Si found a way of making a living here, given these people were faced with the problems that came with their expanding businesses. However, He did not think the stone from the sky was as mysterious as people thought. Seeing that Yi Si wasn't talking, Wu He left to gossip with another person. Within the Flaming River Castle, Duo King and Sheng Luo surrounded the black rock, fussing over it. This was the first time they saw something like that. Was it some treasure? Duo King picked it up, studying it. It's heavy. Duo King was surprised at its weight. While he could still pick it up, a rock of this size could not be heavy enough to exceed his limit. It was relatively heavy. Tossing it around, he commented, "Anything from the sky is definitely different. What can this be used for?" Zheng Luo looked at Szechuan. "I want to see if it can be made into tools and what characteristics they have," he said. "With this much?" Zheng Luo agreed, but this was a small chunk. Was this enough? He knew that the process of forging tools was not simple either. They would have to experiment to find the best conditions. Experimentation meant they needed much more. What could they do with this bit? Who said this is the only piece? Laughed Szechuan. Duo King's eyes brightened. "You mean more stones fell from the sky today? You really think this is a divine rock from the sky?" Szechuan then explained what the crystal core was and told them about the forging incident. After a moment of stunned silence, Zheng Luo and Duo King laughed heartily. So that's what it was. If Szechuan had not explained, they would have thought it came from the sky. The tribesmen always revered anything from the sky, so this was the truth. The people outside would never expect that the rock from the sky was actually a misunderstanding. However, they did not plan to explain themselves. Zheng Luo had the same thought as Szechuan, which was to let them think the flaming horns had a rock from outer space. It would aptly cover its true origin. They did not want people knowing about their core seed anyway. That would be the best. The forging process would still have to begin eventually. When the crowd saw Szechuan carrying the rock into the castle and exiting empty-handed, they knew it was left inside. 2 days later, everyone who passed the Flaming River Castle heard ding-ding-dang-dang sounds from inside. Those were not sounds made by hitting a rock. Metal was no longer a rare material here now. Any well-traveled person would know of it. Curious ones leaned closer to listen. Were the flaming horns making weapons out of the rock from the sky? Those who felt like they knew the flaming horns well started to spread their speculations. In reality, that was just a distraction. The true heart of the matter was still in the forging room at Flaming Horn headquarters. The forging room had been rebuilt after the explosion and more crystal hearts hacked from changed crystals. They all operated carefully now after the explosive accident. Chapter 731 New Metalwares. There were no new green bronze tools in the newly built forging room, just regular bronze wares. Since the previous incident, Szechuan and the rest of the blacksmiths investigated the reason for the explosion to find that the crystal heart had such a huge reaction due to the new green bronze. Both materials did not react under regular conditions, but tools that contained the green-faced fanged beast blood would cause a huge explosion. The key ingredient was the blood in the green bronze, and since these tools were scattered everywhere in the room, the reaction made sense. Since they could not add beast blood into the weapon when forged using crystal core, the flaming horns were worried that the final product would not be as good. To them, green-faced fanged beast blood was essential. Szechuan did not think so. Perhaps it would not be as good, but the difference would not be huge. The discovery of a new material was always exciting news. Although it was disappointing that they could not add the blood in, they were still eager to see the new material. Most of the workers who were not severely injured from the accident recovered in a few days. Being totemic warriors, they had fast regenerative abilities and could return to the forging room to study the crystal core with Szechuan, making tools out of it. They tried manipulating the size of the fire, changed different types of charcoal etc. during their experiments. Although it was troublesome, everyone grew more curious about this material. The crystal core even glowed extraordinarily brightly during the forging process, something they had never encountered before. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of forging tools could constantly be heard. These were the only sounds heard outside the forging room. While the guards were not sure what went on inside, they knew that this new thing was quite different. The clangs from the hammering differed from the usual and lasted longer. Every time the material was hammered, the clangs echoed in the medium-sized room, sparks flying in all directions like fireworks in the night sky. Hot air burned their lungs with every breath, but the blacksmiths were already used to conditions like these. Even bystanders would find their clothes drenched in sweat, let alone the blacksmith. At the moment, the person hammering was Shashwan. The crystal core piece was so red it might burst into flames in a second. It changed with every hammer, now much smaller than when they first began. The hammer was also made from the crystal core, now used to hammer this glowing red material. Metal tongs held the crystal core to prevent it from flying off during the hammering. It would definitely cook anything it landed on. Everyone watched with twitching faces as the hammer fell, sparks flying incessantly as if the piece would shatter and explode again. Their hearts shuddered with every clang from the metal. Hammering was a delicate job. One had to consider the hammering strength, angle and position every time. It was not just blind hitting. Shashwan stared at it. How long had he been hammering? Every day felt like 100 years to him. He had hammered this piece countless times. While it did not look like much, it did feel sharp. That was just a feeling, but to these experienced blacksmiths, they had an instinct like old hunters in a forest. Hammering, melting, grinding. 30 days later, the sounds within the forging room stopped. Shashwan's tightly wound nerves finally relaxed, fatigue flooding over him and threatened to make him collapse in exhaustion. Ignoring everything on the ground, his knees gave out and he sat on the ground, panting heavily. He looked at the blade in his hand proudly. This thing was the result of many long days. Was it good enough? It was a knife about 4 fingers wide, a little narrower than their usual blades because Flaming Horns preferred broader and heavier weapons. This knife was heavy enough despite being narrower. Other tribesmen might find it inconvenient because it was heavy, but it was perfect for Flaming Horns. A larger version of this knife would be even better for hunting. After a moment of rest, Shashwan opened the door, knife in hand. Sunlight streamed into the room, a blinding ray reflecting off the blade. Everyone closed their eyes instinctively, getting goosebumps. The excitement they felt was like finally taking a cold shower on a hot day. Perhaps it would turn out to be a good knife after all. Shashwan took a deep breath. It was cooler outside, relaxing his messy thoughts and clearing his head. The blade could clearly be seen under natural lighting. It was a darker color with patterns resembling flowing water on its surface originating from the material instead of the forging process. Shashwan gestured for someone to toss him a rock as per the usual knife testing process. The flash of the moving blade was blinding under the hot sun. With a crisp sound, the rock split cleanly into 2. Awesome! Everyone in the forging room cheered. This was a new material they could use for making weapons. If they ever needed a replacement for green bronze, this was a viable option. Another one. Shashwan looked at the blade, which was unscratched and undented. The first rock was of medium grade, the first step for knife testing. The next rock was of medium top grade, also split cleanly in 2. The third rock was of top grade. Although the split was not as clean, the blade was considered almost as good as the new green bronze. Amazing! The following cheers were even louder. They initially treated this as just a mediocre replacement for green bronze, but it looked to be almost as good. While the forging time was long, that was only due to experiments. They would be much faster with experience. However, new green bronze was still their primary material for now. The blacksmiths huddled together in discussion while Shashwan studied the blade. It felt different from green bronze, purer, without any impurities mixed inside. Green bronze felt like it contained a hidden explosive potential, like people fighting in a house. This blade felt like a calm entity existing without conflict. Shashwan's mind raced, but his train of thought was interrupted. Grand Elder, can we take a look at it? The blacksmiths surrounded and looked at the blade in his hand eagerly. Since he was already interrupted, Shashwan handed them the blade. It's heavy. The person holding the blade looked surprised. They liked weapons with weight, and since it was smaller than a green bronze blade of the same weight, this was more agile in action. It all depended on the preference of the user. I want to see. Give it to me. Me first. I contributed more than you. Hey, look, You cut me." The person who received the blade from Shashwan got cut amidst the scuffle for it. Fresh blood on the blade flowed down to the tip. The person quickly wiped the blood away. "Be careful. You almost cut my arm off." "You were too slow. It's because you haven't been working these few days." These people used the blade to cut grass and chop wood instead of chopping rocks because they could not bear to risk damaging it. They did not notice Shashwan staring intently at the drop of blood on the ground, then at the blade they swung around, then at the drop of blood again. When everyone had had their fun, they gave it unwillingly back to Shashwan. It was his knife since he took on a majority of the forging process. He had the final say in who owned the knife. They planned to ask him a few questions, but Shashwan sliced his finger on the blade after receiving it, then dropped some blood on the knife. Before the blood drop rolled off, he smeared it up and down the knife with a thumb. Chapter 732 Burning Blood. Power rippled around Shashwan. While the blacksmiths could feel it, they did not understand what he intended to do. It was not totemic power either. Even though they were utterly confused, they did not look away. What was the Grand Elder doing with the knife? What was the blood for? As he brushed his thumb down the blade, it created a long stain. While the color was not dark, they grew even more confused. That's not supposed to happen. Based on the strength used to rub the blood in, it should not stain like this. For example, when the guy was cut by the knife during the previous scuffle, if he had used his finger instead of shirt to wipe the blood off, he should easily clean it without stains. It was as if the spot where Shashwan's thumb rubbed across was a sticky substance like cooked grain. That was not the blood they knew, but that was indeed blood. Strange. What followed was even more shocking. Shashwan slapped the end of the blood stain with his palm. Whoosh! Flames erupted from his palm, burning across the blood streak. "It's burning, burning." Everyone had their jaws on the floor. The fire was burning without wood or charcoal. "No, that's no normal fire." The blacksmiths were sensitive to fire. Even totemic warriors could easily distinguish the types of fire, let alone them. This fire was different from the fire seed. It seemed to have its own aura and power. "But how did Grand Elder burn a knife?" "I see," muttered Shashwan as he looked at the knife. He had an idea when he saw the Gu tribe fighting the fearsome beasts while they were downstream. They first trapped the beast with net and then set the net ablaze. After that, he even tried it and realized he seemed to be immersed in a different state of mind, like he instinctively knew what to do next. The thread tied around the beast also burned the same way then, but Shashwan could never replicate it again after the incident. It was because he was not familiar with the technique and it was a different environment. The Gu tribe's fire seed had created a special battlefield that allowed the tribesmen to easily set things on fire through different overlaying forces. Replicating this action outside of this energy field would be difficult. Secondly, also the most important reason was that he had been experimenting on new green bronze weapons. When he tried setting them ablaze, he kept feeling as if his power would not focus and there were many entities repelling his energy. He then realized there was a difference between this knife and the other green bronze weapons. Even the sword made by Gongjia Heng was made of various materials, therefore it was less pure than this knife. Only this knife was pure enough. Perhaps there would be a day Shashwan would master this ability well enough to set them ablaze, but up till now, other than white silk, this was the first object he set ablaze. Understanding the reason, he started to laugh. He retracted the energy from the flames, who died along the blood streak until the knife returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. The smear had lightened greatly. Shashwan touched the blade, then chopped a few pieces of wood, finally relaxing when he found that it had not changed in quality. It could also be due to the small quantity of blood, short burning time, or sturdiness of the knife itself. Basically, he could not see any obvious changes for now. The net at Gu tribe had turned to ash after burning, so Shashwan had many reasons to worry. He must be careful with every experiment in case it affected the knife. Satisfied, Shashwan left the room, leaving everyone inside in a daze. Now that the knife proved that crystal core could produce weapons as good as green bronze, everyone rejoiced despite Shashwan's puzzling behavior. Shashwan brought an animal skin scroll over to the trading point, looking for Yi Si. Since they rarely met, Yi Si was very surprised but temporarily shut his operations when he read Shashwan's scroll. "You wrote these?" Yi Si recognized the circles and symbols on the scroll being Yi mathematical formulae. Yi Si was the only person from his family on this side of the ocean. However, he already had his suspicions that Shashwan was good at mathematics, so he quickly calmed after the initial surprise. "You want me to solve these?" asked Yi Si. "Yep. As for compensation, just tell me." These were parts that Shashwan could not solve as they utilized ancient Yi family equations. That was why he needed Yi Si. "Compensation?" Yi Si thought for a moment. "I'll keep that in mind. I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll get back to you on that. If you want anything that is out of my abilities, I won't be able to pay you for this." "Don't worry, I know that. A strength of mine is the ability to read the room." Yi Si was not in the mood to talk. He had a lot of bookkeeping to do and had to drop his tasks for Shashwan. Yi Si fell into deep focus as he started his calculations, one hand holding a pen and the other hand's fingers tapping incessantly. Although this scroll was not long and looked much simpler than Yi Si's many-paged accounting tasks, these were complicated ancient formulae. It took him a half a day of non-stop calculations to solve it. When he was done, the sun was already setting. "Here you go." Yi Si wrote the answer on the animal skin scroll and tossed them to Shashwan. Rubbing his eyes, he said, "Remember the compensation you promised." "Don't worry, I keep my promises." Shashwan brought the scroll away. It was only the first step. There were many more for him to solve. Chapter 733. Do you want them? Within the Flaming River Castle, the hammering sounds meant as disguise had ceased. No one knew what the result of the hammering was. Flaming Horn did not bring anything out either. Everything slowly returned to normal, but occasionally, someone would bring up the rock from the sky. Some speculated that the Flaming Horns fashioned an incredible weapon out of it but must hide it from thieves, while others thought the Flaming Horns must have gotten nothing out of it, maybe even ruining the rock in the process. They were just keeping quiet out of embarrassment. No matter what people said, Flaming Horn maintained their silence. Some Flaming Horn warriors were also curious, but none of their leaders seemed to want to talk. If they asked, the leaders would just stare at them with an odd expression until they stopped asking. At this moment, Zheng Luo, who was in charge of the trading point, was in the Flaming River Castle with Duo King, who had just delivered a batch of fearsome beast meat. Both of them were studying the newly made knife. Zheng Luo even tested it on a bronze container. When the knife split the container in half, Zheng Luo gasped in surprise. This was a new material that could substitute bronze. "What is this called?" Shashwan said the previous one was called bronze. "What about this?" asked Duo King. Zheng Luo shook his head. "I don't know." To think of it, has Shashwan locked himself in the secret chamber again? He seems to be thinking about something. Meanwhile, within the underground secret room beneath Flaming River Castle, Shashwan stared at the results of his calculations and circled one of the symbols. It was also once marked on the Yi family ring formulae diagram. Heaving a long sigh, he rolled up the scrolls on the table, then tied up all the other cloths he had used for rough calculation work. Those would be burned later. All he needed was the final result. Although he had obtained his conclusion, it was built on several hypotheses. If those were true, then the crystal core from the center of the crystals were mainly composed of iron. Although Shashwan had already recognized it as a type of alloy, he had not been able to confirm it. Now he could. Iron wares. Shashwan sat by the stone table, tapping with his fingers, deep in thought. Iron forging technology was limited here, or bronze would not be so popular here. Even the popularly talented Gongjia family worked on copper. From this, it could be understood that melting iron was not easy. Shashwan could not do much either because he was no expert on iron. Plus there were many special conditions in this world, for example the existence of a core seed. The Flaming Horns were not very talented in this field either. They were late in utilizing metal, not very mentally flexible, shaky foundations in forging. There were too many factors against him. Training new talent required time. Shashwan was still thinking when Duo King came looking for him. "What's the matter?" asked Shashwan, pushing the stone door open. "Someone's looking for you." Duo King looked solemn. Who is it? Someone from Chang'e. Chang'e? Again? Haven't Wu He and the rest been released already, according to the agreement? And they were much more well behaved now too, so the Flaming Horns did not capture them again. No matter what, this was odd. The fact that they specifically named Szechuan was even stranger. When Szechuan entered the room, he saw a person radiating intense anger. He did not look very muscular, even slightly thin, but his gaze was as sharp as a blade. It felt like a blade swinging past when he turned to look at Szechuan. There was no murderous intent, but this person might as well have the word impatient written across his face. He must be in a very bad mood to behave like this here. After a short pause from catching the person's gaze, Szechuan dragged a chair over and took a seat. I didn't expect the chief of Chang'e to be here again. This was Chief Su Li of the Chang'e people. Wu He had told Szechuan their chief's name a while ago. Su Li had visited the Flaming Horns the last time to negotiate the release of his people, but Szechuan did not expect him to be here again. If he was here to rob the Flaming Horns, he would never act in such a high-profile manner, even asking for Szechuan personally. When he heard Szechuan, Su Li exhaled hard from his nostrils. HMMPH, you think I want to be here? Since they had previously met, Su Li did not confirm Szechuan's statement on his identity. He fished inside his clothing and brought out a cylindrical copper tube, tossing it at Szechuan. It's for you. Duo King and Xingluo wanted to warn him. Chang'e people were not trustworthy and this could be a trick. Seeing both their reactions, Su Li snickered but did not speak. Szechuan caught the container and looked at it. To his surprise, there was a cloud pattern at the mouth. Looks like you do know who this belongs to. Su Li got up. Well, I have brought the letter. I'm leaving. The Chang'e people were free, easygoing people. Since when had they become mail carriers? The Flaming Horns started it first. This must not carry on any longer. However, he had been unable to refute every person who had given him something to send, and it had been very frustrating. The last time was because of a few idiots, Wu He and a few others. This time was because he owed Gong Jiaheng a favor. Gong Jiaheng had once made him a good tool but did not need any monetary payment at the time of the transaction. All he wanted was a favor. Su Li couldn't believe he would need to deliver another letter. As the chief of the Chang'e people, although he had done his share of despicable matters, he was still a man of his word. That was why he brought Gong Jiaheng's letter over anyway. Seething with anger, Su Li was rude to everyone since he arrived and wanted to leave as soon as possible, afraid the Flaming Horns would ask him to send another letter he could not refuse. Before Szechuan spoke, the chief slipped out of the window like a gust of wind. Duo King leaned out to see a long-winged bird speeding away. What is that? Who asked him to send it over? Xingluo stepped forward to study the cylinder. Gong Jiaheng. Szechuan showed him the rolling cloud pattern. It was no random pattern. It was a code used by the Gongjia family and difficult to replicate. The Chang'e chief would never take so much effort to fake this pattern and deliver it over such a long distance. The cylinder was also very delicately made, fit as a product from the Gongjia family. Twisting the can open, he found a scroll inside. It was made of exquisite fabric similar to the ones used in the royal city. After reading its contents, Szechuan knew what he needed. Gong Jiaheng had briefly explained the power dynamics around King City. The situation was complicated around the desert because the Lord's second son, Jifeng, was planning to usurp the throne and was currently exterminating potential threats. While Gong Jiaheng did not go into detail, what he meant was that he wanted to help some people that Jifeng targeted. Since Gong Jiaheng had helped Jifeng before, Jifeng promised to release these people into exile. However, with the current chaos of war, Gong Jiaheng was worried that these people would face danger in exile, so he wanted them to cross the ocean and start a new life over here with their forging skills. In short, these people are blacksmiths, not politicians. Scheming isn't one of their strengths. However, all these rare talents are getting kicked out because of politics in King City and might die. Do you want them? Nonsense. Of course we do. We want them. Szechuan coincidentally required experts on iron, and if Gong Jiaheng personally used his name to protect these people, They must be very talented too. Gong Jiaheng was never close with family, but he appreciated talent, so if he protected them, they wouldn't be too skimeful either. Gong Jiaheng mentioned that these people were passing through the desert, avoiding battlefields, but it was unknown if they would pass through unscathed. If Shashwan intended to take them in, he hoped the flaming horns would meet them there. There was an oval copper ball inside the cylinder half the size of a fist. He opened the ball and found a flying insect curled up inside. It looked like a bee but different, having longer wings that were flexible enough to wrap around its body while it was curled up. Gong Jiaheng explained that this insect had a keen sense of smell similar to the silknose because they were trained for tracking people. When resources were scarce, they would enter a hibernating state until conditions were more favorable. However, they could only remain in this state for a year maximum, though this duration could differ depending on its body condition. Very soon, the hibernating insect started to move its limbs and Shashwan hurriedly closed the ball again. They weren't ready yet, he mustn't let it out. They were too far from the desert too. It would be useless here. What if it goes missing? Shashwan did not know what it ate either. Gong Jiaheng probably forgot to mention that. He should only let it out in the desert. Shashwan, what do you think? To be honest, after reading the scroll, Zheng Luo was convinced too. They would not have a chance like this again if it wasn't for the current situation. However, they had heard about the dangers of the desert. Was it worth the trip? Shashwan put the scroll and ball back into the tube and capped it. We're going. Of course, the flaming horns lack blacksmiths. It'll be difficult for us to rely just on ourselves, especially when we have just discovered a new metal. We still need professionals for this. It will be more efficient. I was planning to go to the desert anyway. His decision wasn't because of Gong Jiaheng's letter or the legendary desert monsters. He had felt something with Sapphire the beetle. Chapter 734. Return to the desert. Shashwan had already decided to return to the desert, but the tribe would never let him go alone, especially when they were going to meet the Gongjia people. They might not care this much about other people, but these were Gongjia family members. The flaming horns from the other side of the ocean reacted as if they heard a mountain of treasure was coming, their eyes shining bright as they clung onto this opportunity. The tribe needed these experts to help with the new metal they discovered. After tasting the glory of green bronze, the flaming horns placed more importance on good tools and weapons. According to Gong Jiaheng's letter, there would be about 10 people coming over. Maybe only 1 or 2 were the most important while the rest were just disciples, but the flaming horns did not mind. They were still Gongjia disciples, likely more experienced than the actual blacksmiths in the flaming horn tribe. Gui He, Ao and the rest all had the same response. We'll take them. All of them. As for whether they were trustworthy, bring them here first. We'll deal with them if they prove to be unworthy of our trust. They could not bring too many people to the desert as they would be an obvious target. Good hiding spots were hard to come by in the desert. They were there to greet some people and not participate in the war, so they must keep the party small. In the end, Shashwan decided to bring 100 people over. These people were handpicked for the expedition, and while Duo King and Ta both wanted to go, according to tradition, one of the hunt leaders must stay with the tribe. Previously, Duo King got to follow Shashwan across the ocean because they were going to meet the Tay tribe and Ta did not know them. That was why Ta made no comment. However, this time, no one knew the Gongjia people, so Ta had the right to raise his interest. In the end, Duo King remained behind while Ta went to the desert. This was no easy expedition either. First, there were the rumored monsters in the desert. While Rock Hill City mainly targeted the coast, no one knew if they were also eyeing the desert. Second, Shashwan knew there were still unknown threats other than Rock Hill City. Why? If Gongjia could get Su Li to send a letter, why didn't he ask Su Li to bring the entire troop over instead? The Chingal people had their long-winged birds suited for long-distance travel, and they probably knew of safe flight routes. The Qing people could help solve many problems, yet Gong Jiaheng did not do this, or perhaps Gong Jiaheng had such intentions but was refused by the Qing people. Shashuan guessed that this might be the case based on the way the letter was written. The Qing people were not willing to bring this group over because they wanted to avoid trouble. Other groups might be targeting these Gong Jia people too. If the Flaming Horns were so willing to take them in, who's to say there were no others with similar intentions? Furthermore, the people on the other side of the ocean knew of the Gongjia talents better than him. Maybe there were also people sent to kill them. Although the new lord had promised to release them into exile, there was no guarantee he did not order secret assassinations. Was there? A messenger would not be targeted, but someone smuggling an entire group of people would be a huge target. The Qing people did not want such trouble. The Flaming Horns set off from the tribe to the desert, the stench of death intensifying as they approached. While the desert used to be known as Dead Land, there would still be signs of human activity around the fringes, for example small tribes like the Rain tribe. However, the Rain tribe had moved and likely the other tribes too, maybe even disappeared. Before they entered the desert, they could already feel how empty the place was. The climate here is still harsh as ever, said Chio. Years ago when Shashuan, Chio and Lei first came here, they also experienced sandstorms while resting at the Rain tribe. The climate seemed harsher today. If this continues, the desertification will worsen. The desert might expand. Shashuan pointed at the ground at his feet. This didn't used to look like that. Although it wasn't a forest, at least we would see some grass. Now there's only sand and pebbles. The place where the Rain tribe used to be is now just sand. Lei remembered what the place used to look like. The Rain tribe made the right decision to move. After they left, the weather became drier. Without the Rain tribe, rainfall decreased drastically. After the natural disaster, most of the desert had disappeared. If this continued, while the desert would not be able to return to its original state even in 1,000 years, it would still be a lot larger than the current size. Shashuan allowed 50 people to stay outside while he led the remaining 50 into the desert. They had 4 rain stones with them. Although the Rain tribe no longer needed the stones to collect water, they would never trade these out because they were symbolic. These stones were much harder to come by after the migration, so they became much more precious to the tribe. One of the rocks was given to Shashuan by Yang Sui while the other 3 were borrowed from the Rain tribe. Flaming Horn had even paid them some goods as a rental fee. This was already doing the Flaming Horns a huge favor, seeing as the Rain tribe currently also needed them for protection. The Rain tribe would never lend these rocks to anyone else, especially not 3. One was left with the 50 people outside the desert. Since the air was more humid there, the stones were more efficient in collecting water droplets too. Shashuan brought 3 into the desert because they could not function as quickly amidst the dry desert air. He kept 1 for himself, then gave 2 to Ta and Xiang Chen. They divided themselves into 3 teams, so if they separated, each leader was responsible for their team's water supply. Hot desert wind and sand grains blew on their faces. It made the tribesmen used to humid forest weather miserable. They all covered their mouths and noses with cloths, trekking across the sands. The weather was not kind today. The wind brought a lot of sand up in the air, and not long after, Shashuan found a place to take shelter from the sandy winds. When the currents died down, he finally opened the cylinder, took out the oval ball inside and twisted it open. The insect as big as a thumb was curled up inside, though slowly moving its legs soon after the ball was opened. Then, it extended its wings, stretched, flipped over and wiggled its antennae. Not sure if it was still groggy from hibernation, or unused to the desert air, but after it flipped over, it rested in the ball for a while before fiddling at the inner wall of the ball with its mandibles. So that's its food. Shashuan picked the half-oval and realized there was a wax-like substance stuck to the inner wall. Gong Jiaheng had obviously thought of this situation when he trapped the insect inside. After its meal, the insect rubbed its long antennae with its front limbs, then fluttered its wings and took off. "Follow it," said Shashuan. The insect did not linger in the same spot. Instead, it flew directly in one direction, meaning it had already located its target. Chapter 735. That's a huge bug. All one could see was sand drifting along rolling sand dunes. Yellow sand was everywhere. There was no green, not even a single desert plant, the kind that could withstand even the harshest of climates. A disheveled man struggled to climb up a sand dune. He was a tall, young man with broad shoulders and a muscular body, his rippling biceps tightening as he dragged a simple stone hammer. This hammer had been haphazardly thrown together with whatever available. It bore zero patterns or shape, literally just a stone and a stone handle tied together with a sturdy vine from the desert and some fabric. His exposed arms were crisscrossed with scabbed wounds, sand and dust mixed with clotted blood. Pain shot through his body with every step, but he was already used to it and had gradually begun to ignore it. Not far behind were a few equally disheveled people with dirty faces. Their clothes were so dirty their original colors were indistinguishable, their lips pale from dehydration, eyes glazed as they followed him robotically. If they had a choice, they would choose not to breathe because the air was both too hot and too dry, bringing with it death and hopelessness. "Ren, do you see anything in front?" asked an older man, his voice slow and hoarse. He struggled to force every word out. The man who had reached the top of the dune supported himself with his stone hammer, leaning heavily as he looked far into the horizon. He used to carry a sword, the best weapon he had made in his life, because blacksmiths loved carrying their best work as a proof of their ability. Unfortunately, his best work would attract danger, so now all he could carry was a stone hammer that no one would look twice at. After hearing the question, Gongjia Ren shook his head and continued walking, dragging his hammer behind. The older man's eyes went from hopeful to hopelessness. They had been walking for 17 days now. Had he ever suffered like this in his long life? They had never endured hardship like that before. In King City, people would rush to bring them gifts with a mere mention of their names, and they were served daily by slaves. All they had to think about was blacksmithing work and nothing else. Now all that was left was regret. They regretted not learning more life skills, not supporting the right people, and not picking a different life path. Would their lives be better if they had done all that differently? 10 people had left together, but one had been killed by an arrow that came from nowhere. Thank goodness Gongjia Ren was alert enough to lead everyone to shelter, or there would have been more casualties. However, they realized the path ahead would be even more arduous after stepping into the desert. They had avoided the people who wanted to kill them, avoided Rock Hill City, but the desert itself was dangerous. 2 of the 9 people were dragged away by desert beasts as food. One betrayed them and took Gongjia Heng's sword. That person was probably going to seek protection from the desert robbers using his sword as proof. There were still small groups scattered across the desert, some made of slaves, others of slave masters. Distracted, Rock Hill City ignored them, giving these sparse groups a chance to catch their breath. While they would never provoke Rock Hill City, they targeted others in the desert. During the 17 days, they had seen many bodies buried in the sand. No one knew who these dead people were or which side of the ocean they were from. Halfway during their journey, they even had to bury themselves to hide from a gang of robbers. Only 6 of them remain now. If only we can find a source of water. A person a little younger than Gongjia Ren licked his cracked lips. When he saw that morale was low, he took a deep breath and forced a smile, comforting them. "Everything will get better soon, at least we're still alive." "Ah," one of them let out an agonizing groan, tossing the rock he had been using as a weapon aside. Due to starvation, dehydration and the various obstacles, even though he wanted to let out a scream to vent his frustration, all he could get out was a groan that sounded like a tired sigh. "If we have to walk in this place any longer, I'd rather die." He had just spoken when something felt off in the ground. The hairs on his neck stood up. Although they were inexperienced in this environment, they had gotten more cautious of their surroundings after so many days. "Careful!" yelled Gongjia Ren. The other person stepped back instinctively, but a sand lizard shot out of the sand, biting his leg and dragging him into the sand. The rest had no time for surprise, hurriedly grabbing the upper half of his body. One of their 2 mates who had been eaten was also dragged into the ground like that. Although the sand lizard had no teeth, its jaws were powerful. The more the victim struggled and kicked, the tighter it bit, tugging backwards to snatch its prey. The victim screamed in pain, this time not like the previous tired sigh but in agony because he felt like he was going to be torn into two. Thud. A hammer struck the sand lizard's head that was above the sand. It sounded like a collision between two hard objects. A scale the size of a palm on the lizard's head fell from the impact. Blood gushed out and it let go in shock. The man ignored the pain on his calf and scrambled back, looking for the rock he tossed away. They had no weapons, so they had been using beast bones, human bones and rocks for self-defense. Everyone else threw rocks at the lizard's head or stabbed it with sharpened bones. When the sand lizard realized the threat and changed its mind, a whoosh came and it was struck by the hammer again in the eye. The sand lizard let out a cry that sounded like grinding rocks, its head falling sideways. Everyone rushed forward to strike and stab the weak points in its head. After the initial threat, they had realized that this was food. Food was hard to come by here. Bloodlust shone in their eyes. The group dragged the sand lizard out of the sand by force while attacking it. It then died when half its body was finally out of the sand. Gong Jiren collapsed sitting on the ground, panting heavily. He had struck it with his hammer 3 times, then spent almost all his strength dragging it out. Not just him, everyone else collapsed, lacking the strength even to stand. However, a recently dead sand lizard would attract other animals if not dealt with immediately. They had no time for rest. Gong Jiren crawled over and drank a mouthful of blood flowing from its wound. He didn't know if it was poisonous, but he had no choice. The blood was thick and smelled pungent, mixed with grains of sand. Ignoring that, everyone crawled to the dead lizard and licked its flesh like desert animals. All for survival. Shhhh. The sound of rolling sand. They all looked around cautiously. Then, their pupils constricted and faces turned white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 sand lizards dug out of the sand, surrounding them. They had used up all their strength fighting one, and while they had drunk a bit of blood, there had been no time for recovery, and there were 5 here. I'm done for. That was their only thought. WHWH what? What now? Shuddered one of them. His face was smeared with blood and the wind brought with it sand grains that stuck to his face. His features were no longer distinguishable. All that was left was a pair of terrified eyes. What else could they do? Either await death or fight to their death. Those were the only 2 options. Run? Did they have the strength to outrun sand lizards? Gong Jiren closed his eyes, clutching to his stone hammer. There was no escape. Then again, they already had no escape at King City. Gong Jiaheng was the one who showed them a path to survival here. Unfortunately, all Gong Jiaheng's efforts would go down the drain because they wouldn't get out of the desert alive. Might as well fight now. His eyes sprung open, staring at the approaching lizards. He stood up, dragging the hammer behind him, and wiped the blood stains around his eyes to focus his vision. Ran. The people sprawled around the dead sand lizard also wiped their faces when they saw him, picking up bones and rocks. Although they knew these were useless against so many lizards, they had no choice. It was better than nothing and could kill themselves if there was no hope left. When the lizards approached, Gong Jiren charged in front, his gaze firm with resolution as he let out a hoarse roar. The lizard turned and ran away. Gong Jiren, who had just raised his hammer, everyone else, the lizards, who had previously surrounded them, were running for their lives. Poof! Sand blasted out of a spot in the ground, throwing one of the lizards into the air, finally tumbling a few times on the ground. Something burst out of the sand, glittering blue under the hot sun. That's a huge bug. Chapter 736. Taken away by the bug. Gong Jiren's eye twitched in the face of the monster much taller than himself, a chill rushing down his spine. A vast crater had formed where the sand had been blasted away, flying sand blurring his vision and falling like a storm. This thing had appeared too quickly and he had no time to hide. Neither did he dare move now. All he wished was that this giant beetle would pay attention to the sand lizards. Once it looks away, he will immediately bury himself and play dead. Although he knew playing dead would be useless, He had no choice because he was too exhausted to run. The sand lizard was blasted away the first second it met the beetle, and the 5 others were running like they had seen their natural predator. These few humans would never stand a chance. The rest initially thought the 5 sand lizards were scared away by Gong Jiaheng's intimidating roar. They would have never expected another worse threat to pop out like this. Their expressions faltered, restricting their breaths in case the beetle turned its attention on them. Not daring to rub their eyes, they tried hard to blink sand out of their eyes, minds racing to think of their next move as they observed the beetle. There were 5 sand lizards just now, so about 1 person to each lizard, but that still wasn't enough because the sand lizards would go after the rest after defeating the person it fought. With the beetle here, while it looked impressive, there were 6 of them. Did they stand a chance? Did they have the strength to run? Everyone looked around. They understood what each other meant. When the beetle ran after one of the sand lizards, they collapsed and wriggled under the sand, burying themselves. This idea was only useful against some desert beasts. While they did not know if it would work here, they could not do anything else. If it wasn't, then they accepted their fate to die here today. Consecutive booms sounded like wooden logs striking the ground, an oppressive aura radiating across space. They took every breath carefully. After a whoosh, a boom sounded across the ground, sand flying and falling like rain. They did not dare look. They could only judge based on the sounds. The beetle was hunting the lizards and there had been 4 booms, each at a different location. Did that mean 4 of the lizards had been killed? More sand fell on them from the impact, putting more weight on their chests and making breathing difficult. The ground was still vibrating, but the impacts were farther away, though not far enough for them to be safe. Sand grains scratched their throats with every breath while their backs cooked in the burning sand, but they could only suffer in silence. They counted the strikes, hoping the beetle would leave until they realized the commotion was now approaching themselves. Their hearts rose to their throats once again, especially Gong Jiaren, who could feel the sounds nearing him. There were 2 sources. The one in front must be the lizard while the one behind must be the beetle. Why is it heading this way now? Gong Jiaren cursed silently at the lizard, but it never changed directions. Boom! Another blast of sand came, along with a strong gust of wind and a desert beast's roar. Gong Jiaren could not avoid the pelting of sand, feeling as if someone had punched him in the back. With a groan, he felt himself thrown in the air and then landing. Though the thud was covered by the sounds of the beetle hunting the lizard, no one knew what happened to Gong Jiaren. He felt his stomach twist. The bit of lizard blood and flesh threatened to resurface. His body felt worse. Even standing up felt difficult now. He wanted to quickly dig himself deeper, but every movement was difficult, for his arms felt too heavy and his joints creaked. Amidst his blurry vision, he saw a blue silhouette and 2 giant sickle-like mandibles piercing through a sand lizard, the sound of a blade cutting through tough scales and flesh clear as ever. Then, nothing. The flying sand ceased and their surroundings returned to silence. The air seemed to freeze. Quiet scuttling from the beetle walking across the sand. Crisis still not averted. The people remained invisible. Gong Jiaren was in a dilemma. He saw the beetle approaching. A sand lizard impaled in one of its front limbs. Was this how he was going to die? Gong Jiaren's consciousness started to fade, but he was calm. Probably because he knew he would never be able to escape, he had given up. He awaited death calmly, thought about many things, then closed his eyes. The rest of the people listened. After some odd unidentifiable sounds, everything fell quiet again. They finally lifted their heads and shook off the sand. It's finally gone. I almost suffocated. It burns. I'm starving. All here? All alive? Ren, where are you? They yelled and yelled, then panicked and ran to where Gong Jiaren used to be. They dug and dug, but all they found was his roughly made hammer. He was nowhere to be found. Not just Gong Jiaren, even the 5 sand lizards had disappeared, leaving behind bloodstains and scales. Did the giant beetle take the lizards and ran away? Chapter 737 Sapphire's Welcome Gift. Shashwan and his entourage ran across the desert, following the flying insect. It was a hardy one, only resting at night, licking the wax-like substance in the oval ball whenever hungry. Shashwan also fed it some water. Being an insect, It did not consume much anyway. Shashwan also sensed Sapphire's presence while following the insect. He planned to look for the people first as it was the most pressing task, then he would look for Sapphire. Their consciousness were connected anyway, Sapphire being his first slave. Knowing that Sapphire had awakened, Shashwan let it be for the moment. It would come if it wished. Right now, Shashwan could feel Sapphire approaching and coincidentally will pass through their route. If they continued to travel in the same direction, they should meet eventually. They rested in a spot with boulders, drank some water, refreshed themselves and then continued on their journey. We still haven't met the monsters. Chio scanned their surroundings. Their vision was distorted from the hot desert air. They did not sense anyone or any dangerous beasts around. Opening a flask and downing some water, he noticed something beneath his foot and pushed some sand aside, revealing white bones. This was too common. They often tripped over white bones along the way, some human while others animal. Must have been recent deaths or their bones would not remain. The scratches on the bones meant it was killed by something sharp, not beast claws or teeth, more like human weapons. Other than the monsters from Rock Hill City, there are also sand robbers here. Keep vigilant, said Shashwan. Juan, do you think those Gongjia people are still alive? Asked Lei. Conditions were harsh here. Would all 10 people survive their journey across the desert? They're definitely alive. If they had been eaten or killed, their bodies would never be left behind in a place like this, and the insect would stop flying. Gong Jiaheng had written about this in the scroll. If the flying insect stopped or started to pace around without traveling forward, they should stop searching because it meant they were out of luck. I see. That's great. The people we're looking for are still alive, smiled Lei. He did not want this trip to be a waste. All he had seen so far were bones. As they spoke, they noticed Shashwan looking in a direction. Chio asked, Juan, you sense something? He shook his head. Just Sapphire. It's traveling in our direction right now. We should meet it soon. Sapphire, it's here? Chio and Lei looked around. They still remembered the beetle Shashwan reared. It was tiny when they first saw it, small enough to be squashed by a finger. The next time Shashwan brought Xingluo and the rest over, Sapphire was already taller than a man. It's been a long time. I wonder if it grew any more, said Lei. It must have grown a little. Based on past experience, Sapphire grew larger every time a lock was unlocked. The 4th lock had been opened now, so Shashwan knew it must be larger. Some of them had never seen Sapphire and only heard stories. All they remembered was that this beetle could trigger a sea of insects and it was as terrifying as a sandstorm. They looked forward to seeing a sea of insects. The group continued to hurry along their journey. On the 2nd afternoon, Shashwan stopped abruptly and stared ahead. Ta and the rest shielded their eyes from the sun and looked ahead. Something was approaching. It wasn't human. It was an animal. Ta was about to warn them when Shashwan waved a hand. It's Sapphire. Sapphire? Chio looked in front and finally saw a large ball appearing on a sand dune in front. Yep, a ball made of sand. There was also something inside. After the peak of the dune, the ball rolled down the slope. Move. Everyone made way for the ball to roll past them. Everyone could feel its mass from the breeze that came with the rolling 10-meter-tall ball. Their eyes did not linger on the ball for long because a blue silhouette was approaching quickly behind it. Lei's jaw dropped, pointing at the approaching beetle. Saf, that's the beetle? Yep, nodded Shashwan. This is what you meant by a little. Lei looked at the giant beetle larger than his house, now 10 strides away from himself. How could this be? What has it been eating? The beetle was previously already taller than a man, now it was twice his height. The flaming horn warriors who were seeing Sapphire for the first time stared in shock, whispering softly, "Didn't you say it was as tall as a man? It wasn't this gigantic the last time I saw it," gasped another. Sapphire was ecstatic to see Shashwan, circling him several times, but since there were other people with him, they were included in its circles. Despite knowing that the beetle would not harm them, many were still terrified. Having a beetle of this size so close to them was incredibly stressful. After circling them a few times, Sapphire hurriedly ran off after the sand ball that had rolled far away, then stood upside down and rolled the ball over with its hind legs, stopping in front of Shashwan. This was a slave's present for its master, a welcome gift. Sapphire had gathered a lot of food to be rolled into this ball. Rolling stuff it found into a ball was its hobby anyway. When the ball was in front of Shashwan, Sapphire stood next to it, waiting quietly like a slave waiting for its master to comment on it, slightly nervous. Everyone finally saw what it was. Although it was mainly a sand ball, beast claws and scales peeked out. There are desert beasts wrapped inside? Leia leaned over closely. How did it make this ball? It's so compact, can't believe it doesn't fall apart. Shashwan did not reply. Seeing the flying insect pacing above the ball, he had a very bad feeling. Then, he looked at the ball and saw some skeletons. His face froze. There was a glint from his blade and the sand ball split open. A man rolled out. Ha 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 ha, who is this? He is very unlucky to be rolled into Sapphire's ball. Leia and the rest laughed. Who was this? Someone from Rock Hill City? A desert robber? Probably the latter, since there were rarely normal people around since Rock Hill City released the monsters. The desert robbers were a nuisance anyway. Their deaths were none of the Flaming Horn's business. Very soon, they saw the flying insect fly in a circle and finally landed on the sand-covered, unrecognizable man. Shashwan. Everyone else. No one was laughing now. Oh no, it can't be. This insect was bred to be a tracker. For accuracy purposes, Gong Jiaheng said this insect only tracked one person. It would never make a mistake. So this tracking insect had currently landed on this person, who appeared to be dead. When they snapped to their senses, they all rushed forward. Ta hurriedly checked if this unconscious person was breathing. If he wasn't, then this trip was a waste of time. Soon after, Ta heaved a sigh of relief. A weak pulse, but at least he's still alive. He's not doing well though. Let him drink this. Shashwan dissolved a pill in his flask and passed it to Ta. This person is the Gongjia person we're looking for? Asked Chio, based on the flying insect. Yeah. Shashwan turned to Sapphire, probably aware that it had made a mistake. Sapphire scratched at the sand nervously. It had wanted to please its master but instead almost killed the guy Shashwan was looking for. Gongjia Ren was just collateral damage when it was rolling the sand lizard up. If Sapphire's target were the humans, the other people hiding in the sand would be here too. I've fed him the medicine. We'll have to observe him now. Ta got up. Now that they had found their target, they did not need to travel anymore. They found a place to rest during sunset and cared for the injured Gongjia Ren. A tent was set up once they found a suitable spot, its poles made of new green bronze. Every pole could be used as a weapon. When assembled together, all they needed was to cover it with fabric and a temporary tent was ready. 50 people could squeeze inside, but if there were no sandstorms, they would rest outside. This tent was currently set up for Gongjia Ren. They would never let him die after spending so much effort searching for him. Thank goodness Gongjia Ren's condition stabilized after consuming medicine. His weak pulse gradually strengthened and he was no longer at the brink of death. Chapter 738. Your Shashwan? It was midnight when Gongjia Ren woke. He thought he would become desert beast poop. Being alive was an unexpected outcome. Still in a daze, it took a while before he realized he was not dreaming and this was not the afterlife. He was still alive. He remembered a large beetle lifting up its front limbs before going unconscious. How could he still be alive? Why wasn't he impaled? There were other people here. Was he rescued? It was dark. He heard fabric flapping in the breeze. He was inside a tarp tent and could smell sand from the ground. He was very familiar with this smell after being on the run for so long. He was still in the desert. He heard the sound of 4 people breathing, slow and steady. Must be asleep. Gongjia Ren sat up carefully, almost groaning aloud from the broken bones, but he suppressed it. He did not dare make a sound before knowing where he was. Someone had fed him medicine and treated his wounds. He could feel that his body had recovered a lot, much better than the condition he was in while running in the desert. He turned over and rubbed his feet gently on the ground. While it was dark around, there was a single light source where the entrance of the tent was. A light flickered in the tent when the breeze blew on the flapping piece of fabric. It was moonlight. Gongjia Heng shuffled gingerly over, lifting the tarp to peer outside. While it wasn't a full moon, The light was enough to study his surroundings nearby. He wanted to see how many people were outside, and who they were, to understand his situation. He had just lifted the tarp when he froze. Not far from his entrance was a giant beetle twice a man's height sitting quietly. When he peeked out of the tarp, the beetle turned its head to look at him. Gong Jiren was speechless, suddenly at a loss for what was going on. There were people around, yet a giant beetle was also sitting there. Its carapace glittered blue, so he knew this was the same beetle he saw before fainting. The image of this beetle impaling a sand lizard was seared into his mind. Before he knew how to react, he heard a voice. "You just barely survived. Where do you think you're going?" Gong Jiren leapt in fright, putting down the tarp as he turned to the voice behind. The tent brightened when Shashwan took a water moonstone out of a pouch. With light, Gong Jiren finally saw his surroundings. Other than this young man, there were 3 more people. They were not asleep, just looking at him while laying on their backs. "You all rescued me?" he asked. "What do you think?" Shashwan put the stone on the ground. "Thanks," said Gong Jiren, eyeing them cautiously. Although they saved him, he did not know of their intentions. He couldn't believe the beetle was theirs. This made him very suspicious. This person was also speaking the language from this side of the ocean. None of the people in the desert was people he trusted. Seeing as Gong Jiren was still vigilant, Shashwan did not defend himself, instead fishing out an oval ball and twisting it open. Gong Jiren was shocked to see the ball. He obviously knew what it was because it belonged to him. When he saw the flying insect inside, he turned towards Shashwan suddenly. "Who the heck are you all?" "Flaming horns." Shashwan tossed Gong Jiaheng's scroll over. "Take a look for yourself." "Flaming horns?" Gong Jiaheng had suggested Gong Jiaren and the rest to look for the flaming horns, saying he would send a letter to the Flaming Horn tribe. They actually came. He finally let his guard down after reading the scroll. That was Gong Jiaheng's writing, and the Gong Jia secret cloud message was etched on the tube. No one could fake this. "You're Shashwan?" Gong Jiaren looked at the person who tossed the scroll at him. "I am." "You're Gong Jiaren? What about your mates?" Shashwan rolled the scroll up and kept it away. "About that." Gong Jiaren looked outside, then briefly explained what happened. Although Shashwan had already guessed that all of this was accidentally caused by Sapphire, after Gong Jiaren's explanation, he couldn't help but think, thank goodness Sapphire hadn't called his little brothers out because it had just awoken from a deep slumber, or none of them would have lived. Shashwan thought the Gong Jia family members would be similar to Gong Jiaheng, but after Gong Jiaren's explanation, he realized not all of them had survival skills to live in the wild. Most of them had been blacksmiths since young, following a designated master until they were grown. Then, they would follow their master's path, take in disciples and continue blacksmithing. No one dared to go search for Gongjia Mountain because they dared not take the first step. They did not know when they would return. Gongjia Ren was taken in by a famous blacksmith when he was very young. He had planned to go look for Gongjia Mountain, so he wanted to go talk to his master about it, but the master was often nowhere to be found, so he went to meet Gongjia Heng instead. When his master found out, Ren was reprimanded and his materials confiscated. Yet Ren never gave up and still went to Heng to ask about Gongjia Mountain. When he prepared to head to Gongjia Mountain, political instability ensued in King City. His master supported the wrong team and was assassinated along with some of his siblings. Gongjia Heng begged the new lord for mercy, so the new lord changed their death sentences to exile. The rest of his siblings either chose to seek protection from other parties or left. Gongjia Ren went to ask Gongjia Heng, who sent them off, where he should go. Being a well-traveled person, Gongjia Heng was more qualified to give advice, and Gongjia Ren trusted his suggestions. In the end, they followed his advice to cross the sea. They were ambushed along the way and had crossed the sea only to realize the desert was even more dangerous. They had never suffered like this before. To the Flaming Horns, Gongjia Ren and the rest were quite useless as humans. While all their talents were poured into smithery, They severely lacked skills for other aspects of life. They didn't even know how to kill an animal in the most efficient manner. Gong Jiaheng was an exception because he was forced to pick up survival skills from living in the forest. The difference was that Gong Jiaheng could still make traps using materials from the forest to capture beasts. There were too few usable materials in the desert. Even rocks were rare sometimes. Now knowing that Gong Jiaren had 5 more mates and he refused to give up on them, Shashwan and the rest planned to continue their search. These were all talents from the Gong Jia family. Might as well take them all in to make this trip worth it. Seeing that Gong Jiaren had started to pant after the conversation, Shashwan said, "You're still severely injured. Rest well. We'll leave tomorrow." Chapter 739 Return of the Beetle Swarm. Gong Jiaheng felt nauseous. He was currently lying face down on the back of the giant beetle that almost killed him. Due to his severe condition, he still needed time to recover even after consuming medicine. He could walk but will not be able to keep up. Since they were in a hurry, someone or the beetle must carry him. Before Gong Jiaren made a decision, Shashwan lifted and tossed him on the giant beetle's back. They initially planned to leave next morning, but Shashwan did a not reading to find that daytime was not suitable because a sandstorm was forecasted to cross their route. They rested during the day, leaving only at night. They preferred traveling at night anyway. It was chilly and nocturnal desert beasts could be captured for food. They previously traveled during the day because the tracker insect was diurnal, so they could only follow it during the day. Now that Gong Jiaren was found, they no longer needed to rely on the flying insect. Although Gong Jiaren did not remember the way, Sapphire did. They only needed to follow the giant beetle, lying on its back if they were tired. They took turns resting this way. Admittedly, having a giant beetle saved a lot of effort and time. The few sand lizards rolled in the dirt ball had already been eaten by Sapphire. They were meant to be gifts for Shashwan, but he tossed them to the beetle anyway. Sapphire did not need much water either because it had adapted to the desert and did not lose water easily. Gong Jiaren realized that Gong Jiaheng's suggestion was not bad at all. The flaming horns did not look weak. Although he wasn't present, he heard that a flaming horn had hit the Lu family patriarch so hard he flew backwards years ago. That was the reason why he agreed with Gong Jiaheng's suggestion. Having a strong protector was important for survival. He was already feeling the benefits now. The beetle's carapace was as cool as steel at night. Since he was still weak and recovering, he asked for a piece of animal hide. He wondered, how were his mates doing without him? The giant beetle had taken only the 5 sand lizards that appeared later. The dead lizard they killed together was still there. Should be enough for them to not starve to death. However, when they arrived at where Gong Jiaren was taken away, they found no one. They left? Asked Chio. 2 days had passed and these people would not stop in the same spot. No, they should be somewhere here. They would not be able to drag the sand lizard away, but they would not want a rare game to be wasted like that. They must have found a place to hide, eat the lizard, rest and then continue on their journey, said Gong Jiaren, speculating based on their personalities. But there isn't anyone here, said Shashwan. Gong Jiaren's eyebrows knitted, worried that the 5 of them had encountered trouble in his absence. Shashwan looked around, then walked towards a spot and dug with his knife. Gong Jiaren's eyes lingered on Shashwan's knife. He had seen it when he first woke up. Although it was roughly made, he had to admit it was a good knife. He had not seen this material before though. If they were not looking for his mates, he would have inquired about the knife. Even now, he couldn't help but stare a few more seconds. Averting his gaze, Gong Jiaren looked at the sand. There was a skeleton, the sand lizard they killed together. I can't believe it's still here. Gong Jiaren grew more worried. They would never abandon the sand lizard if they had not encountered trouble. Something must have stopped them from even hiding this sand lizard because other wild animals had feasted on it. Moving desert sands easily covered any tracks and traces. It had been 2 days. Even the crater created by Sapphire killing the sand lizard had already been filled. They could not follow any more clues. What now? Ta looked at Shashwan. As always, guess we'll have to let Sapphire find him then. Insects are more sensitive and could pick up faraway scents that humans could not smell. While Sapphire was not as good as the specially bred tracker insect, it was better than nothing. Gong Jiren was about to say something when he felt a vibration underneath. Sapphire was stomping the ground with its front limbs. Poof, poof, poof. It was not like the violent smashing when it killed the sand lizard, more like a rhythmic signal. Its limbs were angled so no sand flew. What is it doing? Did beetles search for targets like this? He'd never seen anything like it. It's just happy, said Shashwan, looking at Sapphire's hind legs scratching in the sand. Sapphire liked to move its hind legs when it was happy, as if about to roll a dung ball. Shashwan knew it well. Happy? Why is it happy? Everyone else was as confused as Gong Jiren. Shashwan did not offer an explanation. He pointed at the ground. Look at the ground. The ground? What? Everyone looked down. Just sand. No. Gasped Ah. A strange sense of danger lingered in the air like a gust of cold wind, raising goosebumps across his body. Experienced hunters with sharp instincts all felt the same. The desert was silent. Other than the sound of rustling sand, it was as if all living things had stayed away from this area. Gong Jiren on the beetle's back shivered for no reason. Although the sun was shining high and the beetle's back burned, he felt a chill that came from his bones. While he did not have instinct like the flaming horns, he had been surviving in the desert for many days. They stared at the sandy ground, wondering what was underneath. Shhhhh. Tiny sounds could be heard from beneath the ground, as if many tiny objects were about to burst out. Shhhhh. They're getting closer. A black dot emerged from the yellow sand. 2 black dots. 3, 4, 10, 100. 1,000 black dots. Densely packed black dots covered the yellow ground. Gong Jiren took a deep breath as he watched, his voice shaking. That, a beetle swarm. It is considered one of the legendary desert disasters. More and more black beetles emerged from the sand. There was no stopping. No yellow could be seen around them. Far away, black dots slowly engulfed the yellow sands. More and more beetles gathered around the giant beetle. The person with the strongest reaction was obviously Gong Jiren, who was lying on Sapphire's back. He felt too weak to even sit up as sweat dripped down his forehead. Most of the flaming horns had witnessed this before when they had came to the desert the last time. They knew that as long as Sapphire was here, the swarm was not a threat. They knew that this unconfirmable feeling was just an instinctive reaction. However, beetles were even more difficult to deal with compared to fearsome beasts. They could see that they had become deadlier since the last time. Gong Jiren looked around nervously, realizing that other than a few people, most flaming horns looked calm. There was no panic in their eyes. Some of them even looked excited. When he thought about it, Gong Jiren understood everything. He was currently lying on the back of a giant beetle. These tiny beetles must be on the same side as the giant, or maybe they will even listen to its commands. All that panic for nothing. He heaved a long sigh of relief but had a sudden thought mid-sigh. This beetle swarm couldn't have eaten his mates, could they? After they appeared, the tiny beetles burrowed back into the sand once again. They did not like traveling on the surface, especially not when the sun was out. When the beetles had all burrowed back underground, Gong Jiren asked, "Do you think my mates encountered the beetle swarm?" "No," confirmed Shashwan. It was true that if Gong Jiren's mates had encountered the swarm, they would not be able to escape and will become beetle food. However, they had not seen any human skeletons so far. If these beetles had also eaten their bones, it would not make sense to also leave the sand lizard's skeleton untouched. That meant that the 5 people had not encountered the insect swarm. That meant they had left due to certain reasons. Shashwan instructed Sapphire to follow their scent. After the giant beetle walked a few circles, it started heading in one direction. "Follow it." Shashwan waved for everyone to catch up. After a while, Shashwan checked his universal eye. "That direction isn't towards Rock Hill City. I think we'll encounter desert robbers that way." They would never head towards the desert robbers unless they had no choice. Gong Jiaren's heart sank. This was not good news. Did they seek protection from the desert robbers? Searching for support out of desperation was not impossible. Some of the people in their group had done so after a few days in the desert. However, Gong Jiaren believed they must have been forcefully taken. They would never go willingly. No matter what, they would find the answer soon. Initially, Gong Jiaren was worried that the Flaming Horns would choose to abandon the plan so as to not provoke the desert robbers. However, he swallowed his words when he heard the Flaming Horns discussing a plan to rob the robbers. He thought about the giant beetle, then the beetle swarm probably following them underground. Suddenly, Gong Jiaren was no longer afraid. Chapter 740 Desert Robbers. There were many groups of desert robbers, large and small, scattered around the desert fringes. They did not dare approach the central regions in fear of Rock Hill City and the rumored undead monsters. Shashwan and his group followed Sapphire in a direction. They had walked far and still towards a region with more robbers. They had confirmed that the 5 people were already with the robbers, just unsure if it was voluntary or by force. If they continued walking there, they would encounter desert robbers, but traveling beyond them would also mean leaving the desert. With lakes and tall mountains, the robbers still never expanded into these lush territories due to ferocious beasts in the area. Desert beasts would also travel over for water, and competition intensified during breeding seasons. Only animals at the top of the food chain survived, and the robbers did not have the ability to move there for the moment. Shashwan knew this because over the mountain range were the grassy plains close to where the Gui tribe was. The Hui tribe was able to capture and bring back a monster only because they were now closer to the desert. Under usual circumstances, they would not cross through the mountains but instead walk around the mountains to get to the desert for a safer option despite the distance. Shashwan recalled all the information he knew about this place. Currently, the desert robbers had been forced back to the desert borders and had their backs to the wall. Any further and they would have to compete against wild beasts. However, anyone who survived Rock Hill City's mass extermination was not to be underestimated. Although many said the desert robbers thrived only because of slave masters, in a relative sense, the groups consisting of mainly slaves were an even larger threat. Slaves who were capable of forming functional organizations that thrived amidst the desert chaos, especially those in leadership positions, had likely already broken free of their past bonds. Anyone who could break free of the slave master bond must be extremely talented and determined. They were a more formidable threat than slave masters. Shashwan even prophesied that the scattered groups would disappear during the next few decades, merging until the final surviving powers consisted of more slaves than slave masters. However, under the current circumstances, the slaves and slave masters were still not powerful enough. There was a tiny city built with sandstone on the edge of the desert, about 1/10 of the largest city in the desert. It was only suitable as a shelter from the elements. The people of this tiny city had brown tattoos on their bodies to look like snakes wrapped around themselves. They were known as Vipers. The Vipers were one of the more well-known groups amongst the desert robbers, led by a person called Black Sand. Black Sand used to be a slave but escaped with a portion of the slaves during chaos of war, broke free of his slave master bond and founded the Vipers. A group of 100 people were approaching their city. After arriving before the city gates, they left their camels outside and a few keepers while the leader led the rest into the city. They did not belong to the city or Vipers, they were from another desert robber group, Blue Beatles. Blue Beetle was a unique group, one of the earliest amongst the other powers. When people were still escaping for their lives, they found a spot with a water well. When people were still using rocks as weapons, they already owned metal weapons. Rumors told that the Blue Beetles had support from a slave master, but after many years, anyone who studied them knew that there were no slave masters. Even their leader was a slave who broke free from his bonds, named Yikan. Probably because they were established earlier than the rest, when the rest finally thrived, the Blue Beetles had already spread out their roots and recruited many people. Today, they were also very famous and as powerful as the Vipers. Unfortunately, their name Blue Beetle was just not as intimidating as other groups that used snake, scorpion or eagle in their names. Even their symbol was amusing. They were no longer tribesmen, but a meaningful symbol was still crucial to building one's own tribe. These symbols were the roots of faith, something to rely on during hard times, and represented new beginnings. That was why they usually used powerful animals to represent their groups, just like the viper, represented by a venomous desert snake that could kill with just one strike. And the blue beetle? Their symbol was a blue bug. They were probably the only group to ever use an insect as a symbol. Many people privately snickered at this, not understanding why they would ever choose a beetle. The leader must have had dung for a brain to make this decision. Other than the leader, the rest were still enslaved. Not everyone could achieve total freedom. Such determined and capable people were rare. These rare individuals had since founded their own organizations. After being a slave for so long, ideas of rebellion started to grow after seeing some hope. They did not want to be slaves anymore, to be walked over all the time. They wanted to control their own lives. This time, the person walking in front of the Blue Beetle troop was their leader, Yiken. He was here to negotiate with Black Sand. Yiken was dark-skinned, similar to many slaves in the desert. He did not look very strong, being on the thinner side. On the other hand, the Viper leader Black Sand was a muscular, dark-skinned man who stood like a stoic tower. He was half naked, exposing the Viper tattoo wrapping around his upper body. Black Sand was terrifying indeed. "It's been a while, Yiken." Black Sand strode over, his eyes filled with darkness despite a smile on his face. He was not in a good mood. As if he did not see Black Sand's face, Yiken maintained his walk, his tone calm and detached. "It's been a while, Black Sand." Both of them slapped their palms together, cautious eyes locking. On Yiken was an image of an upside-down beetle with a ball on top. Chapter 741 Magic Sword. The Blue Beetles were here due to an important matter regarding their resources. Recently, Blue Beetle and Viper both targeted the same spot, which was a base belonging to another desert robber group. An obscure underground spring flowed there, and while there was nothing on the surface, they received information that there was an underground chamber secretly built by a slave master there. Many slave masters loved building underground chambers because there were limited places to build structures on the surface. After this slave master built his underground structure, he realized the place started to leak and found an underground spring. The underground spring was not large but already a precious resource in this place that severely lacked water. Not every underground chamber had such luck. This was no doubt great news, but the slave master kept it a secret, killing all the slaves that found this spring, so he was the only one who knew. He even sealed the underground chamber to keep it for himself. Later, due to the desert wars, he brought his slaves into the underground chamber, planning for it to be his temporary base to regroup. Unfortunately, his slaves rebelled. One of them broke free of the bonds and could no longer be controlled. The slave master was killed and the underground chamber was taken over by this slave. After recruiting more escaped slaves, it developed into a desert robber stronghold. Heavenly Waters. Heavenly Waters was another name for rain in the desert, so many did not think much of this name. People of the desert yearned for rain more than anything else, so when it became the name of a robber group, it did not attract suspicion. However, most did not know that they wanted to call it Earthly Spring because the underground spring was their source of life. Unfortunately, that was too straightforward. Anyone would know what they were hiding. They were not dumb enough to do this. So in the end, the character Heavenly was chosen as it was opposite to Earthly. Heavenly Waters developed very quickly, but their secret could not be kept for long. Their recruits were not united enough. Even if it was initially a secret among the leaders, there was a leak and everyone knew. Gradually, even other organizations knew of the spring after using various methods. Blue Beetle and Viper were not the only ones who had their eyes on the spring. Black Sand had contacted Yiken recently to negotiate working together to take over the Heavenly Waters underground chamber. Working alone would not be sustainable as they would not be able to hold the fortress for long. Battles between desert groups were filled with casualties, so it would not be worth it. Other people would just take advantage of them. After some thought, Yiken decided to try their luck. Their previous living quarters were no longer suitable because their spring was shrinking and might disappear soon. Since Blue Beetle was currently growing strong, as the leader, Yiken must think of the future. He had many ambitions. Yiken brought people over to negotiate with Black Sand this time. Trust was not common in this place, so teamwork also meant early discussions on profit distribution. If those negotiations did not go well, then they would not even work together. Both leaders walked into a sandstone house located in the city center, also the most luxurious house in this tiny city. Most houses were built with sand and mud because sandstone was not very common. However, this house was mainly built with sandstone and looked sturdier and taller than other buildings. Only the leader of the group, Black Sand, was fit to live here. Although this was far cry from a slave master's quarters, Black Sand was satisfied to have a mansion to himself. He also believed that he would one day have a more luxurious palace like the slave masters used to. Black Sand led Yiken into the house. This was a discussion between them. No one else was allowed inside as it involved secrets they did not want getting out. Heavenly Waters was a good example that even people of the same group could not be trusted entirely. Therefore, Black Sand suggested for both of them to speak alone while the rest waited outside. Yiken did not object. However, to his surprise, Black Sand did not immediately talk about the partnership when they entered the room. "A few days ago, someone new joined us Vipers," said Black Sand. Yiken looked at him, waiting for Black Sand to elaborate. Recruitment was a common thing, but he must have his reasons for bringing this up. "He's from that side." Black Sand pointed in a direction. Yiken understood. "From the ocean." The desert robbers liked to rob people from the ocean because the other tribes would never step into the desert, only people from the other side did. Secondly, they always had exotic goods like metalwares and exquisite clothing. They loved robbing these people. "The new recruit gave me this as a gesture of sincerity in exchange for protection." Black Sand took out a golden sword with carvings on top. While they could not understand the characters, they still could appreciate the patterns on it. It looked mysterious and valuable. Black Sand twirled the sword handle, his eyes darting at Yiken, then slashed it down hard. The blade broke the air with a whoosh, then fell hard on the rock. With a sharp clang, the rock as big as a human head was split in half. Yiken's pupils constricted, his body tensing up. He knew Black Sand was both showing off and intimidating him. A good weapon was a good supplement to one's abilities. Both former slaves who broke free of their bonds, they were equally capable to be able to lead prospering organizations. However, their usual weapons were far from this. While there was initially a power balance, due to this sword, the scales were slowly tipping to one side. However, after showing off, Black Sand sheathed it behind his chair. He had already met his goal, so the negotiation would be easier on him. He did not plan to attack Blue Beetle directly, nor was he completely confident in killing Yiken even with this magic sword. Furthermore, taking over Heavenly Waters required partnership with Blue Beetle. The intimidating act was all to gain some advantage from the negotiation. While the leaders of two major robber groups negotiated in secret, meanwhile, in the place where prisoners were kept, several people were locked in a short room built with mud. They were either captured during battle or robbed, separated into a few categories. The first was people with important identities. They were temporarily locked here until the leader made his decision. For example, the 5 who were caught yesterday. The other kind was people who could not offer any benefits. These people would not get any food, only muddy water at most to ensure they did not die immediately. However, they would not be here for long because they would be let out and turned into food. Food was scarce in the desert, even humans became food. To the slaves, anyone who wasn't on their side was no different from an animal. They ate human flesh to fill their stomachs without guilt, even taking it as what it should be. Cannibalism was too common for the robbers. A viper guard sat at a cool spot away from the scorching sun, yawning and occasionally looking around to listen for sounds within the house. After another yawn, he felt something move beneath his feet. Small animals often burrowed under the sand in the desert. They were used to them. This person calmly moved his foot and pulled out his dagger, planning to check what it was. "Let's hope it's food." The animal approached quickly. The guard raised his dagger, ready to strike. However, the thing underground seemed to sense danger, changing direction when it was about to come out of the sand. Not wanting to give up on food, the guard ran after it. There were other guards here anyway. Leaving his post for a while would not matter. When the person left, the sand lifted and 10 black beetles the size of a palm crawled out. Behind them, Shashwan parted the sand and wriggled out of the ground. Chapter 742 Rescue. Shashwan had enslaved Sapphire, so their ores were similar since its powers came from Shashwan. The beetle swarm was also attracted to Sapphire's aura, so while humans might not be able to differentiate both, the beetles could. They would never hurt Shashwan, and he could even get Sapphire to issue them commands to perform tasks. These large beetles led the swarm to search for food while Sapphire hibernated, so not only were they larger than average beetles, they were stronger and smarter. However, they were only as smart as average wild animals. Even Sapphire could not make them perform very complicated tasks. However, simple commands were still possible. For example, luring a guard away like just now, or burrowing tunnels through sand. Shashwan and the rest had followed Sapphire to this small city. A large area around it was flat without hiding spots, and this was a rescue mission, not a declaration of war. Even if they battled, they must fight after the rescue. That was why they made another plan. Sapphire first led Shashwan underground. Since Sapphire was too gigantic and attracted attention, Sapphire only led Shashwan for a while before passing the task to the other beetles. With experience walking submerged in mud, Shashwan found walking in sand more difficult but not impossible. He had the beetles' help underground anyway. There were many more beetles invisible to the surface. Sapphire could confirm the approximate location of the 5 Gangjia people while Shashwan found their specific spots. He then sent a beetle to lure a guard away before coming out of the ground. There was 1 guard for each of the 4 directions of the small house, so this face was left unguarded. It was no wonder the beetles preferred being underground, because it was indeed cooler than the surface without the sun. There was a yard of sorts with bones scattered in the corner by the yard wall. Based on their shapes, Shashwan recognized them as adult human and children bones. The house and yard were relatively short. If Shashwan walked outside, the people inside would see half his head. Similarly, if he stood in the yard, people would spot him from the outside. There were about 10 more people sitting leaned against the wall in one shaded spot outside the yard. Shashwan did not completely exit the sand, only exposing the top half of his body to sense his surroundings and locate every guard and target. The Gangjia people had different auras from the slaves, so he could confirm their specific places. Unfortunately, they were not on this side. No worries. The beetles that popped out of the surface congregated once again and burrowed into the sand. Shashwan took a deep breath and sank back underground. Soon after he disappeared, the guard who left returned, cursing as he took his seat for failing to catch his prey. He fell back into his nap. In a mud hut on the other side, the 5 Gangjia people were tied up tightly using sturdy desert vines. They might look dried and thin, but they were hardy. These 5 were injured, dehydrated and starving, making them too weak to struggle. They lay on the ground, eyes opened or closed with only mud walls and sand around them. They weren't asleep, just thinking. Days ago, when they lost Gangjia Ren, they met a group of robbers, one of the robbers being their former mate. Their mate led the robbers to capture them, then gave them only a little water so they would not die immediately. The Vipers wanted them to make weapons, but they refused and were locked up here. Yesterday, they had just witnessed the desert robbers eating human flesh. Although they knew it was deliberate for show, they also knew cannibalism was real here. They had long heard of tribesmen eating humans and that they were barbaric. However, it was still very traumatic to witness it firsthand. If they agreed to make weapons for the robbers, they would live but like slaves. Based on the Vipers' behavior, they did not look like people who would treat them kindly. If they refused, they would become food. What now? Live or die? I want to kill myself, muttered a younger man leaning against the wall, his head lowered. That's a good idea, but I wouldn't be satisfied with that, sighed the older man looking up at the hole in the roof. Yes, They had thought about dying, but they still had a glimmer of hope somewhere. Perhaps they would have a twist of fate. In the end, they were just not satisfied with giving up. They hadn't forged a famous weapon yet. No one would be willing to just die like that in the desert. Without this hope, how could they have struggled so long to live? If only we didn't choose to come here. Someone spoke up, then trailed off with a bitter smile. There was no such thing as if only. They picked this path. Now they must bear the consequences. Previously, they wanted to burrow underground only to realize it was too difficult. With their current strength, digging a tunnel was impossible, especially when their hands and feet were tied together. The desert robbers knew of their conditions too, hence they were merely tossed here. Rustle, dash. The sound of rolling sand. Little Yi, stop playing with sand, it annoys me, complained another, resting his eyes in a corner. The young man against the wall looked up, confused. I'm not doing anything. He looked to the source of the sound to see the sand move, then out popped a black beetle. A bug, gasped Gong Jia audibly. The guard outside heard him but continued with his nap. There were many bugs in the desert, even scorpions and lizards were common, so what was a bug? Within the room, 10 bugs the size of a palm crawled out of the sand. The beetles did not approach the people, instead moved aside and waited. A hand reached out of the sand. All 5 people caught their breath, almost screaming. They watched as a human slowly wriggled out of the sand where the beetles came out from. Stunned, they studied the stranger who appeared so suddenly. When they snapped to their senses, their first thought was, will he save us? Shashwan looked at the 5 people, privately satisfied. These people weren't stupid, they didn't make a sound. Someone asked in a low voice, who are you? Are you here to save us? Shashwan did not answer, instead asking, Gong Jia Yi, Shi, Rong, Shen, Kan? Gong Jia Ren had told him their 5 names. When he spoke, 5 pairs of eyes lit up, about to speak when Shashwan gestured with his palm facing downwards, implying to stay quiet. 5 of them nodded hurriedly, eyes bright. Shashwan took out a piece of cloth and unfurled it at a brighter spot. There was Gong Jia Ren's writing on it, telling them that Shashwan was here to save them and they could trust Shashwan. The 5 of them could read the note clearly from the line above, almost crying from emotion. If this person came out from underground, was he going to bring them out through the same method? They suddenly felt this stranger was trustable and waited for his next action. There was not much time for conversation, so the longer they spoke, the greater the chances of getting caught. They only had to trust Shashwan. With Gong Jia Ren's note, they did not need to be suspicious. Shashwan walked over to the nearest person to cut his vines off, then waved for everyone to inch over. They were ecstatic but soon realized things were going in an unexpected direction. Wait, I know you're helping us, but why did you cut our ropes and then tie us up again? Yep. After Shashwan untied them, he tied them up together once again. Not just that, he even added reinforcements with his own rope so no one would fall out. They looked at him with questions, unsure what next. Shashwan really wanted the Beatles to transport these 5 out, but while they would not eat Shashwan, he was not sure about the rest. Sapphire had been asleep for too long and only met its swarm recently. He was not sure if Sapphire could control them well. That was why when there was another option available, he did not take this risk. He did not want them to be skeletons by the time they were dragged out. After tying them up, Shashwan gave a command to Sapphire, who was underground outside the city, to proceed with the next step. An avalanche of sand burst from underground 100 meters away from the city. A pillar of sand sprayed like water high in the air, then landed again. It was a signal. Shashwan looked at the sky from the gaps in the roof. After seeing a shadow high in the sky, he sank into the sand once more, leaving the 5 tied-up people looking at each other. Soon, a shriek came from far away. Figuring that something had happened, the guards all rushed to follow the sound. Shashwan appeared in the house once more, lifted the 5 people tied together, then slashed the thorned vine tying the door shut. For convenience of bringing people in and out, the desert robbers built their door wide, so this door was wide enough for Shashwan to drag 5 people out. The guards had been lured away, Even the guards outside the yard were distracted by the commotion. No guards were present on this side of the house. The five of them still did not understand what Shashwan planned to do until Shashwan lifted them up, then tossed them like a ball high up and out of the yard. Seeing the ground leave themselves, and the little prison yard shrinking quickly below them, they felt their hearts stop as their minds went blank. Even higher up, a shadow swooped across and brought the five people away from the compound. Chapter 743. Watch your words. The guards quickly ran over as soon as a scream was heard, only to find another fellow desert robber buried in the sand from the neck down. He hurriedly rushed over to check on him, but it was that split second that trouble had arrived. The guards roared and sprinted to where the captives were held. The hut that imprisoned the five captives was empty. The captives have escaped. Someone is here to snatch them away. Chase them, they're too fast. I can't catch up. The five people we captured yesterday have been taken. Hurry, report this to the leader. Shashwan was quick enough to sink into the sand before they came over. He hadn't left yet, making the choice to stay put and observe. He had heard the guards outside talking about a discussion between the Viper and Blue Beetle leaders as soon as he infiltrated this place. Shashwan was curious to see what these desert robbers were up to. In the meantime, he'd attempt to locate the traitor who had betrayed Gong Jiaren and the others. Before Shashwan had arrived at this place, Gong Jiaren had told him to slay the traitor as soon as they were found. Gong Jiaren would owe him a favor in return. As for the sword, Gong Jiaren wasn't persistent at all. The man intended to start anew and he was confident that a better sword could be welded in the future. Since the previous sword had been taken away by someone else, Gong Jiaren had no hopes to get it back, so it could be considered a farewell to the past. The Flaming Horn tribe failed to understand Gong Jiaren's thinking. If they had lost an excellent sword, they would have tried everything to get it back. Emotions, ponderings along with the concept of new beginnings and old beginnings were non-existent. But since Gong Jiaren did not bring up any specific requests, Shashwan wouldn't pay much attention to it. On the other end, the atmosphere of the two leaders' discussion turned sour as soon as the news reached their ears. Black Sand's dark expression morphed into something ugly. He glared at Yiken. "You're toying with us." Black Sand's eyes were bloodshot as if dyed red with blood. After he had broken free of his enslavement, this phenomenon would happen every time he used his powers. "Oh no," was the first thing Yiken had muttered in his heart after receiving the news. Now that Black Sand was like this, it was obvious that this discussion could not go on. "It wasn't us." Yiken quickly distanced away from Black Sand, still doing his best to explain himself. He was not an idiot. Offending Black Sand now meant trouble. Plus, Yiken had no idea who Black Sand had captured, and the man seemed to value this person. No matter what, Yiken refused to take responsibility for this. Sadly, Black Sand refused to listen and believe him. Other than the Blue Beetle, there was no one else who had stepped foot into this place. Besides, the man had been guarding against people from the Blue Beetle all along. As soon as he heard the news, Black Sand had suspected that Yiken had sent someone out to rob away those who could create better weapons since the start and was now merely feigning innocence in front of him. Unacceptable. How dare he fool him? "You all must want to die." Black Sand threw out his muscular arm and a terrifyingly sharp polished bone spur flew out. It went directly towards Yiken. Prepared, Yiken's sword was already in his grip. With a speedy sweep, the assaulting bone spur was blocked away. He shouted back aggressively, "I said it wasn't us." Meeting Black Sand's ruby eyes, Yiken's heart sank. This was probably a residual effect of breaking a master-slave bond. The after-effects would differ between people, and in Black Sand's case, he was prone to irritability. The most obvious indication was his bloodshot eyes. Black Sand had already gone berserk. Words were ineffective, for he would not listen anymore. The shaky relationship between both parties had made things worse. The displeasure stemming from the discussion earlier serves to further stimulate Black Sand's wrath. Without another word, Yiken flipped with a jump and rushed past the animal skin and scale armor shielding the window. As soon as he was outside, Yiken let out a howl akin to a ferocious wolf towards the sky. It was a message to his men: the negotiation has gone south. Be careful." The Blue Beetle desert robbers waiting outside gathered towards Yiken and brandished their weapons in defense against the swarming viper robbers. Bam! The precious and rare wooden door on the desert was destroyed with a stomp. Like a tall tower, Black Sand walked out step by step. With every step came an audible crunch, almost as if the man willed to crush the sand further. The dangerous, murderous intent he bore swept through everywhere. Even the vipers couldn't help but take a few steps back. "How dare you lie to me?" The 4 words were squeezed out through clenched teeth. Black Sand heaved through his flaring nostrils like an enraged bull. "I told you it wasn't us, idiot. Use your brain." It was after his words fell that Yiken was reminded that there was no point telling Black Sand these. The fact that Black Sand was able to lead the Vipers till this day meant that he was no brute. Perhaps the man understood that the Blue Beetles weren't the ones that snatched the captives away, but he was intent on venting his frustrations on them. Perhaps this was his attempt to threaten Yiken with violence and force an agreement out for the earlier discussion. Just as the situation was growing tense, no one noticed that a shadow had entered Black Sand's luxurious mansion and had even taken a seat on the window side to watch everything unfold. Shashwan's interest was piqued by the Blue Beetle desert robbers. The totemic pattern on their bodies turned out to be a beetle pushing a dung ball. How did they even think of using this as their brand? Blue Beetle? Dung beetles were mostly black in the desert. Even if they were fond of dung beetles, it would make more sense to use Black Beetle. Why were they using Blue Beetle instead? Could it be that they've seen Sapphire before? Regardless of the truth, the Blue Beetles were not in a good place now. Emerging out of the house, every strand of Black Sand's muscles were rippling and his bones were positively crackling. It wasn't a sign of breaking, but that every bone in his body was gearing up for the incoming battle. Clenching his sword, Black Sand strode over continuously towards Yiken. He lifted his arm high. With a violent twist of his wrist, the golden rays reflected off his blade shone and came down on Yiken like lightning. With a resonating metallic clash, the sword in Yiken's grip broke. Those who reside near the coast had always loved using swords, but after the mass robberies, the better weapons used by the desert robbers were all swords. Particularly for leaders like Yiken, most parts of their weaponry had consisted of swords. The sword in his grip was regarded as the best, and it was a shock that it was broken so easily. Before Yiken could spare another glance at his blade, his body was tensed up like a string drawn on a full bow and his ankles twisted around on the sand. With the momentum, he took 3 steps back in an instant, taking more than 2 meters of distance with each step. He avoided Black Sand's second assault while reaching his arm behind to draw out a spearhead. This was a weapon from his earlier days, before the spear's handle was broken and he had to replace it with a new weapon. After that, he polished the spearhead and carried it around as a dagger. The elders in the team said that it would bless him with safe returns each time, but at this point, Yiken wasn't sure if he could make it back alive. Things were spiraling out of control and the sword his opponent wielded brought him fear. Missing his target on the second attack, Black Sand was no longer in a rush to continue the fight. He studied the half-blade on the ground and then placed his gaze on the seemingly regular spearhead Yiken brandished. The man let out a burst of maniacal laughter, red eyes filled with mockery and mirth as he turned his blade around to let the reflected sunlight fall on Yiken and his people. Though it was just reflected light, the expressions of the Blue Beetle shifted. They had seen how that sword had broken their leader's weapon firsthand. The light bouncing off the blade piled on more stress to their hearts. It felt almost as if the blade was slicing through their bodies, their anxiety reaching its peak with clammy palms. "I'll give you a choice." Black Sand drawled languidly but with indisputable power. His bloodshot eyes were trained intently on Yiken and his men. "I will have authority over the heavenly waters." "And if I refuse?" Yiken asked. "Then death awaits. There is no one else who can help you now." Black Sand raised his sword and tapped on the Yiken and the other's totemic pattern with the tip. The grin on his face was increasingly malicious with each glance, and there was no mistake with the sarcasm in his eyes. "Or perhaps you can summon those insects drawn on your bodies. But let me tell you this, these bugs, if one appears, I'll stomp them to death. If there's 2, I'll kill a pair. I'll kill however many bugs that appear." At this point, Shashwan, who had been spectating the development, muttered under his breath, "You should really watch your words." With the golden shining sword in his grip, Black Sand felt like he was on the ladders to divinity. He was growing stronger and could now stomp over all those unpleasant enemies of his past. Yiken furrowed his brows as he weighed all the possible best strategies. Sadly, he feared that Black Sand was not about to spare him more time for thought. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Dash. The sound of sand shifting in such an intense situation felt exceptionally clear. Uncanny feelings surged in all of a sudden. Black Sand watched a spot behind Yiken and his party with wide eyes. His expression fell little by little as his hands trembled. It was rare to see him in this state. Everyone around too sucked in their breaths as if they've seen something horrifying and unbelievable. Their jaws were on the ground. Yiken, who hadn't taken a glance back as he was on guard against Black Sand, quickly snapped his head around. Not far behind them, a gigantic blue beetle had emerged out of the sand. Chapter 744. It actually appeared. 2 in 1 chapter. Somewhere outside the little town, behind a not-so-tall sand dune, was one of the closest dunes to the Viper's stronghold. There would be no hiding spot if they moved forward. Here, Ta and the others waited as they watched the little town for activity. Earlier, they had noticed a flood of sand just outside the town. It was through that they realized that Shashwan had already found the targets and was ready to transport them out. That was the signal they had agreed on earlier. The flood of sand was produced by Sapphire, who was waiting with them over there. Hovering above in the sky far away, Chaka began moving towards the small town as soon as it noticed the sand flow. If Chaka was too close to the team, they'd risk being exposed. Hence, Chaka had been moving freely ever since they entered the desert. It kept its distance away from the formation, but not too far away so that Shashwan could find it in time. After the 5 Gongjia family members were tossed out by Shashwan, they were quickly brought away by a swooping Chaka. As they exited the town, Chaka did not bring them towards Gongjia Ren and the others were. Instead, he flew towards another direction. It was after they lost the Vipers that Chaka would revert back to the original path and reunite them with Gongjia Ren. Gongjia Ren explained the Flaming Horn tribe's situation to the 5 people. Though his 5 comrades' mental conditions weren't the best, at least they were still alive with all limbs intact. With sufficient rest and sustenance, the 5 comrades would definitely be able to recover well. Gongjia Ren felt relieved. The Flaming Horn tribe was more powerful than he anticipated and there was no fault in their choice. If they could leave safely this time, Gongjia Ren would help the Flaming Horn tribe wield weapons to repay their assistance in the rescue. Now that the captives were rescued, their worries were gone. Even if they were met with the desert robbers again, the people of the Flaming Horn tribe had nothing to fear now. So, they waited for Shashwan's return. However, after a moment's worth of waiting, there was already commotion at the small city. Shashwan wasn't out yet nor had he sent out a distress signal. What do we do? Chio looked at Ta. Do we head over? Though there were Beatles over there. After all, the Vipers were a crowd and Shashwan alone might not be able to defend himself if he was surrounded. Everything was prone to mishaps. No, we should continue waiting. Ta raised an arm to stop him. They hadn't received any distress signal from Shashwan and something seemed to be wrong over there in the small town. Shashwan had made it clear that he'd send out signals if anything had changed. Since Shashwan didn't do anything, they would continue to wait over there. After all these years, Ta was also aware that Shashwan was no longer the confused kid that followed the team at its tail. Shashwan had plans for appropriate actions and there wasn't much for them to do. All they needed to do was to stick to the plan. Keep an eye on your surroundings, Ta reminded everyone. They were in an area where the desert robbers thrive. There was a dire need to be cautious at all times. On the other end, inside the small Viper city, in front of everyone's eyes, a gigantic blue beetle emerged from under the sand. The yellow sand slipped off its blue carapace with a hissing noise. Though Sapphire's height could only be considered medium-sized among the many desert beasts, its overall shape was a slightly flattened oval that looked like a huge inverted spoon. There was just not enough open space to accommodate its body. Following the emergence of this gigantic beetle, The low sand houses on the ground began to collapse noisily. The woven doors made out of desert vines let out a fragile creak with every strand broken throughout the process. It took no time for the surrounding crowd to disperse away from the giant beetle that came out of nowhere. Something just felt so wrong about it. Typically, the appearance of desert beasts in the area was rare. After all, there were more and more desert robber settlements here. There would be fewer desert beasts in a place with more people unless the beast were more powerful. Sapphire's surprising emergence had been classified as the latter kind of beast in everyone's mind. Initially, Yaiken had plans to spare a quick glance behind before returning his attention on Black Sand. He wanted to attack Black Sand when the man was distracted, best if he could snatch the sword in his grip over. However, Yaiken definitely wasn't expecting to see such a sight as soon as he whipped a head around. He was so shocked that he forgot about his plan to assault Black Sand altogether. Regardless of the vipers or the blue beetles, everyone had their eyes glued on the totemic patterns drawn on the latter. They studied the beetle drawn and then reverted their gaze on the newly appeared beetle. Everyone was astonished. The vipers exclaimed, "The totem is real." The blue beetles cried, "The totem is real." Though every desert robber team would have their own pattern, it was merely just a wish or a kind of branding. No one had ever taken it as something real. There was no concept of religion, so how were they going to simply place their beliefs in a pattern? Just like the vipers, if they ever met that kind of snake in the desert, the first thing that would cross their mind would be to kill the venomous snake. If a gigantic venomous viper were to appear before their eyes, they certainly would have soiled their garments. That was the present mood of the blue beetles. The earliest bunch of blue beetles who had experienced everything when they fled knew exactly why Yaiken and the elders of the desert robber team had decided to take such a name. When the situation with Rock Hill City broke out back then, they fled. If it wasn't for the blue beetle that scared away the pursuing soldiers, they would have been hacked to death long ago. Plus, the blue beetle had even brought them many wonderful things. That was the dawn of the rise of the blue beetle desert robbers. Those who had joined them, later on, had actually heard about it from the other members. Only a handful were willing to believe it. Some felt like it was either a made-up story or pure luck. But now, if those who had retold the story of the blue beetle were here, they would have been screaming at the top of their lungs, "You lied to us. Didn't you say that the beetle was only about the height of a human? What the heck is this?" Thinking back to Black Sand's provocation, everyone from the blue beetle felt that Yaiken had summoned this out for help. They ignored the absurdity of the situation, gazed at Yaiken with overflowing respect as they regained their spirits. Turns out the leader still had one more trick up his sleeve. Not only did he summon a gigantic blue beetle, but it was also bigger than the one in the legend. On the other hand, the vipers were horrified. No one had expected the blue beetles to be prepared. Even Black Sand too thought the same. Yaiken, who was equally surprised, could mutter nothing. Of course, Yaiken would have noticed the way everyone else was looking at him. He was shocked to the core and terrified. He wasn't the one who summoned this. Though he had encountered a big blue beetle in the past, it was nowhere as huge as this. He didn't dare think that if this was just a coincidental appearance. If the giant beetle attacked everyone, would the blue beetles have to change their totem soon? The appearance of the blue beetle brought great turbulence to the initial tension. The stiff icy atmosphere felt almost as if it was dropped into boiling water and began to crack. The sudden turn of events brought the same emotions to everyone as well. In the midst of emotional turmoil, the giant blue beetle's body was finally fully exposed. Its shovel-like head turned slightly as it swept its surroundings, gaze pausing on Yaiken for a few seconds. Yaiken's heart clenched. He was clearer about the truth than anyone else. The man feared that the giant beetle would attack them. But soon, Yaiken noticed that the beetle turned away to stare at Black Sand, who was still brandishing his sword. Other than the rustling of sand, it was utter silence. Everyone was waiting for the giant beetle's response. Despite linking the similarities between the blue beetle desert robber's pattern and the giant beetle, everyone still held a hint of suspicion. Next, the giant blue beetle began to move. It raised its forelimbs that resembled long-handled sickles and slammed it down hard on the sand with a posture different from when it was hunting for sand lizards. This time, Its forelimbs were stretched out wider and struck the sand like a bolt of violent black lightning. The burst of air was like an invisible flying arrow. From the place of impact, it shot forward unidirectionally. Where it passed, the sand would be pushed to both sides. Yaiken stood still with the knowledge that he wasn't the receiving end of this attack. He turned around to look at where black sand stood, understanding that the man was the true target of this gigantic blue beetle. It was this strike that allowed Yaiken to exhale in relief. Thank goodness the giant beetle wasn't going to attack him. When the giant beetle appeared, black sand was already tensed up in anticipation of an assault. The moment it lifted its claw, the man was already ready to dodge the arrow like air current. The air current hit the stone house behind black sand with a loud bang. The house shook and sand, rock chips and rocks began whizzing down. Fortunately, black sand had put in a lot of effort in the construction of this house. It was able to withstand the blow, but if more were to come, there was no guarantee. Black sand still loved his mansion very much. He did not wish to continue the fight here. The man gritted his teeth and stepped towards the other side quickly. Sapphire too shared the intention. After all, Shashwan was still in the house. It regretted its blow as soon as it was tossed out. No one paid mind to how its antennae shook several times. It had committed a mistake in the past, almost devouring Shashwan's target. This was why Sapphire willed to contribute something for redemption. Hence, it would now work harder and focus solely on the target. Anyone else would be ignored. With vehement force, it moved its 6 long legs and began to chase after black sand. The sand lifted up by the process hit everyone's skin painfully. Yaiken didn't bother to chase after black sand at this point. He let everyone from the blue beetle clear out a path and noticed that some smaller beetles were crawling out from the sand. He quickly called, "Don't attack the beetles on the ground. Avoid them. Avoid them all." The blue beetles were obedient. One of the vipers drove their stone spear into a beetle and soon 2, 3, 10s and even more beetles swarmed over to him. The man panicked. He screamed as he clenched the spear tighter, continuing to stab the beetles around him. Weirdly, the more he stabbed, the more beetles appeared. All the surrounding beetles began to gather around him and soon, just like a small mountain, it lifted the man. The man was buried by insects to the point where one could not see his head and eyes. In the beginning, his spear-waving motions could still be seen and his piercing screams could still be heard. Soon, following an increase of beetles, nothing else could be seen and his screams were getting softer and softer. The black beetles came like a tide, wrapping the man in its wave. When the black wave gradually receded, only a skeleton with tattered garments remained. Even those with suspicions were broken by this sight. No one was sure who started it, but one of the vipers began to scream. Insect swarm. Like a scoop of water thrown into a flaming pot filled with oil, it exploded instantly. Insect swarm. The swarm is coming. Run. The vipers couldn't be bothered with the blue beetles now. All the insect swarms they had encountered in the desert would most often avoid them from a distance or even right away. No one had ever imagined that they'd meet an insect swarm here in their stronghold. No. It was brought here by the blue beetles. The blue beetles were actually capable of triggering insect tides. This knowledge was more than enough to instill more fear in the vipers. Make them leave. The vipers began shouting at Yaiken. Unfortunately, the leader of the vipers was busy running away from the giant beetle and everyone here was no match for Yaiken. Should they surround him and attack? But there was still so many beetles around them and all were capable of devouring humans. To run or not to run? They watched Yaiken slashed every single viper around and how the killed comrades were quickly swallowed by the beetles on the ground. Some of the blue beetles were bitten too, but without needing a word from Yaiken, they had begun gathering around Yaiken. Everyone, including the support waiting outside the small town and people who had rushed over after hearing the commotion, too mirrored their actions and went near Yaiken. Yaiken stared at the dense mass of black beetles on the ground, heart seized with panic. He wasn't one of those elders. The elders believed in the signs and had faith that the beetle would bring them a chance to live again. However, Yiken had always been skeptical about it. The man merely took the elders' advice during the discussion for a name and pattern when the team needed some kind of spiritual pillar. Yiken really had no clue about these bugs at all. Noticing everyone coming closer, Yiken had no choice but to take charge. Everyone, do not attack the beetles on the ground. Yiken reminded again. One of them who felt a bite on a calf had to diminish his urge to slash the beetle. Hearing the warning, he could only gingerly shake away the beetle on his leg. Inexplicably, after the beetles had taken a few steps towards them, it began to dash away. The beetles did not continue coming towards them. This was useful. One of the Blue Beetle members turned around to look at Yiken. Sir, were you the one who summoned them? A legendary desert disaster actually making peace with them and helping them out? This must be a miracle. They decided that they must reflect when they return. Otherwise, what would they do if they got devoured by the insectide in the future? Yiken shared the sentiment, but the doubt persisted. They used to be slaves. They had seen many and experienced many. He refused to believe everything unfolding before them just like that. Not far away, a loud noise came ringing. The giant blue beetle was fighting black sand, but no one knew what the situation was. Wait for me here. I'm going to go check on the situation over there, said Yiken, ready to jump onto the roof of the sandstone house behind. Before his feet could even leave the ground, someone grabbed onto him. No, sir, I'm coming with you. The person grabbing onto Yiken's arm was frantic. Yeah, sir, we're coming with you. The others in their proximity quickly joined in. No need for that. I can do this alone. Wait for me here. Before Yiken could finish, the others began to howl desperately. They held onto Yiken tight. No, sir, you can't leave us here. They continued to scream and shout, almost as if Yiken stepping away would result in the whole bunch getting eaten. Indeed, that was the reality. As soon as Yiken distanced away, those maniacal beetles lost in bloodlust would begin attacking everyone. Yiken was the only exception safe from their attacks. Yiken leapt onto the roof. Following that, the little beetles pacing around shrank their radius and began closing in. Noticing that, the people below waved at Yiken frantically. Sir, save us. Some quickly leapt onto the roof as well. Yiken jumped off the roof and the approaching beetles began to disperse outwards. The blue beetles weren't the only witness to the scene. It did not go unnoticed by a large part of the vipers as well. Those beetles refused to eat Yiken and even seemed like they were purposefully avoiding him. Realizing that, some of the vipers began to weigh their choices. Survival was the most important thing after all. One of the viper dashed towards Yiken. He ran and shouted, I'll join you. I'll join the blue beetle. That was the first, and then came the second, third. Though they worried that betrayal would anger Black Sand, survival still held the highest priority. Those who belonged to the blue beetle would be safe from the insectide. Plus, no one knew if Black Sand would come out of this unscathed. The gigantic beetle was evidently not an easy opponent. Seeing more and more vipers expressing their desire to join the blue beetle, the blue beetle members themselves glued their attention on Yiken. They were anticipating his decision. They were aware that the vipers were forced by the insect swarm into doing this. However, this wasn't entirely detrimental to the blue beetle. At least it was beneficial to their current situation. Loyalty wasn't important, it had always been a competition of numbers among the desert robbers. Circled by everyone in a protective umbrella, Yiken was hit with a sense of déjà vu. Yiken was more surprised than everyone else. So this was it. The protection the elders had always talked. Could it be real? As if noticing something, Yiken whipped around violently to look at the sandstone houses. He swept his gaze across a few windows, failing to find anyone inside. The only thing he saw was countless black beetles flooding into the houses through the windows, which discouraged anyone with the thought of hiding inside. Sir, what are you looking at? One of the blue beetles asked Yiken. Yiken shook his head. Nothing. He felt like they were being watched but found nothing in his earlier inspection. Shashwan, who was inside the sandstone house, was already moving towards Sapphire. Bam! The sand particles flew up like a geyser. Black Sand held onto his sword tightly and sliced through the rushing sand burst. The friction between the sand particles and the blade created a piercing noise that felt like sharp shards grazing through his heart. The sound hurt his eardrums. The meridians in Black Sand's body swelled. Ever since he broke free from enslavement, his capabilities would increase with every usage of his power in addition to becoming stronger. This was just like how totem warriors would mobilize the power of a totem. However, unlike the totem warriors, though he had seized the power for his own use, it wasn't absorbed completely. Every usage of those powers was followed with maniacal emotions. Fortunately, Black Sand was always able to control himself without losing his mind. Despite the residual effects, the increase in capabilities was evident. Black Sand dodged the giant beetle's long claws and his arm muscles swelled again. His strength continued to rise. Black Sand's eyes had turned completely blood red and were bulging outwards. It looked like it was about to start bleeding soon. He looked at the gigantic blue mass not far away. His fists were tightened around the handle and his feet shook the ground. Legs bent and center of gravity lowered. His bulging vertebrae could be seen on his arched spine. His joints were undulating continuously, accompanied by constant crackling sounds. In the next moment, his whole being lunged forward towards the giant beetle like a cannonball. In a symphony of bone and muscle strength along with the power in his body, his sword was swung out with the cry of the wind. The forelimbs of the giant beetle were raised in an attempt to block his sword with the sand burst. Right at the moment before its sickle-like claws could make contact with the ground, Black Sand's feet turned abruptly. The motion shoveled up some sand and the twisting force allowed his body to be folded in an instant, flashing past the burst of sand in the nick of time. Black Sand himself was now right beside the giant beetle. He lunged forward with full murderous intent. Black Sand was fully aware that his own strength was no match against the giant beetle. Yet, he did not wish to give up his territory and run away. He wished to use his sword to slay the giant beetle, but every time he attempted to rush forward, the giant beetle's sand burst would block the man. Hence, he decided to change his strategy. The giant beetle must be doing this out of fear of his sword. Black Sand was even more confident now. His current target would be the beetle's head. Without a head, how would the giant beetle survive? It wasn't a monster created by Rock Hill. Clang. Hard strengths met with a crisp metallic sound. The force of the movement vibrated along the bone of the hands gripping the sword, and Black Sand's arms bounced apart as a result of the barbaric counter-shock force. Black Sand's pupil shrank. His blow did not go through. He had targeted the beetle's head, but as the blow was made, it seemed that the beetle too was prepared for this. Using its other two pairs of legs, it spun its body like a top. The head that was originally facing the sword's tip was switched to its carapace, which was the toughest part of the beetle. The tip of Black Sand's blade was only able to leave behind a shallow trace on its carapace. Blocked away by the counter-shock force, Black Sand was spared no time to do anything before the beetle slammed its carapace into him. Bam! Black Sand was sent flying away. The power within his body was unstable, to begin with, and with this impact, his blood surged. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and a trickle of blood began to seep out of his eyes. His sneak attack had failed. Added with the insignificant mark on the beetle's carapace, Black Sand's confidence wavered. Sapphire, who had knocked away a person, began stomping its two hind legs. Like an armored car, it moved its heavy body forward quickly in the desert and pulled up one of its forelimbs like a whip. Black Sand was still in the air and had yet to make a landing. He had no wings, rendering him unable to avoid the incoming attack. Other than raising his sword in defense, the man was truly left with no other choice. Bam! The jagged forelimbs swept over like a heavy axe, shaking away the air's barrier and to slam onto the sword vehemently. The violent force followed along with the fist Black Sand held around the sword's handle and seized his arm. Crack! After Black Sand's phalanges were broken, his arm bones let out a crisp noise. Soon, his spine began to crackle loudly as if they could no longer support his body, and with that assault, Black Sand was slammed into the sandy floor. The rippling sand spread out like water waves. Chapter 745 Worship, 2 in one chapter. Black Sand's body gradually lost strength, his grip slacked around the sword's handle, forcing him to switch hands. He had flipped over and the giant beetle was already right in front of him with its forelimbs raised. No time was spared for Black Sand. Black Sand's scalp went numb from the oppression he felt from the giant beetle. Every single muscle of his being was trembling. There was no way he could dodge it in time. All he could do was to raise his sword horizontally and block off its assault. Bam! His whole body was almost slammed right into the sand. His grip around the sword was faltering. If it was someone else and Black Sand hadn't grown stronger, the man would have been long dead by the impact. Even now Black Sand was merely holding on by a thin thread. He barely had time to think. He could already smell the scent of death. Here he thought he'd never feel this surge of emotion after escaping his enslavement, but the feeling was back. Fear flashed through his bleeding bloodshot eyes. He didn't wish to die. He still had plans to unite this land of scattered desert robbers. He too had fantasized about conquering all of Rock Hill City's territory and controlling the whole desert. But now, he could only helplessly accept the brutal impacts filled with murderous intent. Sapphire's attack was actually very simple, except for the beginning when it wasn't sure of how strong Black Sand's weapon was. It executed several probing actions, but once it determined Black Sand and his weapon's capabilities, it had a clear idea of its approach. Now that Black Sand was vulnerable, Sapphire wasn't about to slack off. No mercy would be spared for the man. Without unnecessary movements, Sapphire slammed and slammed and slammed. Its attack was simple and direct. After it had knocked Black Sand into the sand, it'd extract the man from the sand and repeat its assault. If one slam wasn't enough to kill him, it'd hit a few more times. Similar to when it chased after those sand lizards if its target tried to hide beneath the surface. Sapphire would pull it out and then attack it. Unless its target was directly killed by its claw, it would not stop. Death had to be confirmed because oftentimes when prey were considered to be weakened during hunts, Sapphire had encountered a few escapes once it let its guard down while trying to roll it into a ball. To avoid repeating its mistake, Sapphire's forelimb showed no sign of stopping. Loud thuds and thumps were heard from the sandy surface, causing sand particles to sieve and spread open like flowers. Resultant indents would be flattened and created repeatedly. Black Sand could hear the crisp fracture of his bones, consciousness gradually slipping away. At this point, he could no longer feel the pain inflicted on his body. Truthfully, he was regretful now. He shouldn't have forced the Blue Beetle members to a corner, or else they wouldn't have summoned this giant beetle. Perhaps he should have run away as soon as he spotted the giant beetle. In that case, even if he had lost his territory and subordinates, he would be able to form another desert robber group soon with his capabilities and the sword in his grip. Black Sand still thought that the giant blue beetle was summoned by Yiken, even till his end. Sapphire's assault finally came to an end. It moved its shovel-like head slightly, perhaps wondering what to do with this man. Its two paddle-shaped antennae twitched. It decided to roll its prey into a ball, but this prey was just too small. It could only make a very small ball. Just as Sapphire was stuck in a dilemma, Shashwan gave it further instructions. In the end, Sapphire didn't get to turn Black Sand into a ball. All it did was extend its forelimbs to dig the brutally flattened man out of the sand and left. After Sapphire left, a mass of black beetles emerged from the sand. They swarmed over to the unrecognizable body left behind on the sand. Black Sand had eaten many people in the past. He had even preyed on his blood-related relatives during his earlier escape back then. Men, women, the elderly and children. He devoured them all. But the man certainly had never imagined himself to be eaten someday by a bunch of insects. Hidden in one of the low sandstone houses, a Viper member spied the situation through the gap of a mostly covered vent. He shrank into a corner of the house. The man dared not step out. If Black Sand could be eaten by insects, he certainly wouldn't be spared. Meanwhile, Yiken was circled by more than 300 people. Those that were further away from Yiken faced occasional bites from the beetles. Yet, they didn't dare do anything to the insects. They were afraid that retaliation would only result in harder bites or that the Blue Beetle members would kick them away and have them fend for themselves. The Blue Beetle members swallowed their complaints even if they were bitten. Some were even fighting for a spot closer to Yiken. Yiken had never thought that he'd be so likable even with his own subordinates. His authority was maintained due to fear of his capabilities. Now, that fear had respect thrown into the mix. Yiken was fully aware of their thoughts, but he wasn't the one who summoned the giant beetle, nor had he done anything else. It's gone. The insect swarm is gone. Someone on the outer edge screamed. It really is gone. It's gone. More rejoiced. The first thing that crossed the Viper's mind was their leader, Black Sand. Now that the insect swarm had dissipated, how was Black Sand? Had he won or lost against the giant beetle? The initial black beetles that lingered around either crawled into the sand or left directly. The black dense mass of insects before them was now only left with the original sandy ground. There were collapsed sand houses nearby along with unfortunate victims that were gnawed down to their bones. Some of the vipers took a few hesitant steps away. There were no black beetles in sight. Sir, if the insect swarm is over, does that mean the giant beetle has left too? One of the Blue Beetle members asked Yiken. Yiken pushed the crowd away and exited the circle. Everyone else followed behind him closely. Though the beetles were nowhere to be seen, they were still worried. To keep close to Yiken would be their safest bet. Yiken paused momentarily, then began to walk forward. He jumped onto the roof and peered into the distance. Nope, it's still here. Just as Yiken's sentence fell, everyone scrambled to gather around him again. The vipers refused to budge even if the blue beetles were threatening them with blades. The insect swarm isn't completely gone yet. It has left this area, but for some reason, it seems to be waiting at a distance away. Yiken reported as he jumped off the roof. Those beetles weren't gone yet. This meant that the giant blue beetle was still around. The giant blue beetle had left to chase after Black Sand, but nothing could be heard from their fight. Had Black Sand fled, or was he already killed by the giant blue beetle? Regardless, both possible outcomes were beneficial to Yiken. The man grew anxious. With a roll of his Adam's apple and the sweat mixed with sand sliding off his spine, his eyes were focused. He concentrated, hoping to detect sounds from his surroundings. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Something was approaching them. The sound was coming from under their feet. Everyone went silent, hearts trembling from fear. The sound was getting close. The other part had no intention to hide their tracks, it seems. In the middle of the desert, a blue carapace emerged. Everyone held their breath. Some desired to run, flee, but after what had transpired earlier, they hesitated just as they raised their limb. After a dilemma, they retracted their extended leg and returned to their spot. All they could do was shiver in fear. Other than the scratches on its carapace, the reappeared giant blue beetle had no other visible injuries. In fact, it seemed relatively unscathed. It held something in its jaw, which attracted everyone's attention. It was a sword, the one Black Sand wielded. If his sword was here, was Black Sand dead? The crowd had their assumptions, but admittedly, those that remained here felt relieved. The Blue Beetles felt that the Vipers were no longer a threat, and the Vipers were relieved that their betrayal would not garner Black Sand's wrath. Without this sword, Black Sand was no match for Yiken. Unsure of why the giant Blue Beetle had appeared before him once again, Yiken did not dare to move. The man stood stiffly. He wasn't the one who summoned the beetle. He wasn't sure if the giant beetle would attack him after killing Black Sand off. With the sword secured in its mouth, the giant blue beetle lifted its legs and paced over to Yiken. The people around Yiken quickly backed away. Some of the blue beetles shielded Yiken protectively, but the man patted their backs and motioned them to move aside. The man would face the approaching giant beetle himself. Yiken felt extremely pressured to face a living being like that alone. He had no choice but to stand still. He watched the beetle come close to him, mind fixated on a possibility. He stared at the sword in its mouth hard, pulse involuntarily picking up pace. His palms began to sweat. The giant beetle brought the sword to Yiken, as if trying to differentiate something. Its paddle-like antennae moved. It gave Yiken a fear that he'd be flattened by it in the next second. The others found it difficult to breathe. After a moment, the giant blue beetle slackened its mandibles. The sword fell onto the ground, just right at the side of Yiken's foot. Leaving behind the sword, The giant blue beetle turned and left. Yaiken stared at the sword beside his foot. He bent down and gripped the sword's handle with trembling palms. There were some marks on the blade, but it wasn't deep. The blade wasn't damaged too. Yaiken swiped his palm over the sword, brushing away the sand and dust on its surface. There was still a sheen to the blade that felt divine. Despite the glaring sun above their heads, the blade was still cool to the touch. Its temperature was akin to the sand beneath the ground. Lifting his head to watch the giant blue beetle leave, the sunlight reflected off its carapace had a faint hue of blue. Yaiken released the hilt and supported the blade up with both hands. He raised the golden sword with engravings high and knelt on the burning sandy ground roasted by the sun, and with that, he bowed to the leaving blue figure. The other blue beetles mirrored him. Everyone knelt and bowed to the blue figure. It was this moment that they seemed to experience a feeling that they had only heard about and never felt before: faith. Many of their ancestors were slaves. Anything regarding tribes was heard from the mouths of their elders when they were alone. This was why they could not resonate with how the tribesmen would worship totems. But now, this moment seemed to have triggered something. The totem on their arms, chests, spine and others felt hot. It was now imprinted into their hearts. The totem they had found ridiculous in the past was now holy, just like how they were worshipping a giant blue figure. Perhaps a little faith could support their stubborn survival in the midst of this merciless desert. While the blue beetles knelt, the vipers locked gazes in hesitation. Should they kneel too? If they don't kneel, would they be devoured? It was better to kneel. Since they've chosen to join the blue beetle, how could they still be standing when the leader himself was kneeling? If they don't display their loyalty now, when else would be the right time? Following the blue beetles, the vipers who had chosen to join them kneeled as well. Under the worship of more than hundreds of humans, the giant blue beetle disappeared into the desert. The smaller beetles that were waiting nearby left as well. They disappeared into the sand and soon, they were all out of sight. This time, the insect swarm was gone completely. Waiting till none of the beetles had remained, Yaiken held on to the sword and stood. He stared into the distance with a deep and unreadable expression. This felt like a new chance at life. He could finally understand the elder's words better now. After instructing his subordinates to count their new members, Yaiken entered the sandstone house. This morning, this luxurious mansion still belonged to Black Sand. Now, it had a new owner who had claimed it. Yaiken, however, wasn't all that serious about this area. Walking towards a stone table, he found a finished animal skin manuscript written by Black Sand. It was the terms of their cooperation. Though it was meant to be cooperation, everything written had intentions of enslaving the blue beetles. This was the main reason behind Yaiken's reluctance. Before the giant blue beetle appeared, under Black Sand's pressure and the others' anticipation for his decision, perhaps he had thought of agreeing to it and come up with a new solution after getting past this obstacle. But Yaiken was fully aware that agreeing now would allow Black Sand to bring out his completed terms and have the blue beetles return to being slaves again. Even if the giant blue beetle hadn't appeared, Yaiken would not agree to it either. The man had even braced himself to die in battle, but unexpectedly, a faint pain throbbed on his palm. With furrowed brows, Yaiken wiped his blood onto the animal skin and slashed it with the sword. He exited the sandstone house. Yaiken raised his head and looked into a direction where the Heavenly Waters Desert Robber Group's underground palace was located. They had been in despair and experienced so many difficulties. In the future, they too would experience glorious days. A massive storm was about to happen in this place the desert robbers called home. Shashwan felt no need to find out what the desert robbers planned to do next. Their existence would definitely become a threat to the Rock Hill City members. Even if the current leaders were still not very experienced, they hadn't even truly improved their capabilities yet. But as long as there was time, they would come to threaten all the other powers in the desert in the foreseeable future. It'd be best if they could hamper Rock Hill. Sapphire, who had been worshipped like a holy relic by Yaiken and the others, had been in fact summoned there by Shashwan. Of course, The conflict between the two desert robber groups wasn't the only motivation behind this. Shashwan had deliberately allowed Sapphire to engage Black Sand in a fight to have the man become the Beatles' whetstone. After unlocking Sapphire's fourth lock, Shashwan didn't have a clear idea of its current abilities. Thus, it required a real battle to gauge it. Plus, Sapphire was native to the desert. The advancements and changes brought by the fourth lock were most certainly geared towards the desert environment. It could live well here and there would be more beetles around it. There was no way Sapphire could follow Shashwan to the Flaming Horn tribe's headquarters. If Shashwan brought Sapphire out of the desert, the beetle wouldn't be able to utilize its advantages elsewhere. This was why Shashwan had no plans to bring it elsewhere. The desert was most suited for Sapphire. Despite that, there were people from Rock Hill City and many scattered desert robber groups in the desert. While the current desert robbers had yet to show remarkable development and the leaders hadn't had enough time to improve themselves, humans were complicated and cunning. To survive in the desert, Sapphire would need to learn more about this. These could be comprehended through fighting Black Sand. Though Black Sand had broken away from his master-slave bond, which was equivalent to using the powers his former owner bestowed for himself, the power in his body wasn't stable enough to achieve well-rounded development. This was similar to the tribesmen who had just learned how to merge with their fire seeds. They weren't able to absorb the fire seed's power completely yet. Black Sand was just at the beginning and with his current abilities, could not secure his advantages against Sapphire. This was also another reason why Shashwan wasn't too worried about sending Sapphire after the man. However, Black Sand's sword was able to cause certain damage to Sapphire. Though it was nothing like the swords made by Gongjia Heng, it was still a weapon forged by the Gongjia members that could serve a personal signature. It wasn't easy for a weapon to leave behind such scratches on Sapphire's carapace. Shashwan wished for Sapphire to understand that seemingly vulnerable beings could still utilize certain strategies to defend themselves. Sometimes, it may even play tricks and Sapphire would have to come up with corresponding approaches in response. When strength wasn't absolute, one must be smart. The insect swarm was attention-grabbing and Shashwan hoped that Sapphire had learned plenty from this experience. This was his first slave. He didn't want it to be reduced to cannon fodder in the desert. Thankfully, Sapphire was a smart one. The sandblast it had conjured in the beginning may look like a defense and attack mechanism, but it was actually just to probe Black Sand and the sword. The resulting sound from the friction of sand against the blade was enough for Sapphire to gain an understanding of the overall situation, allowing it to decide whether to attack with its carapace. As soon as it determined that the sword could inflict no real damage, it seized the opportunity. Escape wasn't an option for Black Sand. Finding food in the desert was never easy, so all beasts would treasure each opportunity well. Even if Black Sand had thought of running away, it would only be wishful thinking. The reason behind Yiken's immunity against the smaller beetles' attack was Sapphire instruction. Sapphire had made it clear that the smaller beetles were not allowed to go near the man. There were limitations to the smaller beetles' execution. They weren't able to distinguish between too many people nor execute overly complex instructions. Hence, it was impossible for Shashwan to have them stay away from the Blue Beetle desert robbers. The next best thing would be to have them avoid Yiken. The Blue Beetle desert robbers had piqued Shashwan's interest. However, Sapphire could no longer remember them and Shashwan failed to comprehend the real picture. If Shashwan wasn't around, the insect swarm would definitely attack every single person. Worse, Yiken would have suffered the same fate as Black Sand. After this incident, Shashwan had told Sapphire to remember Yiken's scent. If it ever comes across his subordinates in the future, as long as they did not harm it, it shall not attack them with the insect swarm. After all, their totem was a blue beetle rolling a dung ball. Now that the blue beetles regard Sapphire as a figure of worship, the misunderstanding would be best continued. Outside the Viper's small city, some skeletons could be found occasionally. Those were the unfortunate souls who failed to escape the insect swarm in time after noticing its emergence. Shashwan returned to where the Flaming Horn tribe was waiting. "Are you alright?" Ta and the others quickly came over to ask. They've heard the commotion at the small city and saw the insect swarm happening. Ta had insisted that they stay put until Shashwan's signal was received, but soon after, the insect swarm appeared. They did not dare to step foot into the areas plagued by the insect swarm. They weren't Shashwan, they would definitely be attacked as well. Many of the vipers had fled the city towards different directions. Those that had escaped towards the Flaming Horn tribe would be slaughtered upon encounter. It was a need to avoid exposing their presence. The bodies scattered across the floor was cleaned up by the Beatles under Shashwan's order, masking everything with sand. No evidence could be found. This was no place to extend their stay. Perhaps the Blue Beetles would soon rush over to accept the last remains of the Viper's influence. There weren't many who knew about Shashwan's relation to the insect swarm. At least the desert robbers were completely clueless. Perhaps they would find out in the future, but it was best to not tell them now. The Viper's small city wasn't a good place to rest. Returning to that spot would have the 5-person held captive anxious. They rather sleep on the desert ground than step foot into the small city again. Coincidentally, the Flaming Horn tribesmen too didn't wish to stay with the desert robbers. They began to leave. Making their way out of the desert, Gongjia Ren and the other 5 people were carried on Sapphire's carapace. With food, water and their injuries tended to, their mental conditions had improved significantly after some rest. Elder Shashwan. Among the rescued bunch, the eldest Gongjia Khan voiced carefully, "Yes." Shashwan looked at him. "That traitor." Gongjia Khan was referring to the traitor that had betrayed the Gongjia family. "He was eaten," said Shashwan. "He was the one who watched him drown in the insect swarm." Hearing that the traitor was eaten by insects, the 6 Gongjia members exhaled in relief. At least the traitor had received the punishment he deserved. But following that, they sighed. They were both implicated and forced to step up. Everyone was helpless, but it was unexpected that the other party had the nerve to betray them. The traitor had even led the desert robbers to capture them. Yet, this outcome was as such. "Huh? You feel bad for him?" Lei continued. "If someone from the Flaming Horn tribe decided to betray everyone, they'd be hunted down. No matter how far they've escaped, we'd do anything to kill them upon meeting." "Just like, who was it?" "The one who betrayed his tribe and sought refuge with a slave master, Daoyu," Chiyo helpfully supplied. Yes, him, Daoyu. Even though he sought refuge in a slave master and lived well in the desert, wasn't he killed by Ajwan in the end?" Lei's mention of Daoyu triggered Shashwan's memories of that time. If his assumptions were correct, Daoyu hadn't completely disappeared, though he was dead. The man was probably living in another form. On a random corner of the desert, a 200-member convoy tracked the sands. Different from the desert robbers, the array of this convoy was rather unique. The most attention-grabbing of them all had to be the gigantic armored beast walking in the middle. The shape of the giant beast looked rather oval. It wasn't as flat as Sapphire and it was slightly longer than the beetle. When it moved, its carapace was stretched in rings almost as if it was formed by several sections. The seemingly heavy carapace had armed most of its body. Its numerous long legs were extended out from its ventral, supporting all physical movement of the beast. On the back of this giant beast was a metal frame covered with canvas that functioned to block out sunlight. Like a small house, the wide chair inside laid a person. "Have you found him yet?" A languid voice questioned from within. A short and stout man quickly caught up to the giant beast, wiping off some sweat in the process. He replied respectfully, "Not yet, third young master." Above him, the canvas was lifted and a hard fist-sized fruit pit was thrown against the man's skull. A stern cold voice rang, "Then hurry up." Chapter 746. You guys are enemies? 2 in 1 chapter. After the Flaming Horn tribesmen received all 6 of the Gongjia members, they did not prolong their stay. They quickly moved to exit the desert. While no obstacles were met in the beginning, it did not mean that a smooth journey was waiting for them. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Just like the past, Most nights were spent trekking while the day was reserved for rest. Sometimes they'd have to give up a few hours of sleep to rush through the journey. When hunting in the mountains, staying up all night was nothing new to the Flaming Horn tribe warriors. However, they were not used to the desert environment. Though their speed was hindered, their stamina was still ever present. On their journey home, the Flaming Horn tribesmen told the Gongjia members about the current living condition in their tribe. The Gongjia members had initially prepared themselves to live with a hunting tribe in the depths of the mountains. They'd live in simple houses made out of wood and rocks, and they'd pick up the outdated metalwares again. The members would allow old, coarse, linen clothes to clad their bodies as they begin their new life with a group of barbaric tribesmen. But as they listened on, why did something feel wrong? The Flaming Horns didn't live deep in the forest. The Flaming Horns did not all live in simple houses made of sticks and rocks. Other than hunting, the Flaming Horns also knew how to cultivate crops. The area of their plantations was surprisingly large, and they too were rearing domesticated animals. What? The Flaming Horn tribe had their own trading area, and it was built like the trading areas in cities. The most shocking thing was definitely the new bronze tools possessed by the Flaming Horn tribe, along with Shashwan's blade of unknown material. In terms of toughness, it was something that even the best of them all, Gongjia Ren, wasn't confident to put his own creation up for comparison. This was unbelievable. Why was it so different from what they imagined? While conversing with the Gongjia members, it was only then that the Flaming Horn tribesmen realized that their impression of tribes was incredibly outdated. That was unacceptable. Though their tribes were indeed outdated in the past, the current Flaming Horn tribe was largely different. The Flaming Horn tribesmen took the Gongjia members' opinion on tribes personally. Shocked by the imagery of tribes painted by the Flaming Horn tribesmen, the 6 Gongjia members quickly realized that the mood of the tribesmen had soured greatly. It didn't take long for them to figure that they had offended them. Hence the Gongjia members began explaining themselves. Sorry, we've been living in King City all our lives. We don't know much about how tribesmen live. Gongjia Ren looked sheepish. Everything he had heard about tribesmen was as such. Other than cities built by slave masters, the 6 Gongjia members were familiar with the communities by the coast that no longer lived tribal lifestyles. However, all they knew about the real forest tribes that preserved their tribal lifestyles were from hearsay. They found that what they heard was truly different from the Flaming Horn tribesmen's descriptions. Perhaps the Flaming Horn tribe wasn't too bad of a place. Just like what Gongjia Heng said, maybe their new lives wouldn't be too far off from their original lives. The Gongjia members always thought that the tribesmen were constantly lacking metalwares and they would face supply shortage when the moment of need came. However, Ta said that they actually possess a huge store of metalwares and had even gained some in the form of war spoils. From the Gongjia members' perspective, it might not be much, but since they were just a small group, the supply should be still sufficient for their smithing works. Though they were aware that their new home was not shabby, the most important thing was actually opportunities to utilize their expertise and have their own workshop. Having those would be more than enough to them. Feeling more excited about their new life, the 6 Gongjia members' mood lightened up gradually. More conversations were exchanged with the Flaming Horn tribesmen. You should pick up our language soon if you wish to live well there. Language is the most important thing. Not every tribe can understand our language, said Shashwan. The only reason behind their smooth interaction was due to the Flaming Horn tribesmen's fluency in the coastal region languages. This was largely resultant of the merging of Zhengluo's part of the tribe and mutual influence later on. Plus, those Shashwan had brought with them were well versed with the coastal region languages, so at least the Gongjia members' screams for help would not go unheard. But now that they were stepping out of the desert and into the tribesman region, it was time for the Gongjia members to adapt. Indeed. Gongjia Ren nodded. It was true that they needed to learn the language. Since they were rushing through a journey and had nothing better to do, the 6 Gongjia members began learning tribesmen languages and characters from the Flaming Horn members. Sometimes when they stopped to rest, They'd practice riding on the sandy ground. The Flaming Horn tribesmen had used the best herbs on the Gongjia members. The 6 Gongjia members were already able to walk and jog, but since they were still recovering, their speed could not match the Flaming Horn members, so they spent most of the journey on Sapphire's back. "I think we'll be able to leave the desert within 5 or 6 days, said Ta. 5 to 6 days wasn't long. Gongjia Ren and the others had stayed in the desert for longer. Those were difficult times, and compared to the present, this was sufficiently relaxing. Another 5 to 6 days spent in this manner was nothing. Be careful for the time being, said Shashwan out of the blue. Ta and the others, who were drinking water, asked, "Is there trouble ahead?" Shashwan crushed the straw rope between his fingers, then he tossed it into the sand and buried it in with his toes. It was difficult to tell apart straw debris and dry sand at a quick glance. "There's no way around it?" questioned Ta. "It would be difficult. They might have been searching for us." Shashwan thought of the Silk Nose encountered long ago. Slave masters who had lived in the desert for centuries would definitely have an army of beasts skillful at tracking. They might even have other tricks up their sleeves. It wouldn't be easy to lose them. Hearing Shashwan's words, everyone turned serious. "Are they from Rock Hill City?" asked Chio. "Probably. Anyhow, please be vigilant." Gongjia Ren and the others wondered why Shashwan was able to predict the future, but seeing the trust placed in the man by the Flaming Horn members and the tense atmosphere of the group, they dismissed the urge to question. After all, the Flaming Horn members were in the desert for the few of them. Following that, the group fell silent. The 6 Gongjia members no longer asked questions. All of the Flaming Horn members' attention was placed on observing their surroundings. They really couldn't afford to entertain them at such a time. "I heard that Rock Hill City created a monster that can't be killed. Have you encountered that before?" Lee asked Gongjia Ren. Gongjia Ren shook his head. "We've only seen it once from a great distance away. I don't know if it can't be killed, but after the monsters were slashed into halves, their upper bodies could still move about. There was no bleeding and their bodies were black. When they crossed the sea, a conflict was going on. They had seen it from a distance while taking the long route on their boat. The scene was eerie, causing the few Gongjia members to break into a cold sweat. No wonder King City received word that the battle was going south. Regardless, anyone who needed to face such a monster would certainly shiver in fear. As soon as they heard that the monster wouldn't die even when in halves and was still able to walk around with their arms like weapons that couldn't perceive pain, the Flaming Horn members braced themselves for the worst-case scenario. They could feel goosebumps forming along the length of their arm. "Will chopping their heads off work?" Chio asked. "Not sure." The Gongjia members really had no idea. All their strategies had prioritized avoiding battlefields and chasers. There really wasn't the luxury to place more attention on the monsters. They barely escaped alive. How could they be bothered to observe if decapitation could kill those monsters? "It'll work," said Shashwan. The Flaming Horn tribesmen and the Gongjia members turned to look at Shashwan. Other than Ta, who knew a little part of the reason, the others truly had no clue. "Those monsters have no organs. They have no heart, and the head isn't the most important part of their body. Decapitation will affect them to an extent, but they'd still be able to move around." Shashwan continued, "So if you ever encounter one, you can slash their heads off first, then dismember them. However, they wouldn't be dead from that. You must not let your guard down. It's possible that they'd ambush you with their broken arm or something." Shashwan's words made their hairs stand. Gongjia Ren couldn't help but touch his neck. At the mention of dismembering, the man rubbed his arm. It felt creepy. After all, the Gongjia members were brought up differently from the Flaming Horn tribesmen. Those words were more impactful on them. Though the Flaming Horn tribesmen felt fear, they seriously imprinted Shashwan's words in their memories. "Remember, they're merely reanimated corpses controlled by people. They have no soul and cannot bleed. They feel no pain and bear no sentience, other than a strong body. It is no different from dried pieces of log. The main key is the people controlling them. If there is a chance, I'd finish off the puppeteer first," continued Shashwan. The Flaming Horn members nodded in unison, showing that they had remembered his words. Since the monsters were not human and more like logs, They too would apply the same treatment to those dead moving humans just as how they would do to logs. High on alert, the group continued their path for 2 days. It was this day that Shashwan heard an eagle screech far away. It was Cheka. They're near. Shashwan looked into that direction. They're fast. Not long after, Ta could feel a rapidly approaching presence. Their speed was way faster than theirs. No wonder Shashwan mentioned that it'd be hard to avoid them. The Flaming Horn tribesmen took their places. In the faraway horizon where the desert meets the sky, clouds of dust were rolling. There was a particularly eye-catching figure that reflected off golden rays. It was humongous. It was a long oval-shaped giant beast. The reflection itself had told them that its whole body was clad in tough armor. There were people atop its spine, but their identity remained hidden by the canvas canopy around them. The giant golden beast was surrounded by people in golden armor. They looked similar to the golden armors Shashwan had encountered in the past. Shashwan's gaze swept through the crowd closest to the beast. Though they were fully protected by armor, and even gave off the same feeling as the earlier golden armors, Shashwan was more bothered by the figures running in the outer radius. They were covered with thick fabric garments. They looked unassuming, heads covered by the same fabric as well. But if this were normal humans, they'd certainly be sweating buckets if they ran under the hot desert sun dressed like this. The golden armored bunch near the beast looked relatively normal. Their exhaustion was evident. In comparison, the odd ones on the outer radius seemed like they felt no exhaustion. They probably couldn't feel anything. It was them. Those were the legendary monsters. Only those without sentience, unable to experience pain and exhaustion and changing temperatures, could function like a machine. Their steps were eerily matched too. If that was all, they'd look more like well-trained soldiers. But in reality, they were nothing but puppets. They were getting close. The sand and dust limited their vision, but as soon as wind broke through it, the general situation could be gauged. They were a convoy of about 200 people. In between these 200 people, half were armored men and the other half were monsters. Noticing the presence of another giant beast, the 6 Gongjia members got off Sapphire's carapace. Sapphire would evidently be required in this battle. It could no longer carry them. Plus, the Gongjia members were well enough to walk and run. With the new bronze weapons given by the Flaming Horn tribesmen, the Gongjia members stood with them, in the middle surrounded by the tribesmen. The convoy was getting closer and closer. They began to slow down 100 meters away, took a few steps forward and then paused. It was then that the Flaming Horn members noticed the 100 people nearest to the beast. Their pause was followed by unmistakable panting. Even with armor, the rise and fall of their chests were evident. The beast too looked like it was panting. With its head lowered, each exhale stirred the sand on the ground. However, those on the outer radius weren't panting at all. Heck, they didn't even seem like they were breathing. After the convoy stopped, those people stood there stiffly. They really were like hard logs, covered entirely by thick linen cloth. No one could make out what they looked like. Despite that, the Flaming Horn members already had their assumptions. Those people were most probably the monsters everyone had talked about. At the sight of the giant beast, Sapphire moved beside Shashwan. It raised its 2 long forelimbs and glared ahead threateningly. Giant beasts rarely got along well. Hand the Gongjia people over. A cold voice rang from atop the golden armored beast's spine. Though the canvas had hidden his identity, thick arrogance and disdain rolled off his tongue. The person did not wait for an answer. He continued right away. Which is Gongjia Ren? Come forward. Shashwan's brows twitched. Ta and the others' expressions shifted. Why was the man asking specifically for Gongjia Ren? Without gazing over to Gongjia Ren, Shashwan gestured behind his back, a signal for the Gongjia members to ignore the question. The man waited for a moment but no answer came. Lowering his voice to another octave, this time his words bore obvious venom. Who is Gongjia Ren? If you refuse to answer, all of you will die. Shashwan tried to recognize his voice. It sounded familiar, but it had been far too long. He couldn't match a face to the voice. And who are you? Asked Shashwan. Shut it. You haven't answered the young master's question. One of the armored personnel strode 2 steps forwards and pointed at Shashwan. Then, A slightly demure voice was heard from behind the canvas canopy. "Second young master, there is no need to waste more time talking. Kill off a few and they'll start talking naturally." "Indeed," the first voice responded, but it was now devoid of the initial pomposity. He seemed to fear the other person. Second young master Sula of the Fallen Leaves City?" Shashwan was suddenly reminded of him. Back then when they first entered the desert, they had visited the Fallen Leaves City. The Fallen Leaves King, Sulan, had 3 sons: the eldest young master, Suka, the second young master, Sula, and the third young master, Sugu. They were brothers born of different mothers. Though they shared the same father, their dynamics were like fire and water. Plus, it was Shashwan that allowed Sugu to rob the place that should have been Sula's and went to the Beast Battle City. As soon as Shashwan spoke, the person on the giant golden armored beast peeled the canvas curtains away. Peering down like a bird, his eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed through it. "Shashwan from the Flaming Horn tribe?" Almost every word was squeezed out through clenched teeth. The pure hatred was so strong that even the Gongjia members could feel it. The Flaming Horn members turned to look at Shashwan, asking with their expressions, "You guys are enemies?" Even Shashwan wasn't expecting Sula to remember him. It was so long ago, but the noble still remembered him clearly. How could Sula forget? If it wasn't for Shashwan, Sugu wouldn't be the one accompanying his father to the Beast Battle City, and he wouldn't gain the right to be involved in important affairs. Things wouldn't have developed to the point of conflict between them. Sula was a vengeful person. Even if it had been a long time ago, anyone who had offended him would be kept in mind. Of course he would remember Shashwan. As the confrontation between Sula and Shashwan went on, a convoy of similar staffing as Sula was marching towards that direction a distance away. Even the giant beasts they had were of the same type. A short and stout figure shot up. He carefully ran over to the side of the giant golden armored beast and shouted upwards, "Third young master, we received updates." "Oh, what is it? Did the other bunch find them already?" The person sitting atop the beast's spine brought a fruit to his lips and munched on it hard, as if to vent his frustrations. "Geez, the other party got there before them again." Sugu's bad mood was obvious. The stout man could only brace himself. "Yes, the second young master has found them, but it seems like they've got protection too, and it seems to be from the Flaming Horn tribesmen. This is odd. Why are the Flaming Horn tribesmen here?" "Tui." Sugu spat out a mouthful of fruit and threw most of the crispy fruit out. He shouted back, "Come up and talk." The short man flinched in surprise but was quick to respond. He began climbing the beast. While his actions looked cumbersome, he was actually quite agile. Before long, the man had made it to the front of the canvas canopy on top of the giant beast's spine. He bowed. "We just received word that the Flaming Horn tribe was the one who brought the Gongjia members away. Currently, the second young master is trying to snatch the Gongjia members away. Third young master, shall we make haste? If we slow down, the Gongjia people will be all snatched away." Letting his sentence die, the short stout man waited for a response. However, Sugu did not reply. Feeling odd, the man prompted, "Young master, would you?" "We're not going there." His voice rang from inside the canopy. "Yes, right away." What? The short man thought his ears were going bad. Wasn't the third young master and the second young master always at each other's throats? They literally fought about everything. After all, the Fallen Leaves Lord Sulan had mentioned that there would only be one inheritor to his current assets. The second young master, Sula, and the third young master, Sugu, were now the only children alive. In the past, many would have expected the fight for the throne would be between the eldest young master, Suka, and the second young master, Sula. But after the shift in the desert, the head of Fallen Leaves City no longer called himself king. He was now demoted to merely the lord. When comparing the current Fallen Leaves City with its past, it was at least one-fold larger than before. In regards to being king or not, since they could never challenge Rock Hill City, titles and designations were no longer important. TL note: the previous translator translated king as lord, and we have so far translated the leader of each city as lords where it should have been kings. But here, The author mentions that now, the kings cannot call themselves that, and they are demoted into lords of each city. We will keep calling these people lords since I can't find another word for it, but this is just a short explanation. 20. The expansion meant an increase in resources and wealth. Plus, they were assigned important affairs by Rock Hill City, the current ruler of the desert. The temptation was real. Sulan's decision was still the same as ever. There would only be one heir to almost all of the resources and wealth, so it was only natural for the public to assume the conflict would be between the eldest and second young master. However, no one expected that the eldest young master would perish in an accident while out on a task. After he was killed by the people of the coastal region, the only ones left behind were the second and third young masters. Under those circumstances, many assumed that since the eldest young master had passed, the throne would definitely be given to the second young master. In a turn of surprising events, the third young master, Sugu, began to thrive. Till this day, the two lords were evenly matched. Hence, they competed fiercely for everything. In the past, as soon as a mission was accepted and Sula had gotten there first, Sugu would be on the edge of his seat. He had the urge to pick up pace, but this time, he had reacted very differently. I said, "We're not going. Do you hear?" Pausing for a moment, Sugu continued from inside the canopy, "Slow down. There's no need to hurry." Understood. The short and stout man wiped away the sweat dotting his forehead. He thought to himself, "This young master sure is difficult to please. First he says he's not going, next he says he wants us to slow down. Is he going to regret this?" Regardless, the convoy had adhered to Sugu's request and began slowing down. The initially rushing convoy now looked like they were taking a leisurely stroll. Their movements were languid and each step was relaxed. Why would the Flaming Horn tribe be here? Sugu pondered hard. If people from the Flaming Horn tribe were here, their leader would most probably be Shashwan. Truthfully, Sugu was rather intimidated by Shashwan. This was a fear he had harbored since their time in the Fallen Leaves City. The following events too increased Shashwan's intimidation, but the young master wasn't willing to give up just yet. Thus, he made the convoy slow down. It would be best if they arrived at a time where both the Flaming Horn tribe and Sula's group were worn down and battle-tattered. That way, Sugu could be spared from lots of trouble. Chapter 747. The Strong Bullies the Weak. Under the strong sunlight in the midst of rolling yellow sand, two lines of people faced each other rigidly. Sula's gaze on Shashwan was obviously heavy with murderous intent. If it was possible, he'd very much like to slash Shashwan up personally and feed him to his slaves. However, Sula treasured his life. He knew Shashwan wasn't easy to handle. Though he did not experience it firsthand, he had definitely heard about the beast battle incident from back then. Sula refused to risk it. If he was dead, the successor of the Fallen Leaves City would be none other than that idiot, Sugu. Despite that, with Sula's current authority, he need not venture over personally. He was a slave master and he owned slaves. Since the change of scenery in the desert, he too began training slaves to create elite talents. Battles could be fully entrusted to those trained slaves and he'd just observe it from afar. Plus, Sula lifted his chin slightly to look at someone behind from the peripheral of his eye. This person was dressed the same way as the non-breathing humans on the outer radius. Their whole body was clad in a grayish-white linen cloth, but the difference was while the humans had their heads covered as well, this person was merely wearing a hood. The lower half of their pale face was visible, but in scarce lighting, any emotions would go unnoticed. In the desert, many would have slightly tanned skin as a result of the sun rays, but this person seemed as if they hadn't been in the sun for a very long time. One may even say they looked sickly pale. There were plenty of people of similar fashion in Rock Hill City. Some were involved in the coastal war while some followed their slave masters around. Sula's brother, Sugu, too had someone like this. This was the puppeteer that controlled the monsters. Though the presence of a puppeteer brought Sula discomfort, it was a form of protection from another perspective. With them around, Sula felt relieved as it would not strain the number of his slaves. He took a glance at the person behind, immediately feeling more confident. On Sula's end, He had 100 slaves and 100 monsters. He took another look at the Flaming Horn tribe's side. They were definitely outnumbered. The Flaming Horn tribe's lineup consisted of not more than 50 people, and then he compared their beasts. Sula's beast was obviously larger than Shashwan's beetle. The beetle didn't seem all too mighty either. The comparison brought ease to Sula. Because of that, Sula made his ruthlessness clear in his eyes. If this were someone else, he would probably grant them mercy after they hand over the Gongjia members as demanded. After all, battles would burn through human resources and he wasn't too keen on letting his slaves perish. The slave training wasn't easy at all. But the Flaming Horn tribe, he was adamant to not leave behind a single life. He could even bring their corpses back and get rewarded. Sula tugged on a metal bell on the side. Soon, slaves appeared. 8 golden armored slaves unloaded the canvas canopy and lifted it like a sedan chair. They gingerly carried it, afraid to anger the person within with a single tremble. The fluidity of their actions suggested that they had done this many times. "Be careful, they're coming," warned Shashwan. The little canopy was brought off the beast's spine to let the giant golden armored beast participate in the battle without affecting the person inside. With that, Sula was brought to the very end of the convoy. The golden armored members surrounded him while the unbreathing humans stood at the very front of the outer wings. Without reservations, the 2-plier-like fangs of the giant golden armored beast moved. It let out a whistle that sounded like violent winds. He lifted its upper body and folded dozens of its feet. Its ventral abdomen that was mostly stuck to the ground was displayed. Though its abdomen wasn't protected with thick armor like its flanks and back, it still was protected by a shell of a lighter shade. Then, the giant golden beast hammered its body down hard like a mace. The sandy grounds shook violently as if receiving impact from the fall of a giant boulder. It almost felt like a mountain could be split open. Their ears were tormented by the thundering sound. Those that were close to the beast would feel their heads hurt while their chest bubbled with air and blood. The 6 Gongjia members were very depressed. They had never encountered a giant beast like this during their escape. Even if they did, they would have seen it from a safe distance away. If they had met such a beast, they would have been long dead by now. After the booming thud resonated away, waves of sand rippled and spread towards the Flaming Horn tribe party. The waves seized the Flaming Horn tribesmen's feet, and even those that stood a few hundreds of meters away could feel the instability. It felt like they were standing on a rocking boat atop a turbulent sea during a storm. The sandstorm triggered sharp piercing noises from the friction birthed by the sand particles that brushed through the tough golden armored body. It sounded like the sand was polished by rigid strong metal. Strong wind brought sand over to their end. Gongjia Ren lifted his sleeve to cover his nose and mouth. His eyes were narrowed into slits to avoid sand from getting into his eyes. His slightly oversized sleeve flapped wildly under the assault of the wind. The man's hair was blown to a point where it was almost parallel to the ground. This giant beast was bound to be difficult. What would the Flaming Horn tribesmen do? Gongjia Ren looked around. Out of Gongjia Ren's expectation, the Flaming Horn members showed no fear or anxiety to the display of threat earlier. It was almost as if the giant golden armored beast's performance had triggered nothing but a normal breeze. But that was in fact the truth. They weren't faking their calmness. The Flaming Horn tribesmen weren't all too bothered by the giant golden armored beast. What was the point of showing off? They had encountered the stone worms and king worms. Though this beast would bring great stress to Gongjia Ren and the others, it dealt little effect to the Flaming Horn members' spirit. After all, giant beasts weren't new to them, and they regularly hunt for fearsome beasts. They had even seen a few king beasts. The Flaming Horn members merely spared the giant golden beast an eye before returning their focus on those masked, unbreathing humans. They were more bothered by the presence of these monsters. However, the Flaming Horn tribe's silence led Sula to believe that they were intimidated. "We have clearly outnumbered you." "Never mind that. As long as you surrender Gongjia Ren and the rest of the Gongjia members, I'll allow you a grace period to leave," offered Sula languidly, making it sound like a rare blessing. Shashwan smirked. He lifted his chin to look at the direction of the wind that blew against the canvas curtains. So you think outnumbering us will automatically give you an advantage? Is this not called bullying? So what? Sula felt like the concept of bullying the weak was merely common sense. It was the safest approach and his favorite. Doing things the other way round was not normal. Nothing. With that, Shashwan raised his right forefoot and stepped on the ground. Instantly, there was a slight tremor beneath their feet. While it was rather underwhelming compared to the giant golden armored beast's roar, the sensation spread far and wide. The surrounding air seemed to have shifted with the step. There seemed to be muffled noises coming from a distance, but at the same time, it felt like it was coming from underground. A layer of sand on the surface began spreading outwards in a circle rapidly. Soon, it had gone past Sula's position. The armored personnel around Sula felt their feet getting lightly grazed by moving sand, but it gave them a fake impression that an icy hand had gripped their heels. All of a sudden, they felt cold. The temperature was high and they had been rushing through the journey earlier. It was normal for them to feel extremely hot, but the earlier sensation triggered involuntary shivers. Something just felt fundamentally astray. Young master, something is wrong. Sula too felt odd. The man peeled the canvas away and peered outwards. He jolted in shock. Beetles. He watched as small black beetles began emerging out from the surface. Though a lonely beetle seemed easy to kill, a bad feeling surged as more and more beetles continued to flood out. He took another look at the giant blue beetle beside Shashwan. Sula inhaled vehemently as his fingers began to tremble. He released his grip on the canvas curtain, swallowed his spit and shouted with a voice filled with shock and fear. Insect swarm. Since when did everyone learn about the fears of an insect swarm? When was the news spread? In Sula's memory, though there were past incidents that involved beetles devouring battle beast corpses, the fear hadn't begun there. The pure terror the insect swarm brought them had actually stemmed from an incident years ago. Back then, the Lord of Snow Plain City had sent out 200 soldiers after Shashwan. None of the golden armors had survived the mission. It was said that those who went to look for the golden armors found their bodies scattered on a spot in the desert. What was left were merely pale bones and tattered fabrics. Their proud golden armors were half buried in sand. Everything felt dead. Though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, merely hearing it from other people, it wasn't difficult to imagine an eerie scene like that. Though rumors were often exaggerated and those 200 golden armors had not necessarily perished in an insect swarm, it was highly possible that their complete wipeout was tied to the insect swarm. That was the beginning. Since then, insect swarms have become another disastrous tragedy in the desert. Sula's slaves were indeed armed like the famous golden armors of the Snow Plain City. He and Sugu had done the same. The armor cladding their personnel were made in the same batch and later given to them through Sulan. This could be considered a fair allocation of resources by the Lord of the Fallen Leaves City before an heir was selected. If the famous merciless and bloody golden armors of the Snow Plains could not escape the insect swarm's assault, what would happen to his slaves? Indeed, Sula was proud to own a team of slaves armed with gold armor. However, he knew that these slaves were still far off from the golden armors of the Snow Plains. The thoughts that crossed Sula's mind sent chills down his spine. His teeth began to clatter. So this was what Shashwan was referring to earlier. The black beetles that emerged to the surface had formed an insect swarm. All they could see now was a sea of black insects. The black beetles rushed towards Sula like a wave. The armored slaves screamed as they tried to swat away the beetles clinging onto their bodies. But more beetles continued to squeeze through the gaps between their armor and clothes. The mounts they rode stamped their hooves and threw off its rider on their back. The originally neat formation was now a mess. However, there were exceptions. Shashwan studied the situation over there with a heavy expression. They're avoiding the monsters. The beetles were not picky at all. Fresh meat or rotten meat, they'd leave behind nothing. But when faced with the monsters, the beetles seemed to be very repulsive. The insects were actively avoiding them. Compared to the frantic golden armored slaves, the linen-wrapped monsters on the outer wing really seemed like a log of wood, unresponsive to the things happening around them. Chapter 748, Invincible Monsters. Doge note: The finale Chapter 844 plus Epilogue 1 and 2 will be released on the 17th of May for the Mr. Good Boy Universe patrons. Come support me and get these advanced chapters 3. Can't wait for you all to read it. On the vast yellow desert filled with undulations and wrinkles, screams and beast roars had never once stopped. The first to suffer were the armored slaves. The black beetle that emerged from under the sand had seized them like roaring waves. Instantly, the slaves standing in the front were enveloped in a blanket of black. The little beetles were like starving fierce wolves as they pounced on the unfortunate souls. Due to the overwhelming number, even if the slaves shook them away, beetles would continue to crowd over. As soon as an opening was detected, the beetles would utilize it and squeeze themselves under the armor to begin a biting fest. One of the golden armored slaves screamed hysterically. Soon, he lost strength and tripped over onto the ground. The impact chased away a wave of beetles and the man was finally allowed to wheeze with his freed torso. However, the crowd of beetles returned once again in the next moment. His face was already bitten into a bloody mess. The scent of blood stimulated the beetles, making the insects behave crazier than ever. There were just too many of them. At this point, the slaves were all slipping into a mental breakdown. Weirdly, other than the monsters on the outer radius, the beetles too actively avoided the canvas canopy. This caused the slaves that were tormented by the insect swarm to rush over. At that moment, it felt like déjà vu to Shashwan. This was just like what Yaiken had experienced. The only difference, however, was that Yaiken was spared from the beetle attacks because of Shashwan and Sapphire. The current situation was a different circumstance, just like how the beetles stayed away from the monsters. Noticing that the insect swarm hadn't come into his proximity, Sula felt slightly relieved. His biggest fear was solved as long as he was alright. While the death of his slaves left him upset, the young master wasn't genuinely sad about it. The bond between slave and master would be forcefully broken at the slave's death. The stronger the bond, the stronger the slave master would feel when it breaks. Sula had placed a lot of effort into training the golden armored slaves. As soon as the insect swarm devoured a slave, the young master would feel a hammering pain in his skull that threatened to split his head open and restlessness. Thankfully, based on the current situation, the insect swarm wasn't invincible. At least the beetles could do nothing to the monsters. Rage filled Sula's eyes. He roared, "Kill them!" The giant golden armor beast was already dashing over towards them. It was a giant beast enslaved by Sula. Before the shift of power in the desert, a giant beast like that would be brought into the beast battle arena. However, the arenas hadn't been operating for a very long time and these beasts were incorporated into war affairs. The beasts now too served as Sula's transport every time he was out on a mission. "Go," Shashwan said to Sapphire. While Sapphire wasn't as huge as the giant golden armor beast, and its weight class was at least one level below, Shashwan remained confident in Sapphire. The beasts met with a loud impact. As if it had created a sandstorm, the flying sand particles had blurred out everything on the surface. The initially silent and unresponsive monsters began to move at this moment. Occupied with the insect swarm, the slaves were forced to cower away from attacking. Sula too wasn't keen on sending his carefully trained slaves to the afterlife, hence his only choice was to sacrifice the monsters instead. Those monsters alone could defeat the Flaming Horn tribesmen, right? After all, they still had the advantage of numbers. "Protect them!" Ta shouted at the warriors circling the 6 Kongjia members. The Flaming Horn tribe members unsheathed their swords, daggers and axes from its leather cover. They had brought 2 types of weapons to the desert. One was made of the new bronze material and the other was just regular bronze ware. Before this, they mostly used the regular weapon unless faced with ferocious beasts in the desert. The new bronze weapon stayed mostly in its sheath. After all, such a weapon was just too unique, so they decided to hide it. Now that they were about to head into an intense battle, they certainly had no plans to be reserved. There was no longer the need to mask it. The totemic power in their bodies surged. Within the blink of an eye, all totemic patterns of the Flaming Horn members were fully displayed. There were no screams and battle cries. They lunged forward into battle silently. When hunting in the jungle, They would mostly keep silent, unless the hunt had came to an end or due to special occurrences, like herd hunting strategies that required their roars to drive away a group of beasts. They too kept the same practice in the current battle, swinging their huge axe over mercilessly. It clashed with the monster's weapons heavily. The ruthless impact forced the monster backwards. The axe-wielding Flaming Horn tribe member shook his shoulders to suppress the anti-shock force and swung his axe again. A warrior brandishing his spear had already replaced the spearhead with a green one. With a slight tremor from its long handle, a hole was broken through the field of flying sand. The spearhead was like a fang focused on its prey. It pounced straight on the monster, whose head was completely covered with linen. Piercing noises rang from every corner. Everyone from the Flaming Horn tribe party was adhering to Shashwan's earlier advice to attack the monster's skull first. The long spear went through the monster's esophagus clean, leaving behind a hole. If this was a regular human being, this attack would have triggered a squirting fountain of warm blood. However, there was no visible bleeding on the monster even after such a lethal attack. Their movements were largely unaffected too. Some were even using their heads as a weapon. They seemed ready to fight till death. Shashwan could only sigh internally. It was indeed as expected. These were long-deceased people. They were nothing more than controlled puppets now. They felt no pain and bore no sentience. Even the strongest fearsome beast would defend themselves in a fight. For example, when their vitals were threatened, they'd begin dodging or blocking attacks. But these monsters seemed absolutely clueless. Their main goal was to land an attack, hence each assault was packed with heavy murderous intent. They couldn't be considered humans anymore. They were more like tools to murder. Shashwan's right foot stomped the floor and jumped. In an instant, the man backed off 2 steps to avoid the monster's assaulting skull. The monster knew no pain and did not hold back their attacks. Their emotions were immune to swings. Even if they were hurt, the monsters would remain unfazed. However, Shashwan could not offer to ignore his well-being. With a twist of his ankle, Shashwan stopped backing away abruptly. The sword in his grip struck like a bolt of lightning, as he slashed the air with minor sizzles, almost as if the blade was rubbing against sand particles. With a cold glint of the blade, the monster opposite him was decapitated. The other Flaming Horn members a distance away could see the head wrapped tightly in linen fall off. There was no blood at the wound. All they could see were some dark shriveled flesh and skin. The beheaded monster paused slightly, but soon, it continued its attacks. Decapitation felt almost like a mere hair fall to it. However, one would notice that those beheaded monsters were moving more clumsily than before upon closer inspection. Experienced in hunting, this detail did not go unnoticed to the Flaming Horn tribesmen. They felt much confident with Shashwan's suggestion. Indeed, that approach was effective. Though the idea had worked to a certain extent, the beheaded monsters were still standing. Its movements were largely unhindered and it was still able to fight with weapons. The crowd couldn't help but feel uncanny about it. Sula, who had been observing the battle, naturally noticed that the Flaming Horn members seemed to have a plan. But relatively, Sula cared more about the weapons in their grips. When he saw the Flaming Horn members' green weapon earlier, Sula's brows shot up and his jaw was slacked with shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. He lifted the curtains higher and widened his eyes. He stared at the particular weapon in the Flaming Horn tribe member's grip. Sula had encountered a similar green weapon in the past, but they weren't allowed to use it. Other than the few core members involved in the coastal region wars, the others did not possess it. His father, Sulan, too had one. From what he heard, the weapon was said to have excellent structural integrity. Green weapons like these were rare. Even young lords like them could hardly own one. They'd have to earn it through credits. So why would the Flaming Horn members possess something like this? How was it possible? Was its appearance merely similar? To understand the situation, Sulo continued to observe them. Now, his priority was placed on those weapons. As to the Flaming Horn tribe's plan, he couldn't be bothered. From his perspective, those monsters were meant to be invincible. Even if it was torn into pieces, it would still be able to continue fighting. He hadn't thought of possible failures. Failure? Impossible. Even the silent person sitting behind Sula had noticed the green weapons wielded by the Flaming Horn members. They couldn't help but stare ahead instead of sitting still with their eyes glued to the ground. But still, compared to the visibly agitated Sula, the person's expression was indifferent. Their gray eyes felt like a lifeless desert. The harsh collision of metal created a deafening screech. Sula watched the monster's weapons sustain damage with every clash, heart palpitating crazily. Yes, it really was it. Frankly, the monsters were already wielding comparatively high-quality weapons, at least much better than those brandished by the desert robbers. However, in the face of the Flaming Horn tribe's green weapons, it was vulnerable. Sula's breathing picked up. The initial plan was just to bring the Gongjia members back home, finish the mission and perhaps exploit the credit for some benefit. The man really wasn't expecting to come across great things. Sula couldn't be bothered with how the Flaming Horn tribe got a hold of these weapons. All he wished to do now was to rob their green tools away. There were plenty of them. Perhaps if he submitted a portion upon return, Sula was confident that he'd still be able to leave some for himself. Even if he couldn't reserve much for his own use, bringing these home could be considered a great deed. Charge! Kill them all! Sula roared. As long as all these Flaming Horn members were killed, all their weapons would naturally fall into his possession. The person behind Sula shared the thought. There was a glint in their otherwise dull eyes. The tightly wrapped monsters began attacking with more ferocity. Their lack of reservations earlier had upgraded to suicidal attacks. Thankfully, the Flaming Horn tribesmen had already beheaded quite a lot of monsters earlier. The situation was less dire, but even so, it still brought the Flaming Horn tribe members plenty of stress. Thud. One of the monster's bodies was slashed into halves. Its upper body fell to the ground, but its lower body was still moving. Losing its legs, its upper body quickly utilized an arm to move about while the other arm resumed attacking the Flaming Horn member with its weapon. There was no blood. What was supposed to be a cruel scene was diluted by the lack of bleeding. Despite that, it was instead filled with terrifying murderous intent. The 6 Gongjia members watched the battle, expressions heavy with shock and horror. They tried their hardest to keep their turbulent emotions in check. This was unbelievable. When they had escaped through the sea, they were observers from a far distance away. Even so, the distance did nothing to save them from the numbing horror. Now, everything was happening near them. The imagery was clearer and it felt like a heavy hammer that slammed onto the Gongjia members' hearts. Even their hair follicles seemed to be shivering from fear. The halved monster continued to fight. Without a head, its body was still able to fight. The dismembered arms, on the other hand, were shockingly still able to grasp a sword and slash at the Flaming Horn tribe members' legs. These monsters were just as described in the legends. These monsters were invincible. They knew no exhaustion, knew no pain, expressed no fear and did not breathe. Could they possibly defeat a bunch of monsters like this? Juan, this isn't going to work at this point. Ta exclaimed. The monsters were originally at an advantage due to their sheer number. In terms of competence, the Flaming Horn tribesmen were obviously much stronger than these monsters. However, if these monsters couldn't be stopped, the Flaming Horn members would soon find themselves out of ideas. They had tried dismembering the monsters' arms and legs. They even tried decapitation. Yet, every attempt had never failed to generate more trouble. There was even an arm that tried to execute a sneak attack from behind. Did they really need to crush the monster's bones? That's too much hassle. Their main focus was to charge into Sula's proximity, but the monsters were relentless. They just couldn't get any closer. Cover me, said Shashwan as he kicked a lunging monster away. He could even hear the crisp bone crackling noise emitted off the enemy. Losing its structural support, the whole monster was deformed. It fell heavily at a distance away but got up the next second. It ran in the same direction again. This was just the beginning. If this went on, it would be detrimental to the Flaming Horn tribe members. Picking up Shashwan's request, Chuo, Ta and the others closest to the man quickly circled Shashwan to form a protection circle. Shashwan inhaled sharply and laid his sword flat on his palms. He raised it to his front and smoothed a palm over the blade. letting his thumb graze along the sharp edge. Immediately, it opened a wound and blood began pouring out. What is he trying to do? Gong Jiren was perplexed. While the other Flaming Horn tribe members too were equally clueless, they stuck to Shashwan's instructions firmly. The elder would certainly have his own rationale behind the action. Chapter 749 Flaming Knife, 2 in 1 chapter. The Flaming Horn tribe possessed powerful healing abilities, and Shashwan was even stronger. This time, however, he controlled his body to not heal the wound on his thumb too soon. He pressed his thumb against the sharp edge, letting more blood escape the slit. The red droplets did not hit the ground as Shashwan's wounded thumb dragged the blood all over the blade towards the tip, not once lifting it off the knife. Sizzle sizzle, dash. As Shashwan's thumb moved along the edge, the blade began letting out weird noises that didn't quite sound like something to be expected from the action. It sounded more like something was sizzling atop a burning metal. Something was amiss. What exactly was going on? Gong Jiren was confused, but the weirdest was this eyes following Shashwan's finger. He noticed that there was a trail of blood stuck onto the surface. The blade's surface was considerably smooth. The trail of red actually seemed deliberate, but there was no way blood could adhere so tightly to metal. But it indeed was blood, blood that had oozed out of Shashwan's finger. Gong Jiren just couldn't understand. Shashwan paid no mind to Gong Jiren's internal turmoil. After the blood trail neared the tip, he lifted his palm off and opened it wide. The totemic pattern in his body grew stronger. At the same time, another surge of energy followed. It felt like a switch was flipped. The energy moved around like a white thread in the totemic pattern. It traveled along the length of his arm towards his opened palm. Shashwan felt something hot throbbing violently in his arms. The sensation gathered at his palm. Poof! Flames appeared on Shashwan's raised palm. This sight made the staring Gongjia members jolt in surprise. What? Why was his palm burning? Sula, who had been staring at Shashwan all along, felt his heart sink. What on earth was this Flaming Horn trying to pull? Also, what was that metalware in Shashwan's grip? Why hadn't he seen it before? Though it wasn't green, it certainly wasn't any regular metalware. The shock of the hooded figure behind Sula went unnoticed by the young master. The hooded figure was jolted at the surprising sight of flames in Shashwan's palm, almost as if they had seen something far from their expectations. Under the crowd's attention, Shashwan raised his flaming palm and slapped on the tip where the blood trail had stopped. At contact, the blood trail along the blade acted as a fuse. Immediately, the knife was ignited by the flames in Shashwan's hand. The roaring blaze spread across the blade, flames almost covering up the entirety of the knife. It looked almost like the knife had just burst into flames out of the blue. At the moment the flames spread along the red trail to envelop the blade, an invisible heatwave felt present as it clawed towards its surroundings to reveal a majestic aura that could shake hearts. The widespread sandstorm created by the battle between giant beasts seemed to be chased away by an invisible ball. Beneath their soles was a sandy ground scorched by the hot sun. At this hour, the sun's heat was at its peak. If this were the past, Shashwan and the others would have found a spot to rest first. However, they were under the burning sun while stepping on hot sand. The heat was so excruciating that it could be felt through their straw shoes. However, the temperature of this heatwave seemed to be much higher than the desert sun rays and scalding sand. Despite that, not only was the Flaming Horn tribe members not irritated by the heatwave, but it also helped calm their frustrations. The aura of a fire seed. It was subtle, but the Flaming Horn tribe members could tell that it was different. Was Shashwan using the power of the fire seed? But even fire seeds were unable to set metalwares ablaze. The Flaming Horn tribe members weren't the only ones affected by the heat wave. Even the linen-wrapped monsters too had paused momentarily under the onslaught of heat. The hooded figure behind Sula began to incline their body forward, eager to find out more about the situation. However, their reaction remained unknown to Sula once again. The young master stared at the knife in Shashwan's grip with a dark expression. The second young master scoffed coldly. Though I don't understand what he's trying to do, his efforts will still be futile. Does he really think that a blazing knife will take care of those monsters? Following that, Sula tilted his chin upwards. He lowered his voice. "Kill him and bring that knife to me." A dangerous glint flashed through the hooded figure's eyes. They made the monsters move towards Shashwan, ignoring the other Flaming Horn tribesmen in the process. However, this wasn't done out of obedience. The hooded figure hadn't even registered Sula's words. Eyes trained on Shashwan, the only thought that crossed their mind was to kill Shashwan. The monsters that were in the middle of a fierce fight gave up on their opponents and began dashing towards Shashwan. "Move aside!" Shashwan shouted at his comrades ahead. Like a sound of giant beasts stomping, sand geysers were thundered high. Those without context would expect the emergence of a giant beast. In reality, Sapphire and Sula's giant golden beast had moved their battle underground. The beasts were nowhere to be seen. Shashwan wasn't at his earlier spot either. The only thing left behind there was a giant crater. The sand geysers settled, adding to the height of the crater's edge. It made the large hole more obvious. Rushing out from within, Shashwan was like a vigorous beast. His aura was explosive, filled with the tyranny associated with the Flaming Horn tribe. His blood felt like it was burning, and his muscles and bones were thundering under the stimulation from the totemic power. His being was headed in a straight line for Sula. Though Shashwan was still far away, Sula's chest felt suffocated, almost as if his nose and mouth were muffled by someone. This was a kind of aura suppression. Sula's spot was already locked on by Shashwan. The rushing man did not feel human at all to Sula. He felt more like a fierce beast, like an unexpected tsunami. Shashwan aimed to break past the current situation. He willed to solve the threat brought by the monsters. To achieve that, he'd first need to take care of the puppeteer involved. Following that, the solution would be an approach that was the fruition of Shashwan's experimentation on the reanimated corpse's manipulation methods. The power used to control the monsters were similar to the fire seeds. The power was stored inside the monsters' bones, and this was the exact reason why the monsters were still able to move despite having no organs or head. As long as the power within the monsters' bones were affected, the manipulation would be disrupted, or better yet, cut off. When a monster rushed up in front, Shashwan's speed did not falter. He slammed his weight onto the monster to block off its attack. The man did not hesitate to slam directly into the enemy's arm. It was a brutal charge like the fearsome beasts in the forest. In terms of physical strength, the monsters were no match for the totemic warriors of the Flaming Horn tribe, let alone a high-grade totemic warrior like Shashwan. Under the collision, the monster's bones fractured crisply like exploding beans. The other monsters that tried to drown him were immediately knocked away by Shashwan. Regular humans would have released their weapons from the pain and impact. However, these monsters were different. It almost felt like their weapons were glued to their palm. Even with a deformed arm, their grip remained tight around their metalware. They felt no pain and they were controlled by someone else. Just like a program deeply engraved in their being, it urged them to keep their fingers on their weapons at all times. Even if the arm was chopped off, the monsters would continue to hold on to the metalware. The shadow of a blazing knife flashed by, slashing a headless monster at its waist. Its upper body was sent flying in the air while its lower body slid against the sand for a distance before coming to a halt. Gongjia stared at that particular monster's upper body. Different from the other monsters slashed by the flaming horns, there were flames where it got slashed. It looked as if the flames were burning something. Though it wasn't intense and the burning had only lasted for a short while, the fire was indeed existent. What was even more mind-boggling to Gongjia was that the halved monster spasmed and then its raised arms lumped. It did move again like anticipated. The knife was effective against the monsters. Gongjia eyes went wide. Behind Sula, the hooded figure had gone lifelessly pale. All of their facial muscles were twitching. They felt as if a scorching fire was raging in every inch of their being. It felt like someone had released a horde of maddened fearsome beasts that collided mercilessly with every meridian, pulse, bone and blood in their system without an ounce of reservation. Everything was screaming in pain. "Stop him! Stop him!" Sula began to panic. The young master screamed at the top of his lungs. The slaves were busy dealing with the black beetles. On the other end, The black Beatles had already cleared out a path for Shashwan. The slaves could barely catch a breath. There was no way they could stop Shashwan in time. Their only hope was the monsters. Ta and the others too wished to help Shashwan out, but the man was too fast. They couldn't catch up. Ignoring the flaming horn tribesmen, even the monsters that were swarming overhead failed to catch up. The monsters could not provide aid to Sula and the hooded figure. Monsters that were attacked with the flaming knife acted as if they had fallen ill. They toppled over and spasmed uncontrollably like faulty machines. Even if they remained standing, they were trembling all over as if they were cold. The scene was awfully unsettling. Weren't the monsters supposed to be unfazed by anything? Why did they look like they were sick? The hooded figure was the only one with answers. They could no longer control the puppet slaves precisely. The opening created by the flaming knife on the monster's body had allowed a surge of energy to spread through their cavity. It disrupted their manipulation and even directly affected the other monsters around. This was the power of the fire seed. The power of the flaming horn tribe's fire seed. It was impossible for the power they channeled into the reanimated corpses to curb it. How did the flaming horns attain such power? How is this possible? Aren't these monsters supposed to be invincible? To Sula's horror, Shashwan was getting closer and closer. The young master's voice wavered greatly. The hooded figure could no longer control the tremors in their body. At this point, it was impossible to hide it from Sula. "What's with you?" Sula asked anxiously. This person was his protective barrier. If something were to happen to the hooded figure, Sula and his slaves were no match for the flaming horns at all. Worse, the flaming horns were associated with the insect swarm too. That person, who exactly is he? The hooded figure's voice shook, almost like they were trying their best to suppress a great deal of pain. Their otherwise emotionless face was twitching wildly. Beads of sweat were sliding off their forehead. Their state shocked Sula. Something was going wrong with this person, and it was a gigantic issue at that too. As to who Shashwan was, he is from the Flaming Horn tribe, the Flaming Horn headquarters. Sula stammered. The hooded figure was obviously not asking for that. Of course they knew Shashwan was a flaming horn, but what status did this man hold in the tribe? Why did he possess such power? The hooded figure could feel disruptions in their bond with the puppet slaves. In between disruptions, the bonds were broken off. With every broken bond came an excruciatingly painful sensation akin to someone disconnecting all of their meridians. The bond between the hooded figure and their puppet slaves were much tighter than that of Sula and his slaves. After all, they had absolute control over each of the reanimated corpses' movements. When tight bonds like this were broken, the backlash received would be more severe. Why is this happening? Who is he? The hooded figure mumbled under their breath, pale gray eyes staring ahead at the approaching figure and his vague rapid flames with visible fear. "Go." The hooded figure groaned lowly. What? Sula looked at the hooded figure in disbelief. Go? Was this considered a failure? Why was the puppeteer telling him to retreat? Quick, leave. The hooded figure raised their volume, using almost all of its strength to get the message across. Seeing that the armed Shashwan was close, Sula tightened his jaw and blew a whistle. He reached over and scooped the hooded figure up. He did not dare to leave this person behind and escape alone. Doing that would garner punishments from Sula. With the hooded figure in his grip, Sula dashed out of the canvas canopy and retreated. The slaves and monsters that were left behind were, of course, regarded as lost causes. It wouldn't be easy for the two of them to escape to safety. There was no way they could afford to bring more people with them. Though Sula felt regretful over leaving his slaves behind, his life was way precious. Abandonment in this scenario was a given. Plus, he'd still need them to stop the Flaming Horn's pursuit to buy them more time to escape. Behind Sula, a blast rang out amidst the sandy grounds. The giant golden beast emerged from under the sand. It raised its front body and contracted 10 of its spread legs to form a tight space for protection. It gathered Sula and the hooded figure inside and curled its whole body inward. It wrapped its head and the two in the very inside to form a gigantic ball. The only thing exposed outside was the hardest part of its body, the armor. Attacks weren't the forte of its kind. The giant golden golden beast was best at defense. The reason behind Sugu and Sula's united decision on this giant beast species was its powerful defensive abilities. In the face of danger, it could transform into a tough protective form and shield its master inside. Even the fearsome desert beasts notorious for their sharp fangs and claws would find it difficult to tear the giant golden beast's armor apart. This was guaranteed to save their lives. The sphere formed by its curled body was tightly connected with hard-shelled rings. Only a handful of small gaps were exposed in some areas. The gaps were so small that smaller beetles would fail to get it. The gaps were to facilitate breathing of the people inside. The giant golden ball began to roll on the desert grounds. The sand was brought up rapidly like muddy water brought up by car tires driving through a mudflat. Shashwan dodged the projectile sand bursts and slashed the golden ball harshly. The flaming silhouette came in contact with the giant ball. Screech, dash. The piercing sound of metallic friction was elicited, followed by sparks of fire. A long black mark that looked like a scorch mark had been drawn along the giant golden beast's body. The canal created was at least as deep as a palm. Following its rolling motion, the black mark expanded further across half of its length. If this were to be repeated twice, the giant golden beast's armor would be cut open. Though the attack did not break through its defenses, it certainly brought immense fear to the beast. It increased its speed, frantic to pull a distance away from its assailant. Shashwan fell to the ground. His arms around the knife's hilt were numbed from the vibrations of the earlier attack. His perlica was split. There was the burning urge to chase after the giant golden armored beast and end it once and for all. Yet, the beast's defenses were just too strong. If he really wished to exterminate it, more time would be needed. However, there were still many monsters back there to take care of, and Shashwan wasn't about to abandon the other flaming horns just like that. After all, the other flaming horns did not possess the flaming knife. Not everyone possessed the same special abilities as Shashwan. Bam! A blue figure burst out from the sand. Sapphire's fight with the giant golden armored beast had reached its climax earlier. However, the giant golden beast left the battle for the surface in all of a sudden. Sapphire scanned its surroundings as soon as it emerged onto the surface. Immediately, its paddle-like antennae swung slightly and its 6 legs broke out into a chase. Watching Sapphire leave, Shashwan went back to take care of the monsters for the time being. Even if the monster's puppeteer had left, it hadn't gotten out of its effective radius. The monster's existence was still a threat. Their movements would only become more cumbersome with the distance. Chapter 750 Trophies. On the vast desert, a convoy of 200 members inched slowly along the sandy grounds. Their pace was relaxed as if taking a leisurely stroll. However, that was not the case for the atmosphere between them. The short and stout man's worry was pronounced. His eyes darted often to the top of the giant golden armored beast's back, anticipating some response from the young master. Filtering out the footsteps around him, the man waited for the young master behind the canvas curtains to say something. Sadly, the silence had gone on for quite some time now. The short man wasn't allowed a chance to relax. He wiped away the sweat dotting his forehead and brought out a water skin made out of the skin of ocean fishes. He gulped down 2 mouthfuls of water. The water stored in the water skin was heated by the scalding sun. Swallowing it, his organs too began to feel hot. The feeling was largely resultant of placebo. With his capabilities, the water of this temperature was nothing. But the man was restless. A little puff of hot air would be more than enough to agitate him. The man was Tuzu. He used to be a slave master of mediocre status in Whitestone City. He had trained a handful of flying desert insects in the past. The technique, however, was learned from a tribe. Back then, the Wanchai tribe had already possessed such technique. Tuzu later merged other relevant techniques he picked up from other tribes and created a unique technique to control insect beasts. The man was capable of peering into happenings at unreachable places through insect eyes. It was this technique that allowed Tuzu to find out that Sula's party had encountered people from the Flaming Horn tribe. However, he had to perceive matters through sound alone. He could not get a clear sight of it. But sound alone was already sufficiently convenient to Sugu. The young master was able to grasp the overall situation through that. This was the main reason why Sugu spared Tuzu in the desert conflicts back then. Though Tuzu's fighting capabilities were close to zero, Sugu had cared more about this person's insect manipulation abilities. The events on Sula's end were conveyed to Sugu through Tuzu, though he knew nothing of any further detail. It was true that Sula had lost the battle pitifully. Initially, Tuzu was confused as to why Sugu demanded that the, already slow, convoy to slow down further after learning that there were Flaming Horn tribesmen there that were possibly led by some guy named Shashwan. The convoy had slowed down greatly and had even gotten the luxury of taking multiple breaks, but now, Tuzu was impressed. If Sugu hadn't demanded everyone to slacken their pace, they definitely would be facing Shashwan now. Perhaps Sulan might even involve them in the battle. Tuzu felt extremely restless. After receiving the news, he was plagued with fear. He feared that the convoy would encounter the Flaming Horn soon. After all, the staffing of Sugu's convoy was very similar to Sula's lineup. If Sula had retreated from the fight, Sugu couldn't be any stronger than his brother. There too was another worry. Though Sugu was now aware of the situation, he did not ask the convoy to turn around. The young master resumed with their initial route. Even with a slowed pace, they were still moving forward. Would they meet the Flaming Horn soon? Tuzu felt unease. What is that? The frontmost slave exclaimed in shock. Young master, there seems to be something ahead. It looks like. Tuzu paused, not finishing his own sentence. The man stared ahead with widened eyes. At the junction where sand meets the sky, something golden was flashing. Something was approaching at a high speed. One could see the intense cloud of sand created by the movement. This scene was nothing new to Tuzu, as Sugu had done something similar in the past. A golden armored beast. Young master, it's the golden armored beast, Tuzu reported with urgency. His initial unrest after learning of the situation had formulated an assumption at the sight of the approaching beast. Though there were golden armored beasts that roamed the deserts freely, instances where it escapes in its curled-up form was extremely rare. Since Tuzu was already aware that Sula was on the run, the current one ahead was most likely Sula's beast. Sugu could no longer sit still. He lifted the curtains and observed the giant rolling golden ball. As it came closer, Sugu was confident that this was indeed Sula's golden armored beast. It was surprising to find an impressive amount of scratches along the giant golden ball's body. They were fully aware of the toughness of the golden beast's armor. The presence of so many scars meant a tough opponent. The one mark that stood out most was one that looked like a charred mark. For a golden armored beast to be forced into this was very much telling of the battle situation earlier. No wonder Sula chose to abandon his carefully trained slaves. As the distance between the golden armored beast and Sugu's convoy decreased, the beast began to slow down. Though Sula and Sugu were in the middle of fierce competition, they could not bear to see the other die and leave behind one to succeed the Fallen Leaves city. But the current situation was rather dire. If Sula were to ask for help, Sugu would comply. There was another person with Sula that Sugu did not dare to harm. Never mind, the fact that Sula had failed miserably would not change. The second young master would be punished upon return and more resources would be allocated for Sugu. Just Sugu racked his brain for a solution. The giant golden ball had rolled to the front of their convoy. Just as the golden beast was about to unfurl, it quickly tightened its curl and rolled aside. The golden armored beast beneath Sugu began to feel restless. Bam! With great force, sand rushed for the skies. The slaves at the front hurriedly avoided it. A giant blue beetle made its presence known, blocking the intended path of the rolling golden armored beast in time. With its two legs, it stomped the giant golden armored beast to a height of at least one human in the air. The giant golden ball's rolling was not only hindered but also forced to roll in the opposite direction. Sugu gaped, speechless at the sight. What the heck? What was with this giant blue beetle that appeared out of the blue? Young master, the giant beetle is with the flaming horns. Perhaps the insect swarms are triggered by it. Tuzu urgently shouted at Sugu. Tuzu was in so much shock that his entire back was moist with sweat. At the mention of insect swarms, Sugu's slaves began to tremble. They did not wish to remain here and end up as insect feed. Sugu was even more reluctant about that. He initially planned to take it slow. The young master was thinking of inspecting the site after the flaming horns had left. However, this seemed impossible now. Retreat. We need to leave this place immediately. Sugu screamed and studied the hooded figure behind him. Dressed similarly like the one beside Sula, the hooded figure was typically dispassionate. When Sugu called for a retreat, the person did not oppose. While he too wished to check on the puppet slaves there, it was best for them to leave now. Are the flaming horns coming too? Sugu anxiously asked Tuzu. Just as Tuzu was about to answer him, his eyes were assaulted by abrupt darkness. His brain felt like it got covered by a brass bell jar and someone was knocking on it relentlessly. It was torture. Tuzu was aware of what this feeling was. The bond between his two dispatched flying insects were broken. Those insects were equivalent to his slaves and there would only be one reason behind a broken bond: the insects were dead. On the other end, a group of black beetles spread their wings and took flight. They headed towards an unassuming flying insect with the intention of surrounding it. While the flying insect could travel faster than the beetles, it had already lost its chance to hide. As more and more beetles taunted it, its wings finally fell victim to its mandibles. Soon, a second beetle, then a third beetle, and later more beetles surrounded the flying insect and shared a meal. On the ground, the dense black insect swarm had already devoured all golden armored slaves left behind. Any slave with the intention to escape would be slashed by the flaming horns and fed to the insect swarm. The flaming horn tribesmen had done their best to contain the monsters to let Shashwan deliver the final blow. Doing this was more efficient and they wouldn't be near the monsters. Every single bone on the monsters could be turned literally into lethal weapons. The most they could do was to shatter the monster bones and slacken its movements. As Sula and the puppeteer were further away, these monsters were evidently not as agile as before. To be honest, the increased distance between the puppeteer and their slaves did not necessarily provide visible results. But the hooded figure had suffered greatly from the backlash of broken bonds, which weakened their control over the monster's plenty. The flaming knife was stabbed through a monster's chest. The spasming monster was pinned to the ground as the crackling sound of burning wood were produced. Not long after, the monsters would slump over and remain motionless. This was when the monsters were really dead. The clash of two powers had brought changes to the monsters' bones. If the bones were dissected, one would notice that the only thing left in the bones was a grayish-white powder. It looked akin to the ashes of burnt foliage. This destruction was irreversible, hence this meant that the corpses could not be reanimated again. The bodies would decay at an alarming rate like real dead people. After all the monsters were taken care of, Shashwan carefully investigated their remains. Confirming that danger was eradicated, the flaming horns could finally exhale in relief. After instructing the others to tend to casualties, Shashwan paced over to Sula's abandoned canopy. The perimeter of the canopy was fully surrounded by black beetles. The other flaming horns dare not go near. Shashwan was the only one that would be spared from the beetle attacks. The beetles would even clear a path for the man. Sula's rushed escape did not permit him much time to bring away his other items. This canvas canopy had housed two large lounge chairs, a low table with bottles and cans filled with water and food. There were two wide-mouthed jars that held fruits that looked fresh and plump. In such weather and a long journey in the desert, it was almost impossible for fruits to remain fresh, unless there was something special that kept it that way. Shashwan found a few yellowish-brown rocks of irregular shapes in the jars that contained fruits and food items. It was about the size of an egg and rather fragile. By exerting slight force, Shashwan was able to crush them. The rocks were found in every food-holding container. Evidently, these rocks were capable of prolonging freshness.